Coming to you live from downtown Detroit, this is Benzinga's Pre-Market Prep. With your host, Joel Elconin.
This is a volatile puppy here, isn't it?
And Dennis Dick.
I'm bidding a penny. I will buy the stock for a penny.
With everything you need to start your trading day. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this Tuesday pre-market prep. Spencer Israel, Joel Elconin, Dennis Dick. I hope wherever you are warm and you have power and you're doing okay. I am the only person in the Benzinga office right now. Everyone else is afraid of snow, I guess, is the only conclusion there. They are afraid of a little bit of snow, but the show must go on. It cannot stop me. It cannot stop pre-market prep. Let's go. On today's show, Bitcoin keeps on going. Actually, the whole market keeps on going. We're going to talk the market's reaction to the weekend, whether rallies in natural gas, rallies in crude. We've got more crypto stocks on our radar. I want to talk AMC. I want to talk Palantir. So a lot to get to on today's show. Our guest is Bill Hartz. He is a market structure expert. He's the former CEO of Modern Markets Initiative. He'll be on at 8:35. We'll talk more about market structure with him. Don't forget to hit that like button, hit subscribe, hit share wherever you're watching this show. Thank you very much. Joel, how was your nice long President's Day weekend?
Nice and snowy, but here we are. We're back at the markets. S&P futures, just a little dip on Sunday night, not even a dip. 34.75. We've been highs 59 and a quarter. Been hanging out at 39.50 for a long time, so we'll see if we can get up to that pre-market high.
Show us those charts.
I thought I did share the charts.
Well, yeah, you got Palantir up there.
Oh, okay. Don't we want to talk about Palantir?
Eventually.
All right, and then you have crude. That got over $60. The cold is definitely influencing that. You got up to 60.33, back under 60. See if we can get that magical close over 60. Gold and silver, they're going opposite ways. Gold's down 18.40 at 18.04.80, while silver's going up. That's up 2.7 cents at 27.35, and Bitcoin over 50K. Long weekend, it jumped above and below that. Right now, the futures are up $2,000 and $2,055 and $50,095. And Spencer, since you're the only one in the office today, I will buy lunch for the office. Okay? Treats on me.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Joel.
Can you get something out of the cafeteria? What are they? What are they doing with that cafeteria?
Is it
Lisa
closed?
asked me about that.
Is it closed too?
No, it's been open, but it's got limited operations. You can only go during certain times and order certain things, but it's open.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. All right. I will pass the message to everyone else here, mainly my friends behind me, that you're going to be buying lunch for us today. We appreciate.
Watch
that.
everyone show up now. like everyone's.
I'm coming. I'm driving down to go there right now, Joel. Except I don't know if they'll let me across the border.
Probably not.
Borders are still closed, eh? Essential. This is essential, though. I need to get the lunch from Joel. He owes me like 25 lunches. So I think it's sometime.
I think it's 26.
Is it 26 you owe me now? There's a lot of lunches Joel owes me, anyways. What do you think?
Right.
What do you think? I mean, okay, first of all, shocking that we're up substantially after a long weekend. That's sarcasm, in case you didn't realize.
Hashtag sarcasm.
Bitcoin, the 50,000 hat. I mean, we hit it. 50,000. So now what? What do we do now? I'm still long Bitcoin. I don't know what to do with it.
You're going to stick to your original plan, and you're
Zero
not
or what was the target? 500,000, which was the twins, the twins,
the Winklevi.
The Winkles, the Winkle twins,
the Winklevoss twins. Yes.
So that's what we're going with. We're going with the Winklevoss twins at 500,000 or zero. So I'm going to stick with that. That's what I'm doing because I sold half. So again, playing with that was his money. Just going to stick with it. You tell me what to do.
That's what I've been doing, Dennis.
You're long too. I didn't realize that.
Well, I went into Coinbase. I actually made a Coinbase account.
Oh, so you're actually holding the actual Bitcoin.
Yeah.
That's smart.
Yeah.
Don't forget your 12-word password, though. See, I'd forget that, and Joel would too. That's why we got to own him. Actually, Joel did good, though, when he was in there. He didn't forget his words either.
You just said you were going to buy it and forget about it. That's what
I know,
you said.
but it keeps going up, and you just can't seem to forget about it.
I see no reason to sell. You know, the institutions are coming in now. The big banks are. Even J.P. Morgan is coming out saying we're going to have to work with Bitcoin in some way. We're going to have to offer it in some way.
Yeah.
I see no reason. I don't know. It could go back to 20 for all we know. But
It could go anywhere.
It could go anywhere. But I see no reason. Look, I mean, for me, like I've got such a small piece, I see no reason to do anything with it.
And me too. I mean, it's a small piece.
Yeah.
I said it was going to be, you think about story stocks and how much this market is about a story. I mean, I've said it last year. I was like, what better story? This is why I bought Bitcoin. Like, what better story than Bitcoin for 2021? Am I buying it on fundamentals? No. I'm buying it because it's a story. And that story continues to remain hot. And I think the story gets hotter in 2021. I think it continues to remain hot and gets hotter. And that's why if it stays hot, the story, it probably continues to go higher. So that's my whole thesis is not fundamentals. Not that we're going to all be transacting in Bitcoin and buying everything. I just think it's a story.
Yeah, out of the dollar. I mean, just about out of the dollar. Into everything. Out of the dollar into everything else is basically.
There's a good point there too. I mean, this has just been the worst place to be is the dollar. You're seeing the rise, in everything. If you're sitting in cash, you are just hurting because obviously it was a great move in February, but I took a while to get back out of cash because I had raised so much cash worried about the pandemic, and there was a lot of people that stayed worried about it for too long. And they're being punished, We got inflation coming. It's not inflation of stuff you buy. It's at least the inflation of assets. Everything going up. Like the sports cards. I don't know if you guys are into sports cards, but those are just blasting off too. I mean, collectibles, artwork. It's everything. We saw a dinosaur bone sell for $28 million. It's literally everything is just moving up in price.
What about
here.
coins?
Probably. Collectible coins?
Yeah.
Probably. I'm not even sure. Anything collectible market, though. So if anybody does collectibles on coins, let us know. Coin collectors in the chat right now. He must know.
But also just because assets are going up doesn't mean that they can't go up for a long time.
Oh, for sure.
Right? So just because they seem more expensive now than they were 12 months ago doesn't mean they can't keep going up for 2, 3, 4, 5 more years. You know what I mean? I mean,
yeah. How do you call it top?
Right.
I mean, that's what it all comes back to with everything is, even in the market. I mean, one thing, though, is we have a separation here, and we've got to talk about that. We've been talking about it. But the mega caps are being left out here.
Yep.
And that might continue. People are looking for the quick buck. We've talked about the consumer staples. It started with the consumer staples, with Coke selling off and Procter & Gamble selling off. Look at Procter & Gamble. Clorox is selling off now. I mean, it started with the consumer staples, really. And now they're just selling, other, assets like mega caps that aren't participating to buy smaller cap names that are outperforming the market by a substantial margin. I mean, again, we look at Amazon, the great quarter. The stock cannot go anywhere. Apple is not participating here. We've had a nice rally in the market here for the last couple of weeks. Really, Apple has gone nowhere. So Facebook, it's kind of the same story. It's just hanging out. Now, Twitter, smaller name, has exploded with their earnings. So it is selective. But if you're looking at the big, like the $300, $400, $500 billion company, I guess you got to go even bigger than that now. But you're getting over $500 billion. A lot of those companies are not participating in this rally. So what does that mean overall? I don't know, because it's been driven so much by mega caps. The last 10 years have been driven by mega caps, and this is being driven by small cap.
Which may not be a bad thing, right?
Catch-up trade?
Yeah. I mean, all those years where the big caps were outperforming, and now, and when things turn, they turn. So
they do.
Yeah. I'm just I'm looking at the top 10 components, top 11 components of the S&P, and boy, oh boy, it's going to take a while to get those big boys out of there. But you just, you want to, obviously they're different indexes, but as long as...
Go to the top 5. Go to the top 5 right now. It's a good exercise.
Yeah. Apple,
So obviously,
nowhere.
Apple nowhere, Amazon nowhere. Keep going.
Mr. Softy's number 2. That's been. Oh, look at that.
It's holding up, but really put it in perspective. I mean, you're seeing these huge moves, and it had a great report, and really since that report, it's really gone nowhere too. It is at all-time highs. It's holding up, but it isn't like people are flying into Microsoft every morning. The market's up, and Microsoft's up $3-4. That's not happening. Microsoft's not up again today. I mean, it's up 0.27%. Definitely underperforming.
You know what's interesting is that this area is what it hit in the after hours when it reported earnings. That's really where I remember it got to 244, 245, and just think how much the market has rallied since then. Amazon, I mean, great report. I mean, look at that same kind of chart. They just sold it. I think Google a little bit different. I think Google broke out, right? I mean, it's had to. Ooh, that's a holding pattern if I've ever seen one. That's for Google.
Not participating now. Like, It looks like a cup and handle. It looks like it's ready to go. But because it's mega cap, it's like, I don't know. Mega cap is just not going. I think if people start to get burned in some of these small cap names eventually, maybe some of it moves back in there. I'm not sure. I mean, my portfolio. I mean, most majority of people's portfolios are full of mega cap. If you own SPY, you're full of mega cap. You're full of mega cap. If you own any ETF, for the most part, you're full of mega cap. And I own some of these directly too. I own Google, Amazon, Microsoft, Apple, all directly as well. I've owned them for years, and they've all been great. But they are not the stocks that are helping your portfolio right now. It's the small cap names. Like you were saying last week, great point, Spencer. I ran a scan too for stocks under $1, and there was 4. So, like you were saying, 2, maybe a couple fell back under, but 4 stocks listed. Now, again, exchanges have requirements. So, it's not like there's a bazillion stocks under $1. When they fall under, a lot of them do delist them and send them to the pinks. But still, there's usually quite a few names that are still under $1. 4 stocks. I mean, they've just went through every stock. Like even when I was running the filters before and looking, and running the scans, you're tough, like to find stocks, a smaller cap name that hasn't gone up substantially. So it's been just combing through the ditches, and they're buying everything that's small cap.
I mean, it's hard. Every day you wake up and by the time it gets to 8 a.m., 9 a.m., there's another stock that's doubled right for the day. Like today, it's WBAI, which I guess is off the highs or so. But there's a new crypto stock every day.
That's a crypto play. Another one.
Yeah. They bought. They bought I guess the company's BTC.com and the related businesses, and they're paying in stock, in their own stock for it. But yeah, and that's one of like 4 or 5 new crypto stocks that's just up huge this morning. It's hard to. It's hard.
You want to do crypto stocks, or do you want?
Let's go. Mara's up again. You're up another $4, and obviously, guest last week saying same thing. That this is a leverage play on crypto. Absolutely correct. Crypto keeps going up. Mara probably keeps going up right along with it. Riot Blockchain, same thing. These are 2 of the big names. And then the other one, which you were saying, MSTR. You said they're doing an offering today?
That's correct.
So this is just a different world.
A $600 million offering of convertible senior notes. So not a stock offering. Also, did you catch the news from Thursday? Canada, Dennis, your people beat us.
My people.
Yeah, your people beat us to a Bitcoin ETF.
What do we got? What is it?
You approved, Canadians approved the first Bitcoin ETF. It is coming to the market in Canada.
Wow, I should go buy some of that too, maybe.
Well, it's not open yet, but yeah, when it does open, you're gonna have the first one.
Look at that. Well, Bitcoin ETF is coming. I mean, as it gets more adoption here, it's coming. So, they didn't want to approve it because it's hard to regulate. It's hard to regulate the crypto market. We know there's a lot of market manipulation in there. But at the same time, you're getting real players. Like you were saying, Spencer, you're getting real players coming into here.
Yep.
Yeah, there's participation here. I mean, I look at it. Does it have longevity? Is it going to be... That's still unknown. I mean, the people who are putting all their money in Bitcoin here are taking a shot. And it might work out. It might not. I just want to get off zero. Like Mark Yusko said, I don't want to be, left out if, it's FOMO. I really own Bitcoin because of FOMO, and it had a good technical setup, and it has a story. Those are the 3 reasons. So I don't know where, like this could continue for a long time, but do you really think that we're all going to transact in Bitcoin one day? Spencer, what do you think? I just don't see it. It's just not, to be honest, it's not very efficient. It's not easy to go say, okay, I'm going to buy a loaf of bread. It's going to be like I've said before, 0.00002 Bitcoins. I mean, what if they're typing it in, they throw a decimal place off, or whatever, like in the price. I mean, it's confusing. It's just not efficient. They got to find a different way. It's just, when you're talking fractions and fractions of a penny to pay for something small. Sure, you go buy a car and it costs you a Bitcoin and a half, or it costs you a Bitcoin. I mean, okay, but it's just not that efficient to transact in that. But I'm not talking it down. I still own it because the story is still there.
You know what? Dan makes a good point. And I was just thinking is when like, so you buy a car in Bitcoin today, like what's the settlement? Like it's at 50,000 right now and you pay for it. And, with the transaction, the settlement, 2 days, could be a 52,000, could be a 48,000. I mean, how for everyday use, but we're talking common sense here. We're talking fundamentals. Could we stop doing that, please?
I know, we got it. You're right.
Yeah.
Bill. You have
Come
to just
on,
stop
get us?
talking common sense because the market doesn't care about common sense.
Hell no.
It's true. It's true. This market doesn't care about common sense. This market cares about the quick buck. And the quick buck is still being made, obviously, in the small cap names and in these storied stocks. And there's a million more. The SPACs, which I'm participating into, have remained hot. And then, you do have this smaller, the tech names are still hot. It's just not mega tech. It's, the smaller tech. Like you're seeing huge run-ups in smaller tech names. Like, a Twilio, for instance, has run substantially. I mean, it's $441 now. I mean, these are big moves. Back in the summer we were 200, so the stock is more than doubled. So you're seeing smaller names still doing well. And not that Twilio is small anymore, but it's not participating in the mega caps. So I don't know if you should, I'm bringing it back to that because I don't know if you should be repositioning here or if it's like, okay, they've run so far, the mega caps eventually going to participate here again. It's such an interesting market because these dynamics we haven't seen, even though we've seen the market going up for years and years and years, we haven't seen mega cap getting left in the dust like this.
All right, let's shift gears here. And you guys always crush me on movies, right? You and Dennis and Spencer with all your movie quotes. So with what's going on in our environment right now, what movie am I thinking about? And where did the movie take place?
Are you kidding me?
We're gonna crush this on you.
Wait. What was the question? What movie are you thinking of right now? Are you for real?
I'm talking about the
environment. Give us a hint.
The environment. What's going on in the environment right now?
Are you for real?
In the country? Oh, come on! You guys
gotta narrow it down a little bit more than that.
Kidding me?
You gotta get narrowed down.
What did we talk about on the pre-market show? What stocks are we going to talk about?
The Blizzard.
Yeah, Blizzard. Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about? The Blizzard?
Yeah.
The Big Chill?
Yeah, there you go.
All right. It's because you wrote it in the thing. But like,
you guys complaining about your snow. I mean, you should go, okay, Spencer, show the picture I just sent you because this is what it looks like outside where I'm at for the last 3 months. It never changes. The picture always looks the same.
It's hard to see.
Well, you can put it up on. You could do it the other way. You don't have to do it that way. But anyways, that's outside my place. Yeah. So that picnic table, that snow has been there. It's just like that. It doesn't. The snow comes and it just doesn't go away up here. I'm up near. I'm up way up north, and it's there's a lot of snow up here.
And where did that movie take place?
Sure,
no idea.
Trivia.
Oh, come on. You guys
Wait, I have
big
an update.
movie guys.
I have an update. I am not the only person in
You're
the office
big
anymore.
movie guys.
Luke,
wait, we got another person just entered. Who is it?
Luke Jacoby, welcome to the office.
Hot Stocks Luke is there. He made it.
He's about 2 hours later than normal, but he's here.
You guys and you're complaining about your blizzards. It snows here every single day. We get 5-6 inches of snow and it just doesn't go away. They don't even give us blizzard warnings up here. That's just a normal Monday. That's what they call this. When you get like 6 inches of snow, they call it Monday. That's what they call it here. Tuesday, Wednesday. It snowed for like 10 days in a row.
Well, the market is not treating it as such because if you look at energy, you look at natural gas, you look at Generac, GNRC this morning.
It's
Soft market.
Just anyways, it took place University of Michigan anyways.
Okay.
University of Michigan grads.
It
had a Michigan relation.
Thanks.
Generac, Dennis. I'm surprised that with you this was not one that you were just scooping up for a while. You couldn't do much.
I didn't even know about the blizzards here all the time. You guys got to tell me there's a blizzard coming in your neck of the woods because there's always a blizzard here.
It's
blizzard. I shrugged that off.
It's snowed in Texas. Do you know where that is? That is south.
I'm just saying.
They have rolling blackouts, and
you guys are all
serious.
soft, man. You guys, the snow. It's what nothing you can do. It's everywhere. I'm in the snow belt.
I think it's funny that Dennis missed out on a trade because he genuinely wasn't aware.
No, I wasn't. I didn't know it was a blizzard coming. It snows every day. There's always a blizzard here in the snow belt of Ontario.
I trade relationship.
He didn't even know.
You can't even look at the goddamn weather map to know that you buy.
My weather map looks the same every day. There's a cloud over the area, and it's snowing. It looks the same every day.
Watch something else besides CBC. And
CBC, Canada. We just got a permanent cloud sitting over northern. As soon as you get out of southwestern Ontario, it's the only area that doesn't get pounded with snow.
Let's get some snow stocks here.
All right, give me snow stocks. GNRC is always a good one.
How about John Deere? People need tractors and plows.
I don't know if they think that far. It's up $3. It's up $4. Yeah, okay, we'll give it to you.
I guess we can say just about anything.
You're throwing me under the bus. I didn't even know it was a blizzard.
Does iRobot have a automated snow shoveler? That would be interesting. That's up to $250.
They should come out with that.
Natural gas. I mean, Dennis, it's a bad situation in Texas. I mean, they're doing rolling blackouts because
did they not know this was coming?
It's not about that. It's the way the electric grid in Texas and the way the utility companies work in Texas. It's structured differently than like it is in other states where it's much. I don't know if you want to say like freer, more open, less monopolized, and so these utility companies don't really plan for major. First of all, they don't have like the infrastructure like the snow plows and salt and all that stuff, but also like the electrical grid, the companies don't really plan for like usage spikes like you would get during a blizzard, right? So they just don't have the infrastructure for it.
Yeah, they're like regulating, like you can't turn your thermostat up over 68. They're like regulating your thermostats and stuff.
Chatter listeners who are in Texas, you would know more than I. I'm just relaying what I've read about it over the weekend.
Yeah.
But it's the way the electric companies are structured down there. It's different than, for example, it's not like in California where like PNG can just like, shut down the grid for X amount of time, right, to help fight wildfires. It's not like that. So, but I would also look at like energy. I would look at XLE today. I would look at natural gas.
It's all up big.
Yeah, that's where I would look.
Maybe the one thing about this is this an event that eventually, like, I still think when you're buying all these oil stocks and people are plowing into oil stocks now that we're going back to $100 a barrel. The electrification of cars is still coming. We're going to have less demand for gas-guzzling vehicles, and I think in turn less demand for oil stocks, going in the foreseeable future, really. It's not even like decades. It's not a decade away anymore. It's coming. So is this your opportunity? If you've been sitting in all these oil stocks and, they've got pounded on you all year, but they've come back. Is this eventually not your opportunity to lighten those up? If you're really believing in the electrification of cars.
Yeah, but they're talking a long time. I know these companies are coming out and saying, "Yeah, we're doing this," but I don't know. I kind of thought that 5-6 years ago, but I don't know.
I don't want to own any oil stocks. I just think if you're in those things, I think it's the opportunity to start getting out of them. Everything's going up right now. Bag holder market. There's been a lot of bag holders in a lot of oil stocks, and this market has bailing those holders out as well to a certain. I mean, ExxonMobil isn't back at $100, but it's 51 from 32 in November. I mean, if you're coming in buying it now, you're way late to the party. And I think, just like I was saying, I like the Bitcoin story. I hate the oil story. I still hate the oil story. So I just think if you're in these things, I think it's the opportunity that you've been looking for to maybe lighten up. If you like it, you want to stick with them, sure, but don't have all your money in oil, in my opinion.
You know what's interesting? Just that it had the quick rebound off the March low, but it hasn't even taken out the June high. So I know it's been playing catch up major league with the oil market, but just considering that it's not even above, it's getting back above its February high. It's not above its June high. And then if you look at it, from a long-term perspective, what was the all-time high in that? Was that it was back here in 14 when it was the top component in the index. So on a relative basis, I mean, you can either look at it it's got a lot of catch-up to do, or this is just a dead cat bounce on a long-term trend that started in the middle of 2014.
I think it is. I mean, people are arguing, oil isn't going away. I'm not arguing that oil is going away. I'm arguing that the demand is going to go down. And when businesses demand goes slightly down, it really hurts. So, you don't want to see demand actually. Everything is about growth, right? You're always driving into growth. I don't see oil as this huge growth opportunity. So if it stays flat, it's going to be a bad investment. If demand actually goes down, it's going to be a terrible investment. Well, you need it to continue to go up. That's about what investing is. It's about growth. I don't see the growth in oil. So I'm not saying oil is going away. I'm saying I don't see the growth. I don't see why. In this, world where everybody knows, a lot of younger generation that's concerned about the environment. There's a lot of younger generation that loves the thought of solar power. There's a lot of the younger generation that loves the thoughts of electric cars. Why do you want to own oil?
Well, it's not like it's not like the companies haven't said that they're trying to pivot. They are. I mean, they've all said.
Where are they going to pivot from?
What are they going to do? They are. Some of them. I see Suncor has a lot of wind turbines in Ontario. I mean, they're trying.
Let's not act like they're doing nothing.
What's ExxonMobil?
No, Spencer, and I'm not saying all these companies are going away. That's, again, people say, I talk bearish, I'm negative, I'm such a negative person. I'm talking realistically. I mean, we've been talking bearish on oil for a long time on this show, and we've been absolutely correct. We've been absolutely correct because, I sold my ExxonMobil at $95, and I said that day 5 years ago when I sold it, I had owned ExxonMobil in my portfolio for years, and I was like, I don't want to own oil stocks anymore. This was probably back in about 2016. Maybe it was 2015. It's $50 5 years later. So you lost 50% of your money 5 years later. We've been absolutely correct to not own these things. Did they get oversold? Maybe. But is it going back to 95? In this market, anything's possible, but I don't see the fundamental case.
There you go again.
To drive it back up.
There you go again with your fundamentals. I don't know why. I don't know.
It's not a story. So fundamentals don't matter, but what's the good oil story? Tell me the story to make me come back into my ExxonMobil. I can scalp $50 on it right now. Yep. I can scalp $50 on my ExxonMobil. I owned it at 95, 45 points. I can scalp out 5 years, move that money into something else. It was a great long-term holding for me for a long time. I can scalp 45 points on it. Talk me into it, chat. Talk me into why I should buy an oil company. Tell me. I don't know what the story is.
Dividends.
No, it's not a story in an environment.
I'm going to go wash your mouth
where
out
people want to make 10% a day and you're going to give me 6% a year?
All right.
Dividends.
All right. Sorry.
Dividends.
That's a dirty word. I'm sorry.
So, okay, that's my point. So you can invest how you want to invest, but I don't want to own something that I don't think it has a sexy story. I think the oil has the opposite of that. I think it has a growth story because it's not clean energy. And we are moving towards clean energy. We've got Biden in there. We are moving towards clean energy.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, look, it is very simple. If you look at the top performing ETFs of the year so far, take away leverage, they all have one thing in common. They are all investing in like the future, right? Whether that's cannabis or technology or crypto or AI, robotics, whatever.
Yes.
The bets on the future are in. Everything else is out.
And this oil rally hasn't been driven about bets to the future. It's been driven because everything is going up right now. It's being just caught up in the tide. The tide, a rising tide, they say a sinking tide sinks all, or a rising tide lifts all ships. It does. You have a rising tide right now that is lifting the majority of your ships. And that's what I believe is happening with the oil rally. Just, inflation to a certain extent hitting it. But I just don't see it.
All right, it's 8:30 here. We're gonna have Bill Hart on in 5 minutes. Let's just cover some other stocks here. I do want to talk AMC because last time when I woke up this morning, and I happened on Twitter at the time, AMC was the most traded stock of the session. It is not quite there anymore, but still heavy volume on AMC this morning. I don't know why. I have not seen any news. I just know it opened weirdly higher for some reason.
It's that 4 a.m. juice, man.
Yeah.
Look at that. I mean, that's all just...
Fade trade 4 a.m.
Yeah. It took a little bit. I think that's just, taking an algorithm that's just figured out, you can bid, and then, you finally snuff out the sellers, and then you sell. If there's for this thing to go 580 to 680, and then now back down to $6. Do we have any? There's no news, right? I guess things are getting better with the as far as like the vaccines and stuff go. But when is everyone rushing out and going to the movies? Wasn't that a dying trend? And Gene Mustard talked about this. It was a dying trend before the pandemic.
Yes.
Right.
It was. Yeah, for sure.
Look at these stocks. Look at AMC before. It had that ridiculous run. But look at this thing. It was back in 2017. People don't want to pay $9 for, greasy popcorn and $6 for a Coke. And now they don't want to sit next to each other. So, these stocks are going to have, this has a better fundamental story than GameStop. But unless there's some alternative use for these theaters, I don't know what it is. But
I don't know. We're never gonna know why these stocks trade like this. Like why did AMC?
I think that's pure. I think that's purely mechanical trick. Just bots, just bidding in a thin market, bidding. When you're bidding like that, when you're being aggressive, when someone wants to sell. When you find an offer. When someone wants to kick your butt, and that these algorithms can do that, and it turns. They're like, oh well. Let's turn the machine on the other way. Let's jam it down, take profits, because that's a big bar. I don't know how much volume traded on that, but anyways, let's do Palantir.
Somebody was saying that AMC popped on a Forbes headline. So
no,
I don't know what that was either.
Sorry,
I
no.
was just
Forbes.
Sorry,
okay.
Not buying.
I think AMC is just still the Reddit crowd, and they do. At 4 a.m. they're all excited.
Yep.
This is it's going to turn around. The problem is, again, to do this again to these stocks. I'm not saying they can't do it, but it's a lot harder because there's so many people who bought recently that are burned, and all those people want to get out. They want their money back. You read the horror stories over the weekend from GameStop, and there was a couple articles that I tweeted out as well, and some person taking out a $20,000 line of credit to go buy GameStop. This stuff you just don't do. Yeah, that's what the article was, and now he says eventually it's going to come back, so I'm just going to keep paying the interest at 11%, to hold the GameStop position. This is the downside.
I also read that. I also read that article. Yeah, and you almost never hear of the people who lost, so it's good
because they don't want to rate it. It's not fun.
Well, they do, but people don't want to talk about it.
People don't want to talk about it. Yeah. So there's a lot of people that made money at GameStop. A lot of people got burned. We know this is how these things go. If you're in these things, as trades, you gotta get out when the momentum gets when the momentum turns. And GameStop, I just couldn't control the risk. That's why I wasn't participating in it at all. But wow. So
by the way. S&Ps are fading here for some reason. I don't know. I think the high of the day.
I would bet you the mega caps. Yep. Amazon is almost in the red now. Apple, Facebook, Netflix to a certain extent. It's red now. The big guns are not participating. It is a concern. It is a concern because this market, that's why I keep coming back to them, because this market, it's so much of the SPY. I mean, how much are those top 10 components, Joel?
25%.
25%. They're not participating. So one of two things. There's going to eventually be a catch-up trade. Money's just going to fly into these. Maybe it flies out of this other stuff and goes, but there's money that is coming out of mega cap and going into small cap. This stuff is more indicative of happens more at market tops than it does happen at really awesome investment opportunities. Again, I'm almost fully invested, so I'm not like ringing the, get out of everything here. You just got to be careful, because I will, obviously as a trader, I'll go both ways, and if the going gets tough, you've got to be careful here, because you're not buying cheap. You're coming here and you're investing your dollars now. Nothing's that cheap.
All right, I guess we'll do Palantir. Do we got Bill afterwards?
We do. We'll do Palantir after Bill. Bill Hartz is a former CEO of Modern Markets Initiative. Last time he was on our show, he blew my freaking mind. So maybe, I don't know if he has that up his sleeve again this time. But Bill,
smart.
Good morning.
Hi, how are you guys? Thanks for having me on again.
Thanks for coming back. So what has been on your mind these last 2 weeks, that as far as how these I don't know, crazy trades sort of shook out? The story is not quite over yet. I mean, we're still learning new things all the time. The CEO of Robinhood, et cetera, are set to testify in front of Congress. But as far as how the story's played out these past few weeks, has anything surprised you on that front?
Yeah, well, I think there's obviously been this real emphasis on payment for order flow and whether or not it might lead to conflicts of interest between brokers and their clients and how they route orders and so on. But in my opinion, this is a story we've seen before. And look, let me just point out, this is not the first rodeo for payment for order flow by any means. Before you guys start with the hot takes on OK Boomer, let me just tell you about a lot of this actually goes back to like the 1980s when payment for order flow first started gaining some traction. And the NASD, which was the predecessor of today's FINRA, put together a blue ribbon committee. Was chaired by an ex-chairman of the SEC named David Reuter. And the Reuter Commission was basically set up. Sorry? The Reuter Commission was basically set up to look into this. And they came out with this big report in, I think it was 89. And there were three big takeaways. The first one was the payment for order flow was basically a means of returning outsized intermediary profits to brokers and their investors. Number two, that there were many different kinds of payment for order flow, and some of which would be hard to put a value on. And number three was that payment for order flow could be beneficial to investors by doing things like lowering broker costs, leading to free commissions. And here we are 30 years later, and that's pretty much what happened. So the SEC and FINRA have said for years that payment for order flow is fine, assuming, with two big caveats. Number one, that there's proper disclosure, that the brokers tell their clients that they're receiving payment for order flow. And number two, that it does not interfere with obtaining best execution of the client orders. And that's the key thing to watch for as we go forward and see these congressional hearings and so on, because that's really, I think, what they're going to hone in on. Are clients getting the best execution? And, quite often, best execution, you'll hear the term price improvement and how much price improvement are orders getting and so on. And just recently, we've learned that several brokers have started to disclose, Robinhood, Schwab, Ameritrade, these price improvement numbers that are much higher than people have thought, which is a good thing for investors. And so the interesting thing is going to be to watch when you see these hearings is that the regulators, the SEC and FINRA, they've known about this for years. They've been surveilling it. They, when necessary, they swoop in and levy fines and so on. It'll be interesting to see if they have to defend what they've done to Congress. It should make for some very interesting viewing.
I just got a couple comments there too, Bill, and and I agree. Like what I see, and obviously I've been a big critic of payment for order flow for a long time, but I do see the improvement that you're talking about. Like I used to see when we started talking about this, Joel, back in like 2009. You'd see what I would call like sub-pennying the quote, where you're seeing this 0.0001 price improvement. And I did like a study with Bright Trading. It was like something like 28% of orders were getting like 1/1000th of a penny price improvement I was like, is this price improvement 0.0001 really enough price improvement to justify taking a fill away from a displayed liquidity provider? And I've argued that for a long time. But what you're arguing is that you're starting to see more competition here, and you're starting to see that PI. You're not seeing as much of this 0.0001 stuff where somebody's just effectively trying to jump the lit order queue by giving a fraction of a cent better. So you're actually starting to see more competition, and you're starting to see the PI more significant than this 0.0001 stuff that we saw for years.
That's right. I think that the brokers, the market makers, have evolved to a point where they really are giving back significant amounts of PI, between 2 and 5 cents a share when you look at Robinhood and Schwab and Ameritrade. And I mean, that's on average, and it generally goes by a percentage of the spread. So no one should expect to get 3 cents price improvement on a stock with 3 cents spread. That just makes no sense. No. But in general, I think we are seeing significant price improvement now. But when you start watching these hearings, I think what people have to keep in mind, and I like to say this, is you have to say, well, price and payment for order flow, maybe it's good, maybe it's bad, but compared to what? And ask yourself, what would happen if Congress or the SEC or someone decided to ban hard cash payment for order flow? And it's actually a good mental exercise to do this, because these are the questions that the Congress people and the senators are really going to come up on very quickly. So let me just give you a couple of quick bullet points on this. So if you banned payment for order flow, hard cash payment for order flow, early on, what that would mean, it would be a windfall for the market makers, because market makers have proven that their execution quality is as good as or better than what you can get on an exchange. So brokers would probably continue to route to them to get best execution, but they no longer have to pay for the flow. So it would save themselves a bunch of money. And believe me, I'm not trying to hype Virtu stock, but just imagine what would happen to their valuation if you added back all the PFOF money that they currently pay out. So that's number one. And that would become apparent pretty quickly if they eliminated payment for order flow. Number two, brokers could set up their own internalization desk upstairs. This was very common in the 1990s. Every broker, Merrill Lynch, Smith Barney, they all had NASDAQ desks upstairs. And so they basically internalized their own flow. It's a little harder to do that today. It's expensive to set up. You need some rocket scientists to figure out the algorithms. But theoretically they could do that. But here's another thing that could happen if hard cash payments were made illegal. Basically, the brokers who currently route to market makers could own a piece of a company that is a market maker or an exchange. And therefore, if that company made a profit, they would share in the profits through their ownership, and they would still direct their order flow to that company. So the big example of this was, everybody remembers Knight, I'm sure, the nightmare where an algorithm went haywire and basically put the company out of business. Knight, for a long time, was one of the leading market makers of NASDAQ stocks. And it was actually formed by 27 brokers who got together. It was called the Round Table Partners. That's how it became known as Knight of the Round Table, Knights of the Round Table. And these brokers basically said, okay, look, we're going to build this market maker, and if the market maker makes money, we'll share in that, and we'll send our order flow to it. And that was very, very successful for a long time. Today, you don't have that right now. It could happen. You have broker-owned exchanges like Memex most recently, and MIAX also is partly broker-owned. So there are different ways to skin that cat. But let me just point out, from a disclosure perspective, that these things are worse than payment for order flow, because at least with payment for order flow, you know how much money is changing hands. If some firm sets up an upstairs trading desk, you don't really know how much they're making from it. There could be all kinds of costs loaded in, and it'd be very hard to disclose it. So anyway, at the end of the day, what I think is going to happen is you'll see increased attention to the practice. There'll probably be another blue ribbon panel set up to study payment for order flow again. Yeah. But at the end of the day, there'll probably be little change from Congress or the regulators.
I think you make a great point with, and obviously my concern overall is the toxicity, and we know we're going to start to get ahead of our listeners, so we've got to bring it down a level maybe. But I'm concerned that there's so much informed traders just on the exchange, and all the uninformed flow is being kept off the exchange. So as a market maker, as a lit market maker, if you're making markets on the exchange, you don't want to trade, with informed traders. You don't make money trading against other prop traders. You don't make money trading against informed traders. As a market maker, you make money trading against uninformed flow. Typically, retail is more that flow. That flow being kept off the exchange is what I say increases the toxicity of order flow on the exchange and makes it less attractive for firms like ourselves to provide liquidity. So to put it in perspective, because the way the markets have evolved over the last 11 years and so much retail flow being kept off the exchange, our firm has went from primarily providing liquidity to primarily taking liquidity. We've adjusted to the environment. Our traders are doing very well, but we take liquidity. We lift the offer, we hit the bid, we'll maybe go 2/3 through if we're small enough to not affect it, but we're coming through as opposed to sitting out there. So the point you were making is, even if you get and you ban payment for order flow, those retail orders are likely not coming back onto the exchange. And I think a main reason for that too, which we haven't talked about, is access fees. Is you can't have, Robinhood routing out to Arca and paying 0.3 of a penny to get filled on that order. They're going to get crushed on that. So, I mean, if you're going to ban payment for order flow, you've got to look at the access fees on the exchange too and say, well, you got to ban them as well. You can't just take away the payments that way, because you can't obviously the brokers are never going to route anything to the exchange in any regard, because they don't want to make those payments. So you can take away their gravy train, maybe the PFOF, maybe they got to add some commissions. But like you say, they're probably still not routing their orders to an ARCA offer or an offer that's they got to pay 0.3 to take it. So I think
you're making a great point. I mean, look, when all this started, the exchanges were considered the gold standard of execution quality, and it was up to the market makers to prove that they could do as well or better than an execution on an exchange. Mm-hmm. Today, I think it's all sort of flipped on its head, where the market makers are generally considered to have the best execution quality, and it's up to the exchanges to give a good reason why a broker should route to them, whether or not they pay payment for order flow. And they do, by the way. They're called exchange rebates. So, but I get your point. If orders continue to drain away from the exchanges, what will happen to the quality of price discovery? I think there are mechanisms in place that will ensure that the exchange quotes will continue to reflect what's happening off exchange. But that's another topic that the regulators are certainly.
Bill, let me hop in here for a second. We're on with Bill Hart. He's a former CEO of Modern Markets Initiative, and I might be a little off base here in some of my assumptions here, but Dennis, you can correct me if I'm wrong. So, these one thing about trading, let me make this statement, whether you're a short-term trader, long-term trader, one thing about trading is like taking losses, right? I mean, whether they're small losses or big losses, invested in discipline, right? But when I kind of look at like the payment for order flow, it's like I kind of feel that they can't lose. Like almost every trade, almost every execution, they make money on. And if they can't do that, or they can't break even, then they pass it on to the exchange. So I'm not saying it's riskless trading, and I might be a little bit off base on this, but when you have the option of taking the other side of a trade or passing it on to the street, that's not an even playing field for you.
And that's why we can say there's lots of PI, but also we can look at the bottom line. A lot of these options
they can't lose.
They made a lot of money. Yeah, I mean it's such a good system for an off-exchange market maker. We don't have to name them here. You guys know all the ones we're talking about. But I mean, it's such a huge edge to be able to take the other side, to have that option, to take this other side of this trade coming through. And again, when you're looking at retail, you're looking at a smaller trades typically. So it's, when you're taking the other side of a trade, and it could be an institution coming through, you don't know, like you sell it here, they're coming with more and they're coming with more, and now you're getting buried. Where typically smaller retail traders, it's going to be back and forth. Just like even, the stats that we were looking, from Citadel with GME. I mean, that was pretty even, the buying and selling. So that's ideal for a market maker because they can keep flipping out on the bid and the ask.
Yep.
So I think what Bill's saying is if you get rid of payment for order flow, I don't know if that, goes away. I don't know if that goes away by just eliminating.
If you get improved 0.3 of a penny on something, that means that they made 0.6 of a penny.
It is. They're making the spread.
I mean, it is.
You're right.
I mean, don't tell me about price improvement at 0.3. The only reason you're getting that improvement is because of whatever market dynamic was. If they had another order in the book, they're not giving you the brokers that advertise that. Price improvement. Well, you're not getting your full price improvement, and there's nothing you can say that would convince me that every price improvement that they get on these executions is passed on to the brokers and passed on to the customers.
They're making on the spread. You're arguing that point. So let's let Bill address that.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I understand what you're saying. I think the first thing that you have to understand is that over the course of a day, a market maker is up and down all the time, right? They're not profitable on every trade.
For sure.
Not the way it works, right? And so there's nothing that says, a market maker looks at an order, if this isn't profitable, he passes on to the exchange. That's not what happens. And in fact, the amount of flow that market makers pass on to the exchange is a small fraction of what they generally trade with every day. But in terms of you being skeptical about how much price improvement you're getting, what I would say is do a test, right? Send one order through Robinhood or Schwab or Ameritrade and send another one where it's going directly to an exchange and see how they both come back. And I think what you'll find is that in general, the market maker trades are going to be better prices.
Yeah, well, it's the difference between markets and limits, right? Because typically, and this is something that's been said for a long time. I mean, the off-exchange market makers are buying market orders. The exchanges are buying limit orders. I mean, that's really what you're doing by having rebates attached to those. So, like, you just look at what Joel's saying is, you got this market maker that it's a big edge. I mean, it's a big edge for sure on the spread. It gives you a big advantage, but they're paying for that advantage. So they're not doing this out of the goodness of their heart. They're not giving the PI out of the goodness of their heart. But I see Bill's argument that even if you get rid of the PI, they're probably still getting those orders, so that stuff isn't going away. We're not going back to the days where 100% of the flow's going to be on the exchange anymore. That ship has sailed. Like I argued that for a long time. I wanted to bring flow back on the exchange because I thought price discovery's being impaired. And the small cap names, and some of them it probably is to a certain extent, but it's held up very well in a lot of other names. So there's good arguments on both sides. I see both sides of this.
And one other thing too is like when things really get crazy and stuff, these guys don't have an affirmative obligation. There used to be market makers that had to post a two-sided market, and even when things got wild and you were getting like picked off, there's no affirmative obligation. Hey, this is getting let's shut her down for a little bit. I mean, that's another thing that is a little
well, you could take it a step farther too. Maybe Bill could address that too. Is the off-exchange market maker not even about affirmative obligations? They're not even posting a market. I mean, they're basically free riding on the public quote. So you're not even posting a market up there. So the risk. We've been market makers for a long time, Bill. But it's true though.
When we talk about affirmative obligations, generally, what you're going back to are things like what exchange specialists used to have, right? And it wasn't so much to make a two-sided quote, although that was part of it. And by the way, today, market makers, of course, are always publishing continuous two-sided quotes. In fact, they'll often post quotes deeper than what the NBBO quote is.
The lit ones, but the off-exchange ones don't have to.
No.
Yeah. So most of the off-exchange market makers are lit market makers too, though.
Right. So
they're on both places.
My point is that maybe in the old days with the exchange specialist, there was an exchange rule that said, you couldn't move a stock by more than an eighth or a quarter, right? We were talking about, 12 cents at that time, 12 and a half cents, without some intervening trade. That was what was known as an affirmative obligation. Yeah. Today, we've sort of evolved to a point where, spreads are so narrow that maybe that's not as important anymore, but maybe depth at the inside is more important. And so market makers as a competitive measure, often will execute trades that are much larger than what's shown at the inside. So I would argue that
Size
there are
improvement.
these obligations. Maybe they're not written down somewhere, but in fact, the retail investors that whose orders are being sent to market makers benefit from them.
I mean, that's size improvement you're talking about, and that's another argument for, like I said, I can see both sides, and I think there's a happy medium of, where the markets are most efficient, to have a certain amount of volume going off exchange and a certain amount of volume going on exchange. Do we want to go back to 100% on the exchange? It's not going there, so it's unrealistic to hope that would happen. But at a certain point, is there a tipping point? I'll just maybe finish with that. Is there a tipping point if we start seeing 70, 80%? I mean, we're at 44% or something right now. If we start seeing like 3/4 or 2/3 of our orders going off exchange, is there a tipping point where it does start to impair price discovery?
Yeah, I don't know that there's a set point. I think we're closer to 50 right now. But
okay, so it's going up.
It can be measured in shares. It can be measured in notional value. There's a lot of haziness around. But I don't know. I think, look, a lot of people don't realize that even when a market maker holds a limit order off exchange unexecuted, that limit order still has to be reflected in the NBBO on exchange. So the price discovery mechanism actually, would still be happening even though that order is not literally on the exchange. So hard to say at where there would be a tipping point. I'm not sure there is. I think, it's something that obviously the regulators pay a lot of attention to.
Well, it's been a great conversation. I know we're going above the head of a lot of listeners here, but I think sometimes we got to dig into the plumbing. I mean, digging into the plumbing, and Bill's a great plumber here, and I respect Bill Hart so much. I've followed him for years on Twitter. Give him a follow here. He knows his stuff. We're kind of on the opposite sides on this argument. I'm on the same side as Bill on a lot of stuff. I see as a point here, though, on payment for order flow. So, Bill, I just want to say thanks again for coming on. We want to have you back because I want to talk financial transaction tax with you next time.
Yeah, we should talk about the FTT. Right.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks so much, Bill.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, Dennis, just real quick, we did running into the details, and you're talking about lit market, trade, and then also the NBBO. Those terms, I don't know if anyone is super familiar with those.
I mean, we're going above, the national best bid and offer is basically your lit quote. So you just think about it as the quote you're seeing. So the big point here is, there's a lot of volume going off exchange. When you send your order from Robinhood, it's typically not going to the exchange. It's going to an off exchange market maker that's going to probably execute against it. So your orders aren't getting to the exchange. I'm at Bright trading on the exchange. So in all likelihood, there's a very low likelihood that you will ever trade against me because there'll be somebody jumping in the middle. There'll be somebody jumping in the middle. So if I go to, like if you come in, if I'm offering a stock and you go to lift my offer, in all likelihood somebody's going to jump in the middle. An off-exchange market maker is going to jump in to stop you from taking my offer. And that's where you start to get into, the plumbing of the markets. And, we're looking at, is it fair that offer that I'm offering the stock, I'm the person offering it out there, but I don't get the sale because we have another person has the option basically to come in and say, no, I'm going to jump in the middle of this trade. I mean, and that's in the plumbing, and, we're talking, but, Bill's point was you get rid of payment for order flow, that stuff's still all going to exist. And that's a good point.
All right, let's do as the market erodes here, and I don't know, Dennis.
It's the mega caps going by. I know this is Amazon's down $6 here now too. I don't like it. My long-term portfolio is not liking the lack of participation from the mega caps, but they're just not going. People want to get in this next
Could it be
How many small names do we have? I mean, look at the chat. This is a great example too, Spencer. What's the chat want to talk about? They want to talk about Sanddial or Sundial or whatever the hell it is. They do. They want to talk about the small little names because that's where people are getting. That's what's sexy right now. That's where people are making money. They don't want to talk about, plumbing. They don't want to talk about Amazon. They want to talk about, a lot, not everyone, but a lot of people want to talk about the small names. So that's just indicative of the market we're in.
Yeah, very last thing. It's not really about what we talk about, but it's tangentially related. If you want a good historical perspective on how exactly like clearing works and the history of that, there's a great post that I read over the weekend. Just Google WTF is DTCC. DTCC is the Depository Trust Clearing Corporation. That's like the plumbing of our markets. You just Google WTF is DTCC. There's a good post that explains like the history of clearing and like how it works. And so that's what I wanted to add about, not really about payment for order flow, but related to that conversation. Palantir. Let's give you those numbers here. Their earnings per share missed an 8-cent loss versus a 2-cent gain estimate. I'll bring up the chart here for Joel. Sales of 322 versus $300 million. No, you have it. So two things I'll add though. Remember, Cathie Wood has been buying Palantir in her ARK funds, and also the lockup expiration expires on Thursday.
Couple competing factors there. We know Cathie Wood's been buying Palantir on dips. You look like you're going to get a dip here this morning. So does she buy it tonight? She might. Is that going to be, do I want to come in here right now because Cathie Woods might buy tonight? Well, it's still in full price discovery mode here, 16 million shares. I don't want to be like, coming in here and saying, oh yeah, Cathie will buy tonight, it's going to come back, and then it's at 25 and it bounces up to 26 and you lose $4. So I think you let the dust settle here a little bit. Momentum has kind of broken in this name too, Joel. I mean, you think about all the small, this is concerning to a certain extent. It didn't make a new high on the last move. The momentum is broken. It's a name that everybody's piled into, so it's a crowded trade. So could this see 25 again? I'd be a buyer on a trade at 25, but you're still 5 points away from there.
Yeah, that's exactly. Well, yeah, you're getting a nice bounce here. And I was looking at also mid-range in this whole move from $9 to 45 is 27. So I'm thinking 25 to 27 range, but, am I being too cheap? At least that's what it's looking like right now. You hit $28, you got a nice bounce off 30. But when you see this many lows and up and, in the same area, just above and just below, I think that's where your patient buyers are. If you think they just whooped it up on the report and Cathie's coming in and buying 7 million shares tonight, then buy it. Lean on. I just want to see it take out the pre-market low. If that's your trading style, that's your risk reward as the S&Ps are about to crack 39.40, then lean on that 28. But it's really on the daily chart. It's really in no man's land. It had a big move off 25.82, so don't have much to substantiate that. But depends what your risk appetite is, and if you're waiting for factors that you can't control, like Cathie coming in tonight and buying it, then you have to lean on the 28.
I mean, it's hard to just say, I'm going to get ahead of the Cathie trade too. I mean, sometimes you actually see this, and we could talk Cathie trade for a second because everybody likes talking it, but sometimes when it's anticipated, there's a big dip in this and she's going to buy it, she doesn't buy it, I actually see those stocks go down. So, we talk about what goes up all the time, but if it's an obvious one that sometimes she buys something for 5-6 days, and then you'll see it actually trading up because people are anticipating she's going to come in and buy it again, and then she doesn't buy it, and then it goes down. So it's like, it gets punished because she didn't buy it. So, and she had been buying the stock for 6-7 days. She has that much influence that when she stops buying, there's actually a little bit of give back in the stock, because she didn't buy it. So it's not just a slam dunk that, she'll buy Palantir, so it'll probably go up tonight. Do I think she's going to buy Palantir? I think there's a chance she might. She may also wait for the maybe she doesn't like the earnings report. She's a fundamental trader. There could be some other things too. Just coming in a stock because you think Cathie's going to buy it, though, is a little bit of a dangerous, especially after they just report earnings.
Just real quick, I just want to do a couple more.
Bluebird
Bio. You never want to see this. They suspended a trial this morning. There was a report that a patient who was treated with their drug more than 5 years ago in Group A was diagnosed with leukemia. So they call this a let me pull it up here. Just had it. They call it a suspected unexpected serious adverse reaction. SUSAR is the acronym there,
wow.
But you never want to see that.
This is I've got this in my long-term portfolio. I bought it back because when Kite got bought, I've owned this for a lot of years. When Kite got bought, and when who's the other one that got bought? There was three of them that always traded again.
Shoot, it was
Kite. What was the other one?
Oh,
but
gosh.
The three I always pair together. 2 out of the 3 got bought, and I was like, okay, they're going to probably buy. Eventually, somebody's going to buy Bluebird Bio too. It never materialized. I probably should have sold it. And now, their own company is not, obviously it's still burning cash, and now you get a trial that doesn't work out, and this has not been a good one for me. So this could be one of these that I'm going to write off at the end of the year. We're going to see. But it's been my long-term portfolio for a long time, and it's been a complete dog.
Oh, boy. Bounced off the pre-market low, if you want to use that as a reference point. What was that? 28.56, so it's $5 above that. So I think if you come back in, you even see buyers step up at 30 after that. But just a long-term chart here in this. I mean, it's just kind of telling you, like, I don't know. I don't know where. How low. Maybe draw a trend line off this 2018 high and 2019 high. That's a pretty steep one. Maybe catches the July of 19 high as well, and maybe wait for it to break. But not much to say about it.
Yeah, it's hard. These stocks going down. So let's get 2 or 3 more in because I know we went on the plumbing
that's a
talk.
tough
I'll stick
one.
a little longer because we went on the plumbing talk for a long time, and some people are upset that we didn't talk a lot of stocks. So somebody's saying Neo. Again, overall market matters here. Neo looks to me like it's in consolidation station to go higher. I'm not long the stock. I kind of want to be. I've been in Neo a few times. It's been a ridiculous run for it. I always look at XPEV when I'm looking at Neo as well. XPEV looks a hell of a lot more tired, which makes me somewhat concerned from a pairs trader perspective because if XPEV starts going down, they could hit Neo. But just looking at Neo, taking everything out, just looking at the technicals, it kind of looks to me like it's in consolidation station to eventually go higher. Joel?
I'll take the other side on that one.
That's cool. That's why we have a market.
Yeah, it hit the high. You had to break. You came down, had another run. You got up to that same area. I think if you're looking at it for a trade, you really want this thing to continue. You got to get above that high from last week. Just looks kind of tired. Holding yesterday, holding the low from Friday. We're trading up 30 cents here. I don't know. It could bounce between 55 and whatever this high 67 for a long time. But, man, I know the long-term trend is up. It's had the consolidation. Just looks a little tired to me.
And I see you've been trading that Bumble?
Ha!
Oh, jeez.
No.
Let's bring it up, though.
BMBL?
Yeah,
It's what the world needs, another dating service during a pandemic.
I don't like day 1. I don't like day 2. Fari always says he wants 6 months. I would get down dirty way before that, but I like a few days. I mean, it's too wild yet. I want to calm down a bit. So that's when I start to get down and dirty in it. So another week, I'll probably start trading Bumble and add it to my universe. Right now, I haven't even added it to the universe yet because I don't want to trade it. The reason I do that is I'm disciplined. I like to control the risk. When you're seeing stocks move around and 20% ranges on a daily basis, it's difficult to control the risk.
Show me it can hold 77.50. That's it. Show me. I mean, that's only 2 days of price action. A low on the initial day at 70, a high on the second day at 84.80 or 85, 15-point move. Let's show me you can get in here, make a couple days, hold 77.5, and then take off. If not, but like once again, a dating stock during a pandemic, I don't know.
It's been doing well, man. Match has just killed it, though. So
yeah,
they said
I guess
Match,
you can't go to a bar.
Logic doesn't work on that one. You'd think, who's going on dates? But, virtual, I guess.
Virtual dates. Virtual
dates. It's still working. You can't go out and meet people in a bar, so you go on Match. I mean, so a lot of this actually does kind of make sense if you think about it.
Okay.
Maybe.
Right.
I don't know.
What about all these SPACs? I mean, we've got, and we're going to have SPACs Attack on at 11 o'clock, but, I'm seeing SPAC names thrown at me.
Yeah, CCIV has been doing some weird stuff lately.
Oh, wow. That has just been exploited. They still don't have the deal, do they?
No, that's why I said it's doing some weird stuff, because I don't
This is Lucid Motors, right?
Yeah, well, supposed to be.
Supposed to be. It's still just rumors. It's at $37 on the 10 on rumors. If they don't get the deal, So if they get the deal, but the problem is even if they get the deal at this point, how much more upside is there?
Yeah.
Maybe it is. Maybe it's like huge, obviously it's a big name out there in the SPAC world and it's a big name out there to get. So, but if they, for whatever reason, if they don't get it, this thing be back at like $15. So you got to be careful. Risk reward here when they still don't have the deal confirmed. It's probably getting it. They're probably getting the deal. But again, even as this, it's run up so much, 39 on the 10. So I can't come in here up here now. I've been ringing the register, and some of these are just getting silly. I mean, some of these SPACs names pre-deal are trading 30, 40, 50% premium. Bill Ackman's trading like a 60% premium now. It's 20. I believe 20 is Bill Ackman's. It's 32 this morning.
No. Oh, he started at 20. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's 32. It's 60% premium. He doesn't even have a deal. There's not even a target for Bill Ackman. So I mean, it's a little bit of a craze. Like it's been running, but I've started lightening it. Not PSTH, I didn't yet because I love Bill Ackman. I still think he's going to get a great deal, and I said to myself I was going to hold it until I got a deal. But he gave him a 60% premium pre-deal. It better be a dang good deal.
Yeah, it better be. Joel, how is Marriott trading this morning?
Do you have something on Marriott?
I don't know. This
What
is like
what's the headline?
Not something you like to talk about, but the CEO suddenly passed away. They announced it this morning, so I guess it was sometime over the weekend. The president and CEO Arnie Sorensen. I'm just curious.
Ignoring it. It's just trading up with the market at 130. So
this
Marriott's been a stock that's come back a long ways from the pandemic lows too. I mean, this got down to $50. It's basically back up to almost where it was. I can't get on the hotel chain, and it's sorry to hear about the CEO. It's awful news. But it's hard to get on the hotel chain and say, okay, yeah, let's get on these hotels. Are we going to have this big boom after with COVID, and maybe that drives it? Maybe. But I mean, these stocks are all back to where they were pre-pandemic.
Hey, actually, you know what, Joel? Can you pull up Airbnb? I haven't looked at Airbnb for a hot second, and I would like to, because that's the way I'd play it. The COVID bounce back is Airbnb.
That's still eating, and you're making a great point. It's like Uber to the taxi companies. Airbnb is to Marriott and Hilton. I mean, there's a full attack on their business model here happening. And do you want to go and jump in a Marriott or Hilton? Do you want to pay a valuation of Airbnb? But there's no doubt that we used to always go to hotels, me and my wife, before the pandemic when we actually went out. But in the last year or two, we were always doing Airbnbs as well. It's more fun.
You know what? Someone advertised that they had a house with an indoor pool for rent, and like Lisa tried to get it, and like they're booked up for like a year.
Jeez.
Oh, for sure.
Jeez.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Right there. If you want, I mean, this is right at its all-time high. So if you're using that as an indicator, I mean, the Marriott came a long way back. You got an all-time high at 219.94. So I don't know. Marriott's come back for you if you've been holding it. I pulled it up. I don't know if it's really moving on this news, but it got a lot after making that 135 high. You got a lot of resistance at 132.47. It's been up there 4 or 5 times since December.
Yeah, I mean, just going back to the Marriott, in case it wasn't clear, obviously, like that's not something that I like to talk about.
No,
I was just curious what
if there was stock reaction.
Sometimes there is a reaction. Sometimes there's obviously horrible news. You never like to hear that.
Yeah.
It's more interesting when the CEO resigns, like in Intel.
Yeah.
And they just goose the stock.
Yeah.
And then
it went up. Yeah, I know when that happens
and then it came down. Did it fill the gap there?
Where is Intel? I sold it into that pop. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's higher. So again, you regret the sales because I think I sold it like 58 or 59 that day. When it went from like on the CEO news from 51 to 60 in one day, I was like, I sold the next day. I didn't sell the first day. I sold the next day when it didn't get back through the 60, but then we eventually had to through there. So I'm out of my Intel now, but wow.
That filled the gap by 55 cents and now back up. You know who, and we can wrap the show after this. You know who's super bullish Intel?
Sean Udall.
Sean Udall. Yep.
He's the value guy, though. So he's going to look at this and say, why would it not be bullish Intel at 11 or 12 times? I just say it's because it's,
Well, he thinks that there's a big shortage in chips, right?
I like the Intel story still.
That's a fact.
Right. And is it Intel the largest U.S. chip maker, right? Am I correct on that or not? I thought he said that.
Maybe.
So, and also Biden's been talking about different things to, different programs. So I don't know. I mean, he has his Qualcomm goggles on this one.
But he's a value guy. Qualcomm was value down there too. And
right.
Eventually, this is his kind of market. A lot of the value stock names have come back. I mean, this has been, you can say, this has been driven by growth, but you look at a lot of those value names, and they've come a long ways too. Some of the value names have come back. So It's been just a rotation out of what was, the mega caps and moving into everything else. And value has benefited from that too. I mean, this Intel, I hope it comes back down to 45 again because I'm going to keep playing this forever. Every time it gets down to 45, I rebuy it. And it gets up to 55 or 60, I sell it. I've done it, I think, twice now. I could have did it three or four times, really. So I hope he eventually comes back down. I don't know if it's going to.
All right, public service announcement today is the 16th. First of all, happy Mardi Gras to all you celebrating. But it's also a holiday on Wall Street. Yes, it is 13F Day
Oh
today.
man,
I
is that
expect
tonight?
it should be.
Oh,
It
this is
should
always
be.
a tough night to trade. You're like, what's happening here? And so there's so much, news on individual stocks. This person bought. This person bought it.
So maybe we're gonna get some comments from Warren Buffett on Bitcoin. I don't know. I'm just
I
speculating.
heard he's got a new stock.
Is it Bitcoin?
I don't know.
I don't know. We will find out tonight.
There's rumors he's got a new stock though.
I expect if not tonight, then tomorrow for sure. I don't know how the holiday factors into things, but yeah, 13Fs. We're gonna hear. We're gonna find out which stocks hedge funds were buying and selling. Again, this is for the fourth quarter, so very delayed, but still can move stocks, especially if it's Warren Buffett.
He's always a big mover.
Occasionally, another fund manager will move stock as well, but
Yeah.
always. So that'll be tonight. That'll be after hours. So keep an eye on that. I want to thank our guest today, Bill Hart. I haven't said this enough on the show today, but hit that like button, hit subscribe, hit share, post it on Twitter or MySpace or wherever the kids are these days. We appreciate that. The show is also available as a podcast. If you're listening via podcast, please remember all the information from our show is meant to be used as informational purposes and not for investing or trading advice. That's going to be it for pre-market prep. Everyone have a great day. Joel, Dennis, thanks very much. Joel, I'll see you at 3:40 p.m. Eastern time to wrap up the session. As far as what else is happening out there's a few things we didn't get to that I want to cover real fast. In fact, I'm going to share my screen so you can see what I'm seeing in Benzinga Pro. We've got Neil Hamilton and Get Technical coming on in like 15 or so minutes. And just between now and then, I just want to do some quick stuff that we didn't get to on pre-market prep just now. So first thing I saw this morning was my movers tool. I saw WBAI, I saw SOS, I saw CAN. I don't know these companies. Good article here from our overnight team, right? This is at 4:26 in the morning. Why SOS, Canaan, eBang, and Riot and Marathon are all surging today. I mean, it's all crypto, right? That's the obvious thing. But each of them had some news, right? Like WBAI is not in this, but they had news. That's why they're on that filter as well. But this is why I love the overnight team in Benzinga Pro, because I wouldn't have ever seen these stocks. I never heard of SOS. I never heard of CAN, before this morning. I never even heard of, what's the other one there? There's one more that EBON. I never heard of EBON before this morning. All the crypto plays, every day there's a new crypto play. It's very irritating, but all the crypto plays are spelled out right here, right? You wake up 5 a.m., 6 a.m., you hop in here, you see, oh, okay, these are the crypto plays that are going to go today. So I just want to, SOS is your crypto play of the day. WBAI, your other crypto play of the day. CAN, your other crypto play of the day. So I'm always keeping an eye on those three. And I wanted to point that out because that was the first thing that I saw this morning when I came in. I also wanted to hit on AZN, AstraZeneca. They had some news this morning as well. Actually, it was yesterday. The World Health Organization approved AstraZeneca's COVID vaccine for emergency use. So should see that. Let's pull up a chart if we can see AZN, see how that's traded this morning in the pre-market. Okay, so it is down on that news. More of a buy the rumor, sell the news situation there. So that's it as far as stocks that were on my list that I wanted to get to that I didn't feel like I really gave enough time to this morning. CVS had earnings. I don't know if y'all care about that. Typically, I would want to bring it up, but again, we talk about stocks that are value. This is value, I would say. EPS beat, sales beat. Again, I don't really know if y'all care. Their guidance they gave for the year, EPS was fine. Pretty boring stuff, though. Again, y'all don't want to hear about CVS. Y'all want to hear about WBAI, right? And SOS and G1 Therapeutics. And what about on the downside? Nothing there interesting. So, yeah. Okay. 9:18. Mitch, if you want to come on for a few minutes and just shoot the breeze, that'd be cool. If not, I'll just kind of walk through what I'm seeing out there. It's as the guys just said, it's one of those mornings we are just We were at all-time highs. We're not quite there yet, although I can't see my charts because my screen just went out, so I apologize for that. Thank you very much, Donkey Limit. I appreciate that. So I want to preview what's coming today. I think we do generally a poor job of forecasting what's going to be on the Benzinga live stream going all day, every day. Snow can't stop us. 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern. Actually, no, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern time. We've got an extra hour now. So we just finished pre-market prep. We've got Get Technical with Neil Hamilton talking charts at 9:30. And at 10:30, we've got a couple things happening. We've got a Benzinga Pro, a very short Benzinga Pro explainer session. We're going to try this new thing where we're going to look at some news of the day and how you could use that in Benzinga Pro. And then after that, I'm going to bring on Brent Slava. He's the head of our news desk. We're going to do a quick news desk update until 11. We've got SPAC Attack with Mitch and Chris Kachi, who is the main 11 to noon. We've got Zinger Nation Power Hour, which is actually 2 hours, going to go from noon to 2. They've got some good guests planned today. We've got a crypto show. We're doing our crypto show. We did it for the first time last Thursday. It's going to be a twice weekly show, Tuesdays and Thursdays at 2 o'clock. So if you want to save all your crypto questions for then, that would be cool. I'm going to bring on Jake Wojastik from TrendSpider at 3 o'clock, and we're going to walk through some of his trades. He's got some really cool charts, not just cool in terms of like setups, but cool in just like how the charts are stylized. He's got like a really unique like VWAP thing happening. So I want him. If you haven't seen those charts, I would recommend watching that, because if you're into charting and you're into VWAP and all that stuff, he's got a really cool way of showing that information. So that'll be at 3 o'clock. Pre-market prep at the close with Joel and I at 3:30, and then the Benzinga Pro happy hour 4 5 p.m. Eastern time every day. So we got a lot happening. Mitch, are you going to be with us for all of it?
You know it. I'll be here. Yeah. I'll be here building, man. We got to keep going. Got to keep growing.
Is the schedule posted anywhere? The schedule is posted it should be in the description of this video. If it's not, it's because I deleted it, so I apologize. But I'm going to add it back as soon as I'm done here. So yes, there is a schedule. I'll put it back in the description of this video in a couple of minutes here. But yeah, the schedule, we're still working on things, still trying to figure out what works, what doesn't, what you want to see, what you don't want to see. We take your feedback very seriously, so we're still working to improve and get a little bit better every day. Isn't that right, Mitch?
Yeah, man. And like you said, man, it's not that we don't do a good job covering it. We just got to nail it every morning. Let everyone know what we're going to see for the day, and we'll keep rolling through it.
That's it.
All right. I'll see you in a little bit, Spencer.
All right. See you, Mitch.
All right, guys. So good morning. I just want to really start looking at the gappers list. I know that a lot of people use this gappers list to kind of judge their trading for the morning. So if you have a stock that you want me to take a look at, definitely put it in the chat. I'll definitely go ahead and take a look here. All right. So I'm seeing a couple people mention some kind of Bitcoin stocks. So one thing that I will mention that I am seeing, guys, is I'm seeing these shipping companies move this morning. And the reason I'm seeing it is if you look at the hot industries, I'm seeing the freight and logistics services. You could look at leaders like FDX, CSK, CSX, CNI. And then if you look at some smaller movers, I'm looking at some dry shipping moves, stocks like SBLK here that you're seeing right now, Starbucks. And then we got also DSX, Diana Shipping. You got this other one, BDRY, which is also making a big move. And another one that I'm going to keep on watch is EGLE. This is another one making a big move. These shipping companies have a tendency of running when they do run. Of course, these are very volatile companies, so you got to be careful with these. But as you can see from this chart on Eagle Bulk, the shipping is definitely hot, so definitely keep your eyes on those.
Can I add one thing on that, Mitch, and then I'm going to hop off again? But yeah, look at BDRY. That's the Breakwave Dry Bulk Shipping ETF. That is one of the top performing non-leveraged ETFs of the year, BDRY. I don't really know what's in this thing. full disclosure.
Literally,
But
exactly what I'm bringing up. The dry
Yeah.
shippers, the dry shippers. So
Yep.
in there you have DSX, EGLE, GNK. You got Golden Ocean, which is GOGL. You also got NMM and Safe Brokers SB, or also SBLK that I just pulled up. So definitely keep those on radar, guys. All right, I'm gonna look in the chart. Let's see what the chat is saying here. All right, I'm seeing mention of CTRM and ACAC. Let's take a look right quick. Let's look at CTRM. All right, so it looks like this is going to be in, I think I might save these for Neil. I know Neil wants to take a look at some of the oil stocks and some of the plays there. But Castor Marimine, this looks like a shipping company. Let me just make sure here. That's why we have Benzinga Pro. We can just scroll down to the bottom, see the profile here. And if we can see, it's a dry bulk carrier. Yeah, so that's why it's being mentioned. It should move with the dry shipping companies. So keep your eyes on this one. But it is $1.53. So definitely be careful with that one, guys. All right, so keeping going with the chat here. Seeing mention of Palantir, of course. We talked about this one on pre-market prep, so I don't want to cover it too much. But the chart is showing a massive downtrend from 7 a.m. and then a bounce off of kind of the $28 level. I'd keep your eyes on this one. It needs to get above kind of this 30-50 area to really look kind of bullish to me. So I'd keep an eye on that. SNGX. All right, let's take a look here. See what we see on SNGX. Let me look on the chart here, see what I can see on the daily. It just looks like it's getting up to daily resistance up there near 280s, $3. I really don't like the way this chart looks on SNGX. So I'll keep rolling through here. I see snow being mentioned. Let me know if my volume is loud enough, guys. Snow, yeah, I like this kind of bottoming action. I'd look more on the weekly to see if we can see a clear support here. And we are getting a clear support at this 280 kind of area, but I would let it test again before getting into this one. I want to see multiple bottoms on it, and I only see like 2 or 3. Essentially, you can call this 2 or 3, but I would look for another bottom to hit before it starts coming back up through that 320 area. All right, let's keep going here. I'm seeing mention SOS. We just talked about that one. So Mara, crypto play, everyone watching that one. Let's keep going here. One dimension that everyone wants to talk about, probably Tesla. Let's look at that chart. What's going on with it? Is off support off the weekly. A lot of people are thinking that this could maybe be the bottom here. I like that turnaround on the 12th. So on Friday, we got this turnaround over 800, and now we got this 1 bottoming action, 2 bottoming action, 3 bottoming action. I'd look for a red to green, maybe to hold that 800 one more time, but I think this one could really start ripping out and maybe get towards 1,000 in the next month or two. So I'm keeping this one on watch. That's Tesla, TSLA. All right, guys, going to keep going here. Seeing mention of MedMen, but I'm going to leave that one alone. Let's go to what Trilled bringing up here, GEN. So Genesis Healthcare. Yeah, relatively cheaper stock, kind of talking more of a penny stock. But you have had this pullback from the 120 area. A lot of the times what we get in these penny stocks is they go for the $1 magnet. And they call that the $1 magnet. When it rips through that $1, it gets above that $1 and then pulls back towards that $1 level. You really want to pay attention to see if that $1 level holds. All right, going to keep rolling through here. Almost 9:30 to the bell, guys. So definitely get ready. Have your plans ready. Have your risk ready. It's always about, at least for me, being the man with the plan. And so if you have your plan set, then you already know when the market opens, you don't have to be emotional towards your trades. You can just react and execute, because trading is all about executing, guys. All right, let's keep rolling through here. Seeing Walmart mentioned multiple times here, so I'm going to take a look at Walmart's chart. I like this chart really because you got this bottoming action. You got about 3 bottoming actions here around this 144, and we had a push up towards 150s before. So I would look to see if maybe we can get strong today, but we did get a gap up. So be careful with that gap up. It could kind of fill this area before it really starts lifting off. But you are seeing some strength today. Let's look at the 15-minute chart and see what we're looking at pre-market. Pre-market, we have a high here of 146.20. I would like to see it come back closer towards this 145.60s near the open and then rip out. But keep your eye on this one. Walmart looking strong this morning, and we'll keep an eye on it. Another one being mentioned here, Maxar, my favorite space stock, guys. This is one that I've, been really pounding the table since $10. Reason why is they have so many government contracts and partnerships. That's kind of what I look for in the space companies. Is I first look for government contracts to give them revenue, and then I look for the hype and the partnerships to really give them the lift. Maxar really got a lift with SpaceX. And that partnership, and now you're seeing this kind of bottom sideways action between 42 and up there to 58.75. So let's see if this one can level out a little bit. I'd want to get it cheaper if I was getting it now, but definitely Maxar, great space stock there. All right, guys, working through here.
Well, it's 9:30. It's 9:30. So
the bell,
ding, 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 the bell rang. It means we're open. Mitch, I'm gonna go ahead and play our fancy new intro video. How's that sound?
Yeah, let's do it, guys.
Right.
Here is Getting Technical with Neil.
2, 1.
Here we go!
Welcome into the open where we get technical. You should have investments in long-term growth. That's pretty cool. Nice opening. Shout out to Enver and Mitch for that opening. How's everyone doing today? In chat, give me a 1 if you're feeling good on the first trading day of the week. Happy Tuesday.
I'm feeling good after that video. It's a good video.
Yeah, shout out to the team. That's Enver with the guidance and help from Mitch. Loving it. Feeling good. I'm going to share my screen right now. We've got some great stuff for you. The theme for today, folks, reversals. All right. I'm talking bottoms. Big fat bottoms. Scooping them up, rummaging through the Wall Street's dumpsters in the alleyways under a flickering street lamp, finding the refuse of the big fat cats, and then going in there like a bunch of rats and making money. All right, so we're going to talk about reversals today. I want to start off with an ETF review. Gonna look at the ETFs that I like that are performing. I'd love to get your opinions because one thing I want to make sure we're keeping in mind with all of these rat attacks is long-term growth, making money on great sectors based on great ETFs. I think it's a very good thing for beginners and veterans to have. Subs, shout out Subs. The new I forgot what the firm is called. Roundhill. Yeah. We got it at the same time. So Roundhill's new streaming ETF. My brother, Derek Dantes, big on that ETF, guys. Then we're going to get into the watch list where we're going to look at some nice patterns, maybe touch on some from last week. I do have some oil. All right. Maybe not the most popular thing in the world, but it's about short-term gains. All right. Then we're going to get into those rat snacks. I got a few for you today. I've got 3 actually, maybe more. And then we've got our guest lesson. We're going to be talking charts, different forms of technical analysis that you're not going to get from me because I'm too dumb, as well as options. All right, guys. So stay tuned for the full hour. We've got a great show for you. First thing, guys, take a look at these ETFs. MJ up at the top, but what a volatile puppy that thing is over the term. Keep in mind here, what you see on my chart right now is a bunch of ETFs. I don't hold all of them. I hold about, I don't know how many I have up here, but I have like 6 of these. This is the 3-month performance by percentage growth compared among these ETFs. All right. At the bottom here, as our baseline, we've got SPY. That's the S&P 500. That is the watermark to beat. That's what we're out here trying to do. All right. So up at the top, let's talk about the high flyer here. The MJ, which obviously is a shorthand for marijuana, cannabis ETF. Very volatile. But maintaining a trend here. Maintaining a trend. So one to have in a portfolio. I would not mind having this ETF in my portfolio for exposure to cannabis, but it would not be my largest holding for growth. What I'm really interested in this year, guys, I've talked about this before. I'm an ARC boy. ARC boy for life. Kathy Wood. PRNT 3D printing. I've got a 3D printing rat snack for you guys later. And then your other ARC ETFs. Love them. Look at how much they are beating the S&P 500. We will talk about SENS. Give me a 1 in chat if you are an SENS or OXY. Couple big ones from last week. But this is just a reminder, folks, make sure that you've got a well-rounded portfolio with sectors that show growth in the future. I'm very interested in autonomous vehicles, electric vehicles, AI, 3D printing, revolutionizing manufacturing in a bunch of different industries, genomics, revolutionizing the way that we do preventative medicine, solve real-life serious problems like cancer. All right. And then, as always, we got IWM. Hot Stocks Lou Jacoby was once asked if he could have one ETF in his portfolio, just one, over the next 10 years, he would do IWM. Why is that? Because IWM is the Russell 2000 ETF. It represents the small cap stocks in the market. And over a long enough period of time, while it is volatile, much more volatile than the S&P 500 or the SPY, which is an ETF for the S&P 500, while it is much more volatile, it has a much higher rate of growth over time. So definitely make sure that you consider having IWM in your portfolio. Shout out Oxy. All right, VR is going to be huge. If you guys have some VR stocks that you think look like some rat snacks and they're ready for the picking, for the harvesting, drop them in the chat here. I would love to know some VR stocks. Most of what I'm looking at right now is blockchain. Actually, I'll save those for later. All right, let's clear the chart up a little bit. Get one of these. So first one I want to take a look at right now is one from last week. Let me close all of these comparatives. Make sure that our chart is looking at actual dollars. And I'm going to switch us to candlesticks. Right now we have an area chart. Really nice just to see closing prices over time. I'm switching to candlesticks. Much better for technical analysis. Psychedelics. Yes, psychedelics is another hot sector that we want exposure to. I 100% agree with you, JJ. All right, looking at Oxy. Yes, Oxy is petroleum. Is petroleum the future? Fuck no. Electric vehicles, baby. But is this an intermediate trend? Yes, obviously. We got higher lows, higher highs. Look at the damn thing. That's a trend. Okay, that's an uptrend. Uptrends make people money. We like that here. All right, we also got a couple other things going on. Let's go back and take a look at this. We got into this thing because we liked it. It was a rounding bottom. It was thrown into the garbage by Wall Street, and then it held sustained support, and then we saw it start recovering up here on an uptrend in volume and a big uptrend on RSI. If you guys have any questions about any of these technical indicators, drop them in chat, please. I'm happy to answer your questions. But money to be made. My take on OXY right now and what I did was I took profit using 50% of my holdings. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Is there room to go? Yes, there is. These two green lines right here. I'm going to zoom in a bit. It's the remaining gap to close. We were consolidating here. We can see we are now trading above that gap. All right. Gap has been closed. But remember, we are resolving a double bottom pattern here, folks. So what we're looking at is the bottom of our double bottom added to the tippy top. We get right about here. Interesting thing here. It lines right up our measured move, which is the swing high of our double bottom, down to the swing low, added to this resistance line, takes us right up to where a gap down started. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? I love it when everything fits together like this. Everything is in the charts, folks. So my target for this stock is $40. From where we are today, at this exact moment in time, that's another 52%. All right. Are we watching it closely? Yes. Are we keeping our stops tight and moving them up as we go? Yes. Of course we are. Will I get back into the stock if I see a surge in relative strength? Yes. Let me explain that really quick. The reason I took profits right now is because we've closed this gap and I see a downward trend on relative strength, meaning that there is momentum going down. All right. So Ajay, with the question, would I add more to Oxy? I will when I see an upward trend in RSI, which is a measure of volume momentum. Which direction is volume going in? What kind of pressure is being put on this? So right now we've got selling pressure. But if I start to see a nice trend, a reversal on this, which can happen as soon as today, guys. All right. See, and then another thing here is we see the buyers petering out, right? We want that volume to maintain. When I see that, when I see that, I get back in because I want this 52%. That's a big old hunk of cheese for a rat like me. All right, let's take a look at another one. Genomics. Not a rat's neck because it hasn't been getting beat up, but it has had a nice pennant pattern. All right. It's a great space to be in. This is a holding in the ARC Genomics ETF, ARC G. One to watch. And let's just take a look at our profit potential on this pattern, guys. Once again, this is a bull pennant characterized by an upward trend. Rule number one, watch for an upward trend. Rule number two, to identify a pattern, you must have descending highs, ascending lows, meeting at an apex, creating a triangular shape that looks like a pennant, kind of like the flag near the hole on a golf course. All right. So there are two price targets for this stock. Number one is the height of the measured move, which is the swing high here, down to the swing low. We're going to use our line tool to draw that. And then we add that to our breakout point, which is right here on February 12th. We have not achieved price target one yet on BNGO. All right. So this is Bio Nanogenomics. Great sector to be in. Great story to back this. Plenty of hype behind it. RSI going up. Nice spike in volume. I expect this stock to continue going up at least to price target 1. And then when we look at price target 2, we take the height of this pull, we add it to our apex, and now we're really talking. From its current point up to price target 2, that's a 64% gain. But this is a great stock, great space to be in. Good for you, eh? Been in BNGO since $1. Love it. Great story. All right, what's next? What is next? We're talking about shipping. You had story time with Mitch just a few minutes ago. He was talking about shipping. Things are happening. And why in the world would they stop? Why in the world would goods stop being transported? Is this an industry that's dying? Or is it perhaps growing as disposable income goes up across the globe? As more and more nations have growing middle classes that are able to purchase goods. All right. This is a rat snack. Why? Because Wall Street threw it into the dumpster. Let's see when they did it. See when they were done with this hunk of cheese. Oh my God. Oh God, look at it. Look at it. Oh my God. How far we have fallen. How far we have fallen. Keep an eye on this one. Is it going to get back to all-time highs? I don't fucking know. Is it forming a nice saucer pattern? Yeah. Has it already broken out a lot? Yeah. Is there room to go? Sure. One to watch, guys. Look at the volume on this thing. Surge in volume. We do have some sell volume today, but this is a hot stock being talked about throughout social media is what I will add to this. So when we're looking at profit potential here, we zoom in, we go to the low, we bring it up to our resistance here, which an argument can be made that it's right about here. We add that. And so you've got a sell target around 293 or 332. It depends on which technical person you're talking to. Approximately one. Brandy, I hear you. I hear you. But you can't say no to what was made here. 74% gains on that one. So anyone that was in ship, let me know. Anyone that was in ship, give me a 1. Oh, Bingo's not in ARC-G? Let's take a look. Ah, all right. I stand corrected. Brandy, thank you. Thank you.
So that's just the top 10. It could be a smaller holding.
Can you check on that?
I'm doing that right now.
All right, we got Spencer checking on it.
Oh, that's correct.
Yep. Good call, Brandy. Guys, remember, I'm not the brightest guy in the world. I don't know everything. I'm just trying to make some money. All right. Start having some fun. This is a reversal pattern. XOM, ExxonMobil. All right. Dirty oil. Dirty oil. But we've got a nice, juicy double bottom looking like a hunk of cheese. We want to watch this thing grow. The volume is trending upward on our RSI. We're maintaining very healthy levels here. And then when we look at the pattern, we of course have near symmetrical bottoms with a peak in the W. Double K bottom. Teach me something, Rodrigo. Teach me something. Here's how I'm looking at this stock. All right. without getting too fancy, looking at 40% upside potential. I'm bringing the picks today, guys. I'm bringing the picks. Give me a 1 in chat if you like the picks so far. Let me know. Next one up, VET. VET engages in the business of acquisition, exploration, development, and production of oil and natural gas. Wow, I'm detecting a theme. Thanks, Trex, for the 3. Another double bottom. All right. Rat attack. We've got a gap down that we're going to fill, or ideally we fill it. There's a good likelihood that we do. Let's go ahead and set our target. I'll use the low up to this high, which isn't this crazy. Look at this gap down. Look how we did kind of fill it before with the peak here. We're going to add that right on top. We're going to add that right on top. Price target there lines right up with where it started to drop off previously with this previous candle. From where we are right now, which, by the way, we are testing some resistance. We're testing this level right here where we want to close this gap. But I've said it before, guys. I'm going to say it again. Do not bet against gaps getting closed in this market. Let's look at our profit potential here. Where it is today with the gap close, potential for 34%. For resolution of our double bottom pattern, 134%. Love me some oil. And these are intermediate trends. These are short-term gains. Another thing to note here is that we do have upward trending RSI and good volume so far. But we want to see that come in today. This is very low, but we're still early on in the day. So we want to see that volume come in so we can bust through this gap. And when we do, that's going to be tasty. That's a rat snack, folks. Am I frozen? It says NVIDIA, but it's not giving me NVIDIA. Okay, guys, don't forget about NVIDIA. Let's look at this thing over a really long period of time. This thing has had, number one, well, I'm not even going to go there because this doesn't qualify as a double bottom because a double bottom would follow a downward trend, guys. So you see a W doesn't always mean a double bottom. I almost said that it was. We've got a breakout here on NVIDIA. Do not bet against the graphics card maker. All right. Don't bet against gaming. Don't bet against 3D modeling for architecture. NVIDIA is the thing behind the thing when we're talking about 3D printing. You need powerful graphics cards. You need the top tier more than you need for a gaming computer in order to do any sort of 3D modeling. All right. So if you are in aerospace, if you are in product development, if you are doing anything where a 3D model is required, you need increasingly powerful graphics cards in mass to do that. And NVIDIA is selling out of the thing. So don't bet against NVIDIA graphics cards. Once again, my aggressive price target on this bad lad, $999. $999. NVIDIA. All right, let's get to some more categorical rat snacks. This one, YJ, Yunji. Give me a 1 in chat if you guys know YJ. Or if I found a new one here. I was not familiar with this one before this morning. The delay is killing me, Spencer. So hard to interact.
I'll get that fixed.
Okay. Not familiar with this one. Yeah, this one's new to me. YJ, this is what I like about this. All right, so let's do this. Let's do this. UNG. No, I don't want the stock. I want the corporate website. UNG Global. UNG is a cloud service that facilitates, I believe, e-commerce. Don't quote me on that because that is a rash. That is a guess based purely on a website that is not in my native language. So they have a captive subscription app, and they cover e-commerce. E-commerce growing, hot sector, passes the analyze the fundamentals and overall story of the stock. Second step in the RATT system. This one's looking good. I want to see a breakout. I'm feeling it. Why am I feeling it? We've got momentum on our side. We've got volume picking up. We've got upside potential. Whoa. MP crossing $40. I'm going to have to check on that later. Got upside potential right here, 70%. All right. Keep this on your watch list. We'll watch it each morning through the week. Blockchain, rat snack, blockchain. I'm looking at the weekly. I'm going to switch to the daily on this. I don't know why I've been on the weekly. We had a nice gap. We are once again trying to collect, or we gapped up right past that thing. Damn. I got to make sure I have this. I'm not sure if I got this one. Guys, we've got a nice little double bottom here, clearly resolving with serious momentum. E-Bang, very, very hot. White hot stock. All right. And we are at this resistance level. Something right around here between these two lines. We see a breakout. We're looking for that upside potential from the low up to that resistance. I'm actually going to be even more conservative than that. I'm just going to go up to here where the meat of the action took place. So you remember previously when we were talking about double bottoms, a lot of times we like to talk about the meat of the action. We don't let these big spindly candles throw us off and set our price targets too high. So I draw a little rectangle here. I stay in the meat of the action. It's all taking place in this box. All right. Let's bring our line up right about to where that resistance was. Shooting for $9.63. From current price, which is already cooking. From current price, that's another 17% to go. NNDM. This is another snack. We've got upward trend on the RSI, although it looks like it's dropping a bit. We've got a rounding bottom. We've got a long, sustained rounding bottom. We've got some consolidation forming an ascending triangle here, just above resistance. Price target for Nano Dimension Limited. $26. Measuring from the absolute bottom to resistance gives us that line. But I would expect this one to go up a little bit more. Why? Because of the space. Intelligent machines for fabrication of additively manufactured electronics. Additively manufactured, when you see that, that means 3D printing. All right. Growth potential from current price, $83. Or not $83, sorry. 83%. Really quick, let's just check in on Microsoft. Microsoft is looking good, folks. RSI is maintaining 70. All right. We want to see a resolution of this entire poll. Don't bet against Microsoft right now. Microsoft's looking good. Litecoin. Get crypto really, really quick. How many got into Litecoin? Give me a 1 if you're in Litecoin. Litecoin's looking great. So we've got here is a nice, juicy, rounding bottom. Resistance at 183. Broken through. We are mid-breakout. We're going to start hitting resistance right about where we are right now. As you can see, we got back to down. We've got another key level a little bit higher. Keep your eyes on Litecoin. Rounding bottoms like to resolve. All right, guys. I really just wanted to start the week with a bunch of picks. I wanted to start the week with a bunch of picks so that we could have breakouts to watch from today until Friday. So sorry if that was really fast for you. You can get the recording of this if you search for it on YouTube about, probably like 4 hours from now when we do that. That's the watch list. We will return to it through the week. I'm ready. I hope you're ready to welcome a fantastic chartist and somewhat of an options trader. She goes by Nargis 007 on Twitter. She is an international woman of espionage. Spencer, can you please bring our guest onto the show? Hey there.
Hello, good morning. How are you guys?
I'm wonderful. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good.
It's very good to have you.
I know.
So for folks that don't know who you are, would you mind telling us a little bit about yourself and what you like to trade?
I'm a Silicon Valley resident. So basically started my career in computer science, all the Silicon Valley stuff. Then I got interested in technical analysis, and then there was no turning back. Once I went into it, I went deep, and I don't see, coming back out. So this is it, I guess, my calling. So mostly my main is XPX or ES family. I trade a lot, almost every day, daily basis, the futures and the XPX options. My account is never free of any XPX option, any kind of credit spread, basically. So I do that. And, I track the major stocks which move the markets, the FANGs and the other stuff. And then whatever comes due to, and then I scan for setups. So I do cycles, right? Price cycles. So depending on that, whenever I see a setup, then I wait for it to come to what I'm looking for, and then when I get it, I go in either direction. Doesn't matter long or short. So and then I do, I trade them sometimes, and sometimes I take them long for a few months, or or whatever my target is reached that way. So a lot of stocks we have seen this way, like Tesla, Amazon, Google, and Roku. So Roku, when it was under 200 or something, I'd give it a target of 400, and folks were like, "Oh my God, 400!" And today it is there. So yeah.
Very good. So do you like the new subs ETF? Have you looked at that?
Yes, I do. These days, a lot of new blood is coming in terms of stocks. Earlier, so just in order to distinguish, I'm started calling them some like matured stocks, like Amazon and Netflix and all, which are like getting a little bit, tough to move, or they move a little bit, and then there these momentum stocks who will just go and they'll, skyrocket to few cycles. Okay, like we have, one of the famous ones is, again, it may not be the 100% story like the GME stock or the Tilray, So this is for a few days shine, but there are many stocks going on which is hitting a few cycles at a time. So then we say, oh, okay, this is a squeeze, this is what, but this is how the matured stock versus the new era stocks, whatever you call them, is happening. And once they do the cycle, and then either they wait for some consolidation or they come down till they hit full $70, and then boom, it came down because it was a 5-day thing or maybe 3-day thing. So those things are happening a lot. I think I see a shift in the stock market since Jan 2018. The up movement is fast, the down movement is double fast. So I'm not sure that whenever next recession we will get, whether it will last for a few years or a few weeks or a few months. Seeing the dimensions changing. So we'll know when it happens. But I'm thinking, what would it bring? In terms of time, how long is it going to last?
That's the question. I mean, there's no doubt that a correction is coming because it always is. Corrections happen.
Yeah.
Will it necessarily be a crash? But then I suppose the question is, how quickly will we recover?
Yes. So the market has trained us to, that way, that we'll have sharp recoveries. We'll have extra sharp recoveries and we'll go double of what we had gone down. So this is what we have been trained for. So we have to see that invalidated until it is not,
So what do you have for folks today? I was hoping that you had some picks. Maybe you could teach us a little bit about the way that you look at charts, and maybe even if you have time, how you trade options based on technical analysis.
Yeah.
So you're able to share your screen. It's just like Zoom there on the bottom.
Yes, I saw the share button, share screen. Okay. So Google Chrome would like to record these.
And while she's doing that, while she's figuring that out, guys, smash the subscribe button, smash the like button. Let us know. That way we can keep this going for you guys. And follow me on Twitter. Don't be weird. What's up?
Yeah. So yeah, I think it is just asking for yeah. Done?
Refresh.
This one?
Refresh.
Can you see my screen now?
Not yet. Not yet. We need to send Spencer over there.
Okay. It's why is it doing that?
So when you click that share button, Nargis, there's an option.
It is asking for some permission actually.
Say yes.
Yeah, that's what you're gonna have to. You're gonna have to give it.
Where? Refresh.
Here. This one.
Yeah.
Refresh.
Hey guys,
Neil, she's gone.
My name's Neil.
Neil, she's gone. Oh wait, she's back.
And I'm here to tell you about rat snacks.
Neil, she's back.
Okay.
Yeah. So did you see? Do you? Oh, again, I have to share it.
Try it again. I think I probably had to kick you out to do the permission, but try it again. Share screen, and then you can either choose your entire screen, one specific window, or a specific Chrome tab. Yeah, but you gotta share a different screen than that, though. I'm seeing us. I'm seeing the StreamYard.
Yeah, but
there we go. Look at that.
Perfect.
Cool.
All right, let's go.
So yeah, so we have. Oh, okay. So this is our XPX actually. My bread and butter. So when you see something like this, so generally I like to keep my charts clean because one of the things which works for me and which I go by is when you're looking at a chart, it should speak to you immediately in a few seconds. Something it should talk to you. If it does, then you know there is something is developing, and then you can go about your research. So this was your breakout, and since then it has been going up nicely. And
So really quick, tell me how you drew that line.
so drew that line is, this XPX went up, it made a high, pulled back, came back to the support, which was some demand area here, and then went back up, did not take this high out, came back down, formed a kind of a W, right? So the expectation here is that it should break out. Okay, so generally if I see this, I would try to get in here, because I know that this would be a potential reversal, and then my stop would be somewhere down here. So I'll buy somewhere here when it takes out the high, as this is with the presumption that it would go up from here. So my stop loss is pretty tight, or close to the low, that way. And then, but if you are breakout person waiting for a confirmation, then you see when the trend line breaks. See, so when the price comes here and then it tries to, you drew a trend line here, and then when the price breaks out of here, you go long here, and then your stop would be somewhere down here, just to give it enough little bit room to come and retest that, and pull out some stops, and then go up from here. And as you go on, you can trail your stop, increase your stop, go on, or take partial profits and stuff like that.
So on this particular one, would you ever take on something more aggressive and perhaps buy a call, or are you just buying equity?
I do multiple ways with XPX. Is I'll do a PCS here, okay, put credit spread. So I'll take some credit of it, and then I'll buy some SPY calls, and then I may do ES PCS also, and some ES calls or a CDS. So if I know that this trend is going to be strong, I'll put multiple trades on it, CDS, PCS, stuff like that. So in the end, so if I have just some calls, then I'll use a PCS, so that will help with some decay. You see, this is a very sharp move. So this would take you your calls very nicely. But here, see, this is some noise because it has run so much, so it will consolidate here, thinking should run up more from here, but it needs to rest and retest this breakout as well, which it went up and it came down here, right here. See, on this line, it fell, and that would be another confirmation. If you're looking to buy, you buy and then you go up. So my PCS would take care of this decay, which will happen to my calls. So I work out these multiple spreads, different kinds of spreads along with calls. So that way.
All right. Tell us about this next point where you've drawn this trend line.
So this is now, we had a little bit pullback a few days ago, and this was the high, and price has gone above that now here, right? So we are trading above. So this would be your first line of support, 38.63 or somewhere around that. So as long as price is above that, we'll be in a bullish trend. But if it breaks below, then you know that it has gone into some supply and would want to come down. So this would be my first line of defense on a daily trend basis. If I'm looking for an entry, then I may go, a little bit lower time frame, 30 minutes or 2 hours, or see, what price is behaving like. Does it have any intention to come down, or it's still further consolidating? Those things like that.
So okay, and I'm wondering if we can let's go back to something. So you mentioned, I believe, is put call spreads, right? And you abbreviated that PCS.
Yeah, put call spread. Yes,
put call spread. So we're getting some questions in chat. So I would love if you could take a moment just to explain why you like put call spreads and how you construct them.
Okay, so the reason I like them is I'm collecting credit, right? Versus paying money. So, and then since in this particular range, I know that there is a good probability of XPX pushing higher. I may add calls as well. So my PCS put credit spread. So it is, the low was what, 32, 33. So this all depends on what's happening around that time. So at this point, let's say I'm very confident that the XPX price is going to go up. So what I do is sometimes I take ATM PCS, like this is 32, 33 low. So I will take the short strike somewhere very close to it. It will be either 32, 33, or it may also be a little bit in the money, like 32.40 or 32.45, something like that, which will give me more credit, maybe $3 or $350 credit or something like that. And I do a 5 wide PCS normally. I don't do naked puts or naked calls. Dangerous, that one, for me at least. So my risk is the width minus the credit I receive. So it's 5 wide. So if I receive a $3 credit, then my risk is $2, which is okay considering it's a 5 wide spread. And then it's, as it's going up, it will lose the value faster, the premium faster, because see, this move is fantastic, right? By the time I reach here, it's a good chance that my PCS may lose all the most of the premium, 80% or 70% of the premium. And I generally don't go out 30 days or 40 days. No. Max, it's weekly. So if this is, say, today, if this was today, then I may take, considering this is a little bit longer movement, I may take Friday, like that, assuming the move is up. And then because that way the premium goes out very fast. And then here, again, I may add another pieces. But here, see, this candle, it went to the high of 36.46. And now if that is around my level, which I'm watching for in ES, then I'll add a CCS there, call credit spread. On 30 minutes or a smaller time frame, you would see the reversal much better than this daily candle, closing below. So if I add a CCS right above, because I know this has run up too much, gone into my level, and the small time frame must have been exhausted by this 4 or 5 days run. 30 minutes would definitely have been exhausted. So the price would look to rest some. Okay, so when it is looking for some at my level, it is coming there, I would open a CCS. I would open a little bit OTM CCS because once a strong trend is there, you don't want to mess with it too much.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so here I would do an OTM CCS, a little bit OTM CCS. So the high was 36.46. So I may do a 55 or a 60 short strike, and then it comes down, I collect that premium. So basically I have an IC, iron condor at this time. And my calls are still in place, that I dated 3 weeks out or 4 weeks out, or if it's around option expiry or something, then I'll add a couple of more weeks to it to, calm down the drama which happens during the OPEX week. So that will take care of it. So on calls, buying these days, at least buying a little bit more time is far better than just, buying short-term calls. So that works good. So this is how I play with XPX: up, down, call credit spread, put credit spread, call credit spread, put spread, credit spread, sometimes IC, and let the market give you.
So you are using pretty much every tool in your tool chest to trade up and down.
I do butterflies, I do ratio flies. For earnings mostly, I do calendars and ratio flies. And that works out great. Mm-hmm. Because because okay, you know what, let's do this instead of talking.
Well, really quick, I just want to let you know we are at about time. We've got about 3 minutes, so I want to make sure that folks know where they can learn more from you, because I'm getting the sense that there's a lot that folks can learn from you.
Yeah, so you can go to my Twitter, Nargis007. And I post most of my stuff there, especially the market stuff. ES XPX, it's a daily thread. So at any given time, you would know what's happening in the market with respect to where XPX is going, what is the higher target, what is the short-term target, what numbers to expect, those kinds. So let's just see about this stock CLLS quickly, if you don't mind, because I know you mentioned something about round bottoms and stuff, right? And IPO. So this is a monthly chart of CLLS. So the Twitter community and some of my followers had given me few stocks to watch. So just looking at this, it looks like high comes down, goes up, high comes down, goes up. Just looking at it, the thing which it gives me is, oh my God, this is a curve like this, right? And then and this is where it is having issues, because it goes here, comes down, and same thing is happening here, goes up but not able to take out this area. So we'll just tag it here and a little bit closer here to see. So if this wants to go higher, then we would look for a price to enter here somewhere above here, and then and once it goes in above this area, it has taken out this issue zone, then this is going to go up. And you come to a smaller time frame, daily. See this by Friday. This is today, Monday. It's trading here, so it gapped up here. But if this candle was not there, then you wait here to go up, and then it's looking for a breakout. It wants to go higher from here. So it broke out. See, it consolidated along the 10 SMA, and then it was a very good chance here that it would go up. I would have gone, if I'd seen this on Friday, I would have taken it long here, because it's sitting right at the support at a very, very tight location between the trend line and the 10 SMA. So either it would gap down or it would gap up. Chances of a move up the probability is a little bit higher than the downside. So I would have taken it along with my short below this candle, because that is a good low, $26. So I would maybe put below 25 my stop, and then let it run. And we would have this CLLS has the target of, if the low of 7 holds, then we should see 81 sometime in future.
Wow. All right, so there's a pick for you guys, a free pick from Nargis. We've got CLLS. Is there?
Again, this is not something, this is not an investment advice. This is a potential chart setup I'm seeing. So please do your due diligence.
Absolutely. This is not financial advice. This is purely for education and entertainment. I want to thank you for joining us on the show today. If there's one thing that you can let folks know about trading that perhaps some folks that are just getting started need to keep in mind, what's that one thing you'd like to leave everyone with?
So the one thing which I tell everyone, even the folks who talk to me, my followers or people in my chat room, is I tell them, we get Christmas once a year, guys. Okay. So every day is not Christmas. So work towards that. You cannot win a lottery every day. You cannot get rich in a day. Getting rich in a day is not the realistic idea to be trading. Getting rich or making money, no, rich is not the right word. Making money is a process. It should be a consistent thing every day. The way the market has trained everybody is, the stock has to move. If it is not moving $10, $20, or every day it is not moving, then that mindset needs to get a little bit realistic and look for consistent gains over time versus an AMC or GME or something, chasing after each setup. With those kind of gains in mind, that is not the realistic approach. And always protect your capital, because you are in this business if you have your capital. No capital, you are out of the game. That's it. That
is great advice. Thank you so much for joining us today, Nargis.
Thanks for having me, Neil.
The pleasure is all ours. See ya. All right, there you guys go. Make sure you follow her on Twitter. Looks like an awesome thread that she's got going every day, trading up and down those stocks using every method available. So guys, remember, like and subscribe. You got the Twitter handle up on the screen right now. I want to take some picks from you guys while we still got some time. I've got 7 minutes. Give me some picks. What do you want to talk about? I'm going to drink my coffee while I wait for the delay to catch up.
I just put all those tickers up there. Those are Neil's picks for today.
Thank you,
Those are the stocks
Spencer.
we discussed earlier.
Thank you, Spencer.
You're quite welcome, sir. Chat's not far behind. Chat's like 10, 20 seconds behind.
All right, starting off with the very first one I see, BFLY. I don't know what that is. B-Fly. Good words to live by. Always. B-Fly. All right, where the hell is my thing? All right, here we go.
Neil, can you share your charts?
Spencer, that's what I'm doing.
Okay.
But thank you for the reminder, Coach. All right, so let's go ahead and share the screen. B-Fly. What is B-Fly? I don't know what it is. Oh, it's an index. I don't know anything about this, and I'm not going to know anything about it. Jeez Louise. What am I on, the weekly? I'm on the 1 day. Yeah, here's a chart, guys. What are you thinking is going to happen with this? I don't really see anything that I personally would do with this, guys. I'm mostly in for swing trades. This thing is looking like, I would say that we have some support, but this thing is just way too choppy for me. Let me look at it over a longer period of time, see if I can identify a trend. Let's go to a week over a longer period of time, 2016. Whoops. Yeah, it's a great pick. I don't know what to do with it, man. CCA. Okay, new symbol for. Yep, I don't know what to do with that. AMKR. Holy shit. What have you done? This thing's a beast. Semiconductor packaging and test services. Yes. Well done. Well done on this pick. Why do we like this? Why do we like this pick? Checking these lines. All right, that thing is broken out. Let me see if it's exhausted its breakout. That's funny. It did. Oh, no, it didn't. Still room to go on this. Could hit 30. There you go. CRSR. Is that Corsair?
Yes, it is.
Gaming. When did this IPO? Super recently?
Not that recently, I don't think.
What is wrong with the
back.
data?
Not that real. Oh, yeah, okay. September.
Okay, this thing's new. This thing's fresh out the womb. Okay, so we've got a brand new. Look at this thing actually growing after an IPO. It's not often that you see that on a stock like this. Corsair, here's what I have to say about this. Gaming is happening. Gaming is growing. Gaming is eclipsing Hollywood as the earningest, most entertainment medium. Corsair is in the gaming space to produce hardware. And then some shitty software to go along with it. But definitely bet on hardware. What we see here is a trading sideways with a slight trend upward. All right. So we're looking for this to turn into something more serious. I don't see any huge breakout potential. I see declining on the RSI. I see declining on volume. But definitely a story to watch. I would like to see some more price history before I make an educated, technical-based decision on a stock like this, based on my personal trading style. You probably talk to folks that trade a lot more aggressively intraday, who might look at something more like the hour, maybe even down to a few minutes, who would say something differently and find all kinds of ways to trade up and down this thing. But that is not my trading style. I got time for one more. CPSH. Ooh. Okay, we got a thing behind the thing stock, powering a bunch of industries. Design, manufacture, sale of custom metal matrix composite components. Whatever that means. This thing could keep going. Let me double check. I'm looking at 1 hour right now. Let me switch to 4 hour. Yeah. We're broken out. This is the way I look at this chart. Measured move added to the breakout point, which occurred on Feb 12. Price target 33, conservative. Price target 2, 44, aggressive. That's all I've got time for. It is 10:29 on Tuesday. Thank you so much for joining me. It has been my absolute pleasure to be with you on the first trading day of the week. Next up, what do we have next up, Spencer?
I'm glad you asked, Neil. How to trade with Benzinga Pro. We're going to do this new thing. Rather than go to the second half of the happy hour and do that whole thing, that's happening later in the afternoon, 4 to 5. What we want to do right now is we've got this platform, this Benzinga Pro platform. And a lot of people who maybe if you don't use it or if you're new to it, maybe not really sure how it can help you. So what I've done is I've corralled 2 of our Benzinga Pro gurus, Ryan Fluna and Jonathan Mallard.
Don't do their intro yet. Don't do the intro yet. Because Ymir's here. Guys, if you won the contest last week, I'm going to email you right now. I got prizes. I've got t-shirts. I've got mugs. I've got a lifetime subscription to Benzinga Pro coming your way and another contest this week. So make sure that you tune in to Get Technical for that. Neil out.
Thanks.
Now you can do the intro.
Thanks, Neil. Send that email. All right, so I've corralled 2 of our Benzinga Pro gurus, Ryan Flynn and Jonathan Mallard. They're going to spend the next 15 minutes. Yes, that's it. I only gave them 15 minutes to walk through one feature in Benzinga Pro. They call that snackable content. Well, relatively speaking, it's not going to be an hour long. It's 15 minutes going through one thing, how it can help you in your trading. I'm going to bring my guys on now. Ryan, there you are. Jonathan, there you are. Good morning, sirs.
Good morning. How you doing, Spencer?
Doing good. Ryan, I'm going to bring on your screen here, and I'm going to cede the floor and I'll let you guys do what you've done a gajillion times, is walk the good people through one specific feature in Benzinga Pro.
All right, awesome. Today, Jonathan and I are going to be discussing the movers tool. So this tool is something that we use every day. Jonathan, this is one of your favorites, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just so simple just to find those gainers or losers in the morning and see where those eyeballs are going to be at on all the day trading scanners.
Absolutely. And so basically the way that we use this, or one of there's a number of different ways that you can use this, but the easiest way and then perhaps the most helpful way is to use it in the morning to get an idea of what's going on. Jonathan just mentioned, we want to get an idea of the gappers, what stocks are gapping up, what's going on in either direction. So what I've pulled up here is I've actually pulled up our preset for the what's moving scanner, which gives you the movers tool on the left side and the details tool on the right side. And on the details tool, I've actually selected the chart tab. This gives you access to the trading view chart that allows you to add indicators and other studies and do drawings and things of that nature. And the coolest part about this layout is that it's very, very easy to do your research and to prepare yourself for the day. So this is a tool that I use every day. As soon as I load up Pro, I turn on Squawk. The very next thing that I do is I pull up this tool and I go through some of the different tickers here. And it's quite simple. Now, Jonathan, do you have any presets that you really like using?
I mean, just personally, I just don't filter it down except to set it to the pre-market And then I do set it to gainers oftentimes if I'm looking for a gap and go situation.
Right.
But then, if you don't filter it by price, you're going to get a lot of smaller price per share stocks because it's easier for them to have large percentage moves. I don't mind that. But if you're looking for something that's more, up in the $10 or $20 range, then it's very simple to filter by price per share.
Absolutely. And that's exactly the way that I use it. Initially, I want to see everything that's moving. If I need to drill down and filter some more, I will apply a price or a market cap filter, and that just kind of tailors what I'm looking at. But like Jonathan just mentioned in his example, we're going to start with gainers, pre-market, and session. We want to see everything that's moving across the session. It's worth noting here, though, that you can actually break this down into smaller increments. So if you step away from your computer and you want to know, hey, what happened in the last 5 minutes? Simply click on 5 minutes, and it will show you everything that's up over the past 5 minutes. If you're clicking around on a bunch of these different filters and you forget or confuse yourself as to what time frame you're actually looking at, it will always remind you right down here at the bottom. So we're going to go back to gainers, pre-market, and session, and I'm not going to apply any market cap or price filter for this example. And what you can do here is you can simply just click on the tickers, and this will load it in the details tool. Now, because I have the chart selected here, I'm basically taking a look at the chart right away. And if you want, you can also review news by clicking on the news tab, or you can review the financials, peers, etc. Any of the other options that we have. The two that I use the most are the chart and the news. And what's cool about this is that it's very, very simple, right? Just a couple of clicks and you can have all of this information presented to you. You can actually go down the list of stocks here. And in some cases, our news desk has actually done some of the work for you. Take a look here on ticker SCKT. We actually have a why is it moving at the top. Stock is up 230% right now. Our why is it moving says Socket Mobile shares are trading higher after the company announced the launch of DuraSled barcode scanner for the iPhone 12. So with iPhone in the headline causing this stock to move, our news desk has identified it for you. The next step here is to take a look and see if the chart is anything that you're looking for. So Jonathan, this looks like this might have been one of the potential examples that we could have used. This stock is gapping up pretty nicely. Looks like it did kind of run out the open and it's come back in a little bit here, but it's held the level from the pre-market high. So you can see that I have a 9 EMA here. This is really, really helpful for a gap and go strategy. If the stock starts to take off right out the open and stays above the 9 EMA, that's risk on. When it comes back to the 9 EMA or breaks beneath it, that could be your exit if you actually took that. The other thing that's really helpful here is that it will remember what you draw on the chart. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and mark off this level here, this price level, 1057 in the pre-market that was made by some of this price discovery before the market opened. And this drawing will stay on here. So if I click off to another ticker and then I say, you know what, I want to go back to that earlier example we took a look at, that drawing is maintained there. And it works like that with any drawing. So it's going to be very, very helpful if you're doing your research before the market actually opens. If you come back to those stocks during market hours, you'll be able to retain all of those drawings. I like to use drawings to help me get an idea of support and resistance levels, because that way, if I'm actually making an intraday trade, the thinking part of it is done, right? It just comes down to me actually executing. Am I pressing the buttons at the right time for the entry and the exit? If I have some of the support and resistance lines there, that's just one less thing to think about. Now, Jonathan, did I miss anything?
Well, I think you did a great job of showing how you can use this to set up a technical play. And that's what the movers tool is great for, because you're not always going to have that news before everybody else, or maybe you're going to miss certain headlines, so you're going to make certain stocks take off, or especially in this atmosphere, there could be purely technical moves just based off of relative volume and that type of thing. But I do want to highlight that this is a great way to learn how to trade off of the news. So Ryan, if you could click on the news tab underneath the price quote on the details tool, as you're clicking through all of these different symbols and you immediately have access to the news catalysts that cause that volatility, I would really encourage all of our users to pay attention to those category tags. You'll see right here, they've got that nice little sentiment indicator at the top. And then at the bottom of that article is tagged with M&A for mergers and acquisitions. And we have a lot of powerful category tags like these that then you can take and you can filter your newsfeed by those. We'll have to cover that in a different segment. But basically, you probably heard about Benzinga, if not through the YouTube channel, because of our news on your broker, or lots of people know about us because of our news. So if you're trying to learn how to trade off of the news, this is a great way to do it. Just click through maybe 20 of those symbols each day. Go to the news tab, see what was the news that caused that volatility, what is the category tag that you can use, and then use those to go and filter your news feed by those category tags so that you can know that information as quickly as possible in the future. So that's really how I learned how to trade off of the news.
Yeah, Jonathan, that's excellent. And I think that's one of the reasons why I actually like this tool so much, is because it's very, very easy to combine these data points. So we can take a look at the chart and we can discover what's going on technically, what kind of setup the stock is in. We can actually look at the intraday chart, as well as going over to the daily chart to identify support and resistance levels that way. Perhaps even adding a Fibonacci retracement just to try and figure out where would be a safer point or a higher probability point to actually enter. And then you can take what you found with the technicals and you can actually tie that to your news data point. And now you've got two data points working in tandem to help you try and be as profitable as possible. And again, what I can't stress enough here is the speed at which you can do this. I've used plenty of other scanners before. Jonathan had mentioned that our news gets sent to brokers. One of the brokers that I use has had Benzinga news in it for a number of years, but it doesn't have the ability to marry those things together. The scanners can often be complex. You may even need to know code. You may need to find custom scans from other people who trade like you, or people that you've come across on Twitter or StockTwits or wherever you are part of a trading community. And with the movers tool, it's totally different. It's very, very easy and intuitive to use. Options are incredibly easy to adjust, like the price and the market cap. I mean, you can see here we have a slider that allows you to adjust it. But if you wanted, let's say, $30 as your maximum price, which is not a part of the slider, we also give you that option as well. You can enter that here in a custom field, and you can make any custom range that you want. So very, very simple to use, yet very, very effective. And the other thing is oftentimes, because I'm actually trying, to get as much of this research done before the market actually opens, I try to keep all of my drawings or all of the technical analysis that I'm doing in one location. So while I do have charts through my broker, I actually prefer to use Pro because I'm already in Pro looking at the news. I'm already in Pro looking at the community or seeing what the community takes a look at. In fact, our community was able to trade DFFN today. And this is actually very simple, because looking here at the daily chart, you can see that there was some resistance right around 160. And in fact, when we zoom in here, you can see that we actually took 165 out, and there were a whole bunch of day traders just scalping that 160 move because it came on such high volume. So there's a number of different ways to use this tool. Again, my favorite is the ease of use and to be able to tie data points together.
Absolutely. And if you don't have a trial or a subscription yet, you can start a free trial with no credit card required. We're not going to automatically charge you or anything. Just go to pro.benzinga.com. That's pro.benzinga.com, and we'll give you 14 days for free. Just check it out, and hopefully it'll add some effectiveness to your trading strategy. Also, if you were considering a subscription, we do have our President's Day sale this week. So use the code PREZ for Prez. That's all caps, Prez, at pro.benzinga.com/checkout. And you can save about 57% off the monthly rate. Again, that's Prez at pro.benzinga.com/checkout, or just give us a call. We'd be happy to chat and see if it's a good fit for you.
Awesome, John. So I think that pretty much covers it. I mean, there are other like little options that you can do in here. Like you'll notice that some of the options here, it's displaying units in the movers. It does that sometimes with warrants as well. And a little power tip you can actually remove those simply by applying any type of market cap filter. Because the warrant or the unit don't have a market cap, by applying one, you can very easily remove those from your list and then kind of drill down to the actual equity. However, if trading units or warrants are something that you want, perhaps you don't want to you don't want to apply that filter and you just want to filter it by price. It's also worth noting that although we demonstrated the pre-market today, you can absolutely do this in the regular session as well as the after-hour session. So I know sometimes if you're going to keep track of earnings after hours, this might be a very quick way to see what stocks are putting in the big moves as soon as it happens. So I encourage you to check out Movers. I think that you'll really be impressed by how easy and how quickly it works in order to get you the information that you're looking for.
I think Spencer's on mute and he doesn't know it.
I did know it. I did know it.
That's funny because I actually had the opposite problem earlier today. So
I always know everything. All right, guys, thank you so much. We're going to do more of this. We're going to try this every day, just 15 minutes or less, walking you guys through one part of Benzinga Pro. There are many parts, and there's a lot to the platform.
And I can't see the YouTube chat right now because of our streaming service, but if anyone out there has specific use cases they want us to cover, we would love to do that. So just tell us in the YouTube comments or shoot us an email, and we can queue up a specific use case for you.
Shoot who an email?
You can email us at vipaccounts@benzinga.com.
vipaccounts@benzinga.com. Real quick, what's the coupon code again?
It's all caps PREZ, PREZ.
You put it in there. Prez, where'd you get that one from? All right, there it is. vipaccounts@benzinga.com for any questions. That'll get you
It'll save you like $500 off the annual.
Close and personal with Jonathan Mallard and Ryan Faluna. Guys, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We'll do this again tomorrow.
All right, thanks.
Take care.
All right. I do want to move on now to the next part of our day. Again, trying new stuff this week. We've got a Benzinga Pro Newsdesk update. I'm bringing on the head of Benzinga Pro's Newsdesk, Brent Slava. He goes by the Brentster. He's here. Brent, what's up?
What's up?
What's going on, man?
Thanks for having me on, man.
Hey,
How was your long weekend?
Can I try this for a second?
What?
What are you
going to do?
Tell me if you can hear this.
Not really. It sounded like a clunk clunk, but it was not. I couldn't hear it through my headset.
You can't hear that? Okay.
What was it? Was it a clunk clunk?
No. I was trying to get a news theme that I like.
Ooh,
but better than that. So I'm gonna get that
working for next time.
I'm gonna get that fixed for tomorrow.
So there is gonna be a next time though, Spence. That's an important part, right?
Yes. There will always be a next time, Brent. All right. Anyway, we got 15 minutes. Brent, you're on our news desk. You're watching all the headlines. You're in front of your screen at like 6 in the morning every morning. You're flying through the press releases, flying through the filings.
Yes.
What are you seeing today? What's on your radar today?
So, you guys were just talking about some highlights from like Benzinga Pro, like kind of using Benzinga Pro. I had a late start today because I live in Detroit and we got like 1 foot of snow. So I didn't get a chance to catch up on a ton of news. Yeah. So kind of segueing off what you guys just were doing, what I wanted to do is give you a couple prompts for your Benzinga Pro. You can show the watchers out there. And what I want to do is give a couple outlets too, let's say at least, on how I think viewers out there can get some cool trading ideas.
All right, here is the news feed.
Are you down for this?
There's the news feed right there up on your screen.
You have your okay, awesome. So a couple things I want people to notice. Notice Spence has one of his sources selected. There is a word, and that's Benzinga Wire. There is on the very right-hand side, if you click out of this dialog box, please, Spence, there is on the right-hand side, it says BZ Wire. That's what's called your wire code, and that shows you the source that something on Benzinga Pro is coming from. You can have a press release, you can have SEC filings. BZ Wire is all headlines and articles coming from our reporters on the Benzinga Pro team and also from our writers on the Benzinga.com side of things. So that's how you can know where you're getting information from. What I want you to show the viewers today, type in your search field, Spencer, the word trending. 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 Okay. So here's something cool that we've been doing for a little while. If you scroll down, we've been doing this, I don't know, maybe a month or so. And what we've been doing is we've been doing this post a couple times, at least once a day. And one of them has been your trending tickers on Wall Street Bets. We know that this group on Reddit has been, definitely influencing stocks over however long, the last month, 2, 3, 4 months. And this is just a list. It is from a place called Swaggy Stocks, and they show you a list of a bunch of trending tickers. What do you know? Palantir is number 1 today. Had earnings, obviously has been a favorite on Wall Street Bets. Tesla is up there, kind of not surprisingly, but sort of for this crowd. And again, you can do this on a daily basis. And if you, look at that, Spence.
Oh my goodness! Somebody,
a new trending just popped in there.
Let's take a look from Stock
So
Twits.
this is top 10 trending tickers on Stock Twits for today's date.
Sneaky
SOS.
devil.
What do you know? Socket Mobile, Riot Blockchain, CVS. A couple on here I'm like surprised by. I don't know if Socket Mobile had like news today or whatever.
Yeah, basically everything on this list was at the top of my movers tool, with the exception of I didn't see Socket Mobile this morning. I did not see DPW this morning. The rest of them,
you know what DPW is though, right, Spence? I'm pretty sure that's a blockchain play. That's a crypto play. I'm pretty sure.
All right.
I'm pretty sure.
I think so.
I'm pretty sure. So we got SOS is Riot Blockchain is DPW. I'm pretty sure is a blockchain play.
You would know.
Yeah, and so will you minimize this one, Spence? If Spencer mouses over this headline and clicks on it, it like turns it back into a headline. You can do that at any time in Benzinga Pro. So again, you notice we're doing these Wall Street Bets, Stock Twits. So look at this kind of weird one, Spence. Go down to the February 10th. And by the way, I'm looking down at my laptop. I'm broadcasting through my laptop. So if you guys are wondering why I'm looking over there. So look at this one. Top 15 trending stocks by Wikipedia page views. What? I don't know. I don't know what kind of value somebody would get out of this, but for YouTube chat, please send some ideas. What are some other trending, quote trending? I'm quoting that because that is the prompt that we're going to want users in Benzinga Pro to search in their newsfeed so they can see a list of a ton of trending topics, whether it is from a community or whether it is whatever it is. Let's hear some suggestions. You can throw them in the chat right now. I'll be looking for them. Or if you want to email me, my email is brent@benzinga.com, BRENT@benzinga.com.
TE in chat. Is the platform available in Canada? Yeah, it's available wherever there's internet.
It's available wherever there's internet, which I think like
which may not be some parts of Canada.
They have internet in like Antarctica, I'm sure, right? So
sure.
We're global.
Yeah.
We're global, baby.
Yeah.
We don't have a ton of robust coverage for Canadian tickers. We don't have a ton of robust coverage for Australian tickers. But you can use the platform to get quotes, to see press releases, that kind of stuff. Good question to whoever that user was. How much time we got here, Spence? How much time were you hoping to have Newsdesk on?
Let's go until 11. Let's go until
11. Okay, sweet. The other thing that I wanted to pitch and remember our goal here, I want to get people out there in YouTube land some ways they can spot some trending ideas for the day, some trading ideas for the day, for the week, maybe for the next month. So I'm going to do a little bit of a shameless pitch here. I do a piece of content each morning, and it is called Stocks to Watch. Stocks to Watch. I like saying that. It's fun. You want to give it a try, Spence?
No, I like when you say it. I'm gonna go back into the newsfeed here. All I did was search for the word stocks to watch.
So, and I can even do you one better, Spence. Remove that search and type in Benzinga Pros stocks to watch. 2 words, Benzinga Pros space pros. Yep. Yeah. Stocks to watch.
have to know
You're
what to
pretty-
type. You have to know what to
You're,
type to use
you're
this
a pretty good typer, Spence. Okay, so this is sort of like a newsletter. It is an alert that I'm sending out each morning. I do this piece of content. I usually start at about 7:45, 7:50 a.m. Eastern time, but I'm like taking potential news items throughout all the days. Like yesterday, not a good example because we had the day off, but throughout my days, I'll be jotting down tickers of news items that I see, or if I see a stock trending or we see price action in a stock and we find out that this stock is moving because some ancillary or sympathy play, I'll like jot that idea down really quickly. And then I'll present it the next day for stocks to watch.
See, this is great because everyone is looking at different stuff throughout the day, and everyone's criteria for a quote unquote stock to watch is different, right?
It's always going to be different.
It could be volatility. It could be a news event. It could be some combination. It could be just be like you're looking at the chart, and so
exactly. There's some technicals in there, yes,
right. And so Brent's list of stocks to watch, they're always it's just one more thing. Like it's the same reason why we highlight trending stocks, right? They're just stocks you should have on your radar for whatever reason for that day. And it's always out at like 8:30, right? Around
it's
there?
always out a little bit before 8:30. Some days I'll be a little behind. It'll be after 8:30. But you can see today was kind of an easy one for me to produce. I'll admit it. It's just an earnings preview watch list. Heads up, you got Walmart on Thursday. You got Baidu tomorrow. You got Tilray tomorrow. You got Roku and you got Shopify. You got Roku on Thursday and you got Shopify on Wednesday.
Yeah, let's go back to Friday.
So as I'm thinking about generating this piece of content each day, a couple of the things that I know I want to hit. If there's a major market news item that I think people need to absolutely know about before they go starting their day, I'm going to include that. If there is an upcoming event, like heads up, there's a FDUFA date for ticker ABC. I'm making this up. Nobody go trade that right now. On Wednesday, I'll put that on there and I'll say, hey, this stock could see some volatility. I'm not including these because I think the stock's going to go higher or lower. I'm including these because I think they're going to get some potential extra interest from traders over the next day, over the next 2 days, over the next week, maybe over the next couple weeks kind of thing. And then kind of my favorite one is what I would call more like trading idea-y. And that would be kind of like niche little pieces of things that the news desk is hearing about. And that is your key for trying to get some value out of this piece of content. We are, just like you were pitching at the beginning of this segment, Spencer, the news desk is watching 50 sources at any given time. We're watching, big publications. We're watching the formal stuff, press releases, SEC filings. We're also watching a ton of communities, Benzinga Pro community in our chat, Benzinga YouTube chat, a bunch of other communities not related to Benzinga. And we're seeing trending stuff in there. We're seeing ideas that people are talking about and seeing if we can give you a little bit of value in, at the least, I think that I win for this piece of content, that Benzinga wins for this piece of content. If you can read an idea here and put it on your watch list, that's kind of all we want you to do. And that's kind of the recommendation that I would give here. If you see something, you read it, you're like, hey, that's kind of an intriguing idea. Let me just put it on my chart. I'll watch it for a few days, see how it trades. Maybe I'll do something in a couple days or a week or so.
Yeah,
I did want to, Spence, go ahead.
No, and you also mentioned a little bit, but like you're talking to traders throughout the morning. You're talking to
I talk to traders.
You're talking to users all the time, and
exactly.
So you're gonna
one
know
of my favorite things to do.
If 5 of them just ask you about the same stock in the last 5 minutes, oh my god,
really good point. And that is something that I'll do for this piece of content. I'll say this is our trending ticker today in Benzinga Pro. Most of the chatters have been talking about it.
Yeah,
just use it for that. There doesn't have to be a news item, but hey, what do you know? 30 people in the Benzinga Pro chat are talking about this stock today for whatever reason. You kind of go figure it out. Yep. Or you can give us a shout on Benzinga Pro. You can always hit up the news desk and kind of ask. So I did want to just highlight one call. I think I had sort of a good alert to users a long time ago. One of the bigger movers from today, Spence, we saw it on a couple of the lists that we looked at. It was SOS. SOS Online, I think, is the company. It's trading at like $12 right now, but this stock's up like 60%.
This is a crypto play.
Crypto play.
How far back am I going?
So go back to January, beginning of January.
Oh, okay.
I had this on a stock to watch on January 7th.
You did. There it is.
Yeah, there it is. And so again, let's read the entry real quick. It just says a crypto play. In an effort to apply blockchain usage in the insurance land, company announced they were going to be including a crypto mining expert, Eric Yan, to the team. So again, I'm not saying that you should buy the stock here. I'm saying get this on your radar, watch it. If it breaks over an important level that you're looking at the chart, maybe think about shorting it or buying it. Who knows? Just the same thing that you were saying, Spence, and I have to explain this to Benzinga Pro users all the time who, say, hey, where's the buy button in here, or the sell button? We do have those, but I can't tell you to use those because we have so many different kinds of users who use Benzinga Pro that I would really need to intimately understand your strategy to give you a recommendation. And because I can't really do that, and you probably wouldn't want my advice anyways, I can't tell you if you should buy or sell. But I hopefully can get the idea in front of you so that you can adapt it to your own strategy, right?
That's the critical difference, right?
Yep.
There are people out there. If you ask them, should I buy, should I sell, they will tell you. What Brent's trying to do is be like, well, let me tell you how this information could affect the stock. Let me tell you how about prior examples of this same thing happening to this other company or this other stock and what happened then, right?
Yep.
It's giving you context. And I want to say, you guys are hearing straight from Brent Slava right now. Benzinga Pro subscribers get this access every day. Brent spends a ton of his time every day just talking to subscribers. That's part of his job. That's actually so when we're on YouTube right now, y'all ask us a question in the chat. Maybe we answer it, maybe we don't. When you ask a question of Brent and the other guys on our news desk in Benzinga Pro, it is not a question of will they or won't they. They are expected to answer your question.
It's literally a part of our service, and I like to when I'm quickly describing it to new users, I like to say it as you have your very own research desk at your disposal. Like stump us. We get stumped all the time, but it's, hey, what's moving the stock out there? Or, hey, I see you guys aren't writing about this stock. Could you do me some quick research? And we say, yes, I'll be right back with you in 5 minutes or so.
Burlon Weeks says you guys have turned me into a better investor just from the show content. That warms my heart. That warms my soul.
Literally
my
what
cold, dark
we
soul. Thank you.
Try to do. That's what we're here for. We want to level the playing field. We want to get higher level information to everybody in the market, not just hedge funds, not just retail investors, but to everybody. That's our huge defining goal that helps really drive Benzinga forward.
Brent, real
and
fast,
we need you guys for it. We need you guys and gals in the community for it. We want this to be a huge community thing. We cannot do this on our own. The 100 people that work at Benzinga, we cannot take on the Bloombergs of the world without you guys. We need you.
Real fast, Brent, how long have you been working in news, in stock market news?
Since 2007, like reporting professionally since 2007, but I've been following news in the stock market. I used to skip my 300 level finance classes and hang out with my buddy, and we would go on Google Finance in 2004, and we would be like, oh, look at AMD, it's moving today. Let's try to figure out why it's moving. And that's what I do for my job. I got super lucky. Basically,
there are a few people who have more experience when it comes to stock market news than Brent. Brent Slava, thank you so much, sir.
Thanks for having me on, Spence.
All right.
Later, everybody. Have a good day.
All right, Brent's time is valuable. He's got to run. Let's bring on the SPAC guys. Mitch, Chris, come on in. Join me here. It is 11 o'clock. It is time for SPAC Attack, which means I guess I'm going to dip out. Is that what's happening, Mitch? I'm going to dip out. I'm going to let you guys. Chris has been busy. I've seen a couple articles this morning with Chris's name on them. So I know you've had a busy morning. I'm going to let you guys do your thing.
All right, Spencer. Like always, guys, one thing I definitely would say to Spencer is go get some coffee, man. He's been working hard since this morning, so let's get some coffee rolling. Let's get the SPAC Attack on, and who are you about? How we doing, traders, and welcome to the SPACs Attack. Let's get it started. Let's bring in my man Chris Ketchy. How you doing, Chris?
Hey, what's up, Mitch? How are you?
What's going on, man? Looks like the SPAC world is moving, and we need to get them moving too, right? And so one thing I definitely want to take a look at is the watch list for today. But before we get into that, we got a lot of rumors. Today we're going to talk about some SPAC rumors. So Chris will go ahead and knock some down. I'm sure there's going to be a couple new ones out there, and definitely going to be talking about, of course, the main watch for today. I'm sure people are still watching CCIV, waiting on that confirmation. Up there now to on the 12th, got up there to the 40s. So it's going to be interesting, definitely, guys. So, Chris, let's go ahead and let's get right into it. Smash the like, guys, if you're new to the show. This is where we talk everything SPACs. So if you're into SPACs, you're in the right spot. Hit the like down below. And let's go ahead and let's get into our headlines here.
All right, guys. So headlines today, starting the market out on this Tuesday after the holiday. So lots to talk about. And we also have a couple deals announced. And then we'll dive into those rumors in the middle part of the show. So for headlines up first, we have RPLA. That, of course, is Replay merging with Finance of America. We just had CEO Patty Cook on the show. They have set their merger vote date for March 25th. So again, this is one to keep an eye on as it's currently trading below net asset value going into that merger vote. So March 25th, RPLA, keep that one on watch. Our top mover on Friday, no surprise, CCIV, Churchill Capital 4 moving again. Shares were up 27% Friday. More optimism for that Lucid Motors rumor. We talk about this one a lot. I do still own shares, and we'll hit on this one again in our rumor segment. But no surprise, this one rocketing on Friday ahead of the long holiday weekend as people anticipating that deal to take place any time. Another big mover on Friday was CMLF. This was the BioSPAC that recently announced their merger target, and it was added to Cathie Wood's ARK ETFs on Thursday. So that one's showing strong support, from getting added to the ARK funds. No surprise again that one was up double digits on that news. Some movers we talked about on Friday's show. So new analyst ratings out there on several EV names. So Fisker, FSR, which I own shares in, we're up 23% on Friday on that initiation and positive call. And then Ride, Lordstown Motors, down 12% Friday on that initiation and negative call from those analyst ratings. So again, tale of two EV names based on those analyst ratings. So keep an eye on both of those as, we head into the new era of electric vehicles. And both look like they could be positioned to gain. Again, I do own shares of FSR as I believe it is going to have a breakout 2021 and 2022. So keep an eye on that one on your watch if you do not own shares. And then ARK Funds added more LGVW, now going to be Butterfly Networks, ticker BFLY. And then also sold some Virgin Galactic, ticker SPCE, which I do own shares in. This will be a trend to watch to see if it was just a small sale of Virgin Galactic, as the fund, changes its positions around being an active fund, or if this could be a sign that Cathie Wood is taking gains in Virgin Galactic, or perhaps she saw the news on Friday as a negative. So shares of Virgin Galactic did sell off 8% on Friday. They are delaying that next flight. So keep an eye on that one. We've talked several times, when they delayed their flight before, when they had that failure before, shares did dip and provide a buying opportunity. So again, nothing's changed with the long-term plan for Virgin Galactic. So if you believe in the long-term story, you had a dip and a possible buying opportunity on Friday. We had a couple deals announced on Friday. So FCAC shares ended down 4%, and Fuse, FUSE, down 5% on Friday. So a common theme we are now seeing where these deals that are announced are not getting that sustainable one-day pop. So it looks like, we get that pop early in the morning, either on the rumor or when that deal is announced. And by the time the end of the day comes, sometimes those shares are trading down. Also, a lot of these deals are, coming from existing rumors. So they're already having that built-in premium to the share price, which means maybe there's some profit taking there as well. So keep an eye on that trend. And we'll talk more about that when we get to rumors. So a stock to watch that we highlighted last week, RTPZ. This is the second SPAC from Mark Pincus and Reid Hoffman. It was a big mover Friday, but I think this one is going to go higher this week and get more attention. So I just had an article published that Mark Pincus and Reid Hoffman have launched their third SPAC now. So RTP first, RTPZ second, and now RTPY will be the third SPAC from that group. So RTP is being linked to Joby Aviation and Hippo. Again, we'll cover more in the rumor section today, but they did file for that third SPAC. So it looks like RTPZ could be the one to trade now, with RTP having the rumors and that third SPAC coming. So some built-in premiums coming there as well. We saw a record number of new SPACs filed on Friday, many of them coming from teams that have done previous SPAC deals or have SPACs currently searching for targets. Again, seeing huge numbers for both filings and then deals. So 12 deals announced last week, record number of filings on Friday. So no stopping SPACs right now. Again, we are not seeing as high of gains from those deal announcements, but if you're following the trends, if you're following your investment strategy and plan, capitalizing on your risk reward, there's plenty of money to be made right now in SPACs with the large number of, deals announced and large number of new SPACs hitting the market. Big gainer Friday after hours was STPK, bringing STEM, energy company, public. So it was profiled by Jim Cramer on Mad Money. He called it one of the best SPACs out there. He teased that he was going to have a SPAC on his show earlier in the day, but did not say which company. So a couple highlights from that were that STEM has a $200 million backlog and 100% of their fiscal 2021 revenue is already locked in. So keep an eye on STPK. This has been a favorite of many commentators on CNBC, starting to get some analyst attention as well. This is one where once that deal goes through, it could really see some analyst initiation calls and, really start to head higher with that space that it is in. VLDR, so former SPAC, Velodyne, a LiDAR company. So one of the big stories when this company went public was that Ford owned a portion of the company. So Ford paid $75 million in 2016 for a stake in Velodyne. They owned 7.6%. They were going to use Velodyne LiDAR technology in their vehicles. So they sold that position, and that was highlighted by Bloomberg last week. And a couple things to note here are that Ford has investments in their own LiDAR technology, and that the Bill Ford family also owns a stake in Ouster, which is going public with ticker CLA. So again, as we've talked LiDAR companies on the show, there are lots of players, in the LiDAR market. So keep an eye out on all of these because it's going to depend on who gets those big auto deals. And here you see Ford possibly moving from one to the next. They did say that the sale of that stake, obviously, which they took a huge profit on, was just part of their strategic plan to, strategically use their capital. So we'll follow that story as I think there could be more there. Two new Michael Klein SPACs from Churchill Capital began trading on Friday. Churchill Capital 6, ticker CCVI, and Churchill Capital 7, CVII. So CCVI raised $480 million, which was up from their original plan of $400 million. And CCVI raised $1.2 billion, up from original plan of $1 billion. So both have no target and will focus on an area of expertise for management in any industry. They both have units that include 1/5 of a warrant. So CCIV, obviously the big one we've talked about with that Lucid Motors rumor, raised $1 billion in July, also included 1/5 of a warrant. So, the seventh SPAC from Michael Klein is one of the largest ones out there. So that could be a big story to follow, especially if he lands Lucid Motors with CCIV. There's going to be a lot of attention paid to those Michael Klein SPACs, if he gets the job done here. So again, Klein becoming one of the big names in the SPAC world now with 7 SPACs under that Churchill Capital umbrella. And then STIC, which is taking BarkBox public, they reported new guidance today. So for the third quarter, sales increased a record 78% compared to last year. The first 9 months of fiscal 2021, sales are now up 65% year over year. Subscription shipments grew 47% to 1.1 million. And then they reiterated their fiscal 2021 and fiscal 2022 forecast. So BarkBox showing no signs of slowing down during the pandemic, and people, getting their pet care needs through the mail. I do own shares of STIC, so keep an eye out on that one. And then turning to our 2 new deals that were announced today. So up first, we have PDAC. This is Peridot Acquisition Corp, merging with Li-Cycle, a lithium-ion battery resource recycling company. Peridot was one of those that we gave you during our Biden SPAC show back on January 20th. So hopefully some of you were able to get in, as they did have connections to the government. So this is North America's largest lithium-ion battery recycling company. $615 million in gross proceeds from the merger, which will fully fund global expansion for Li-Cycle. Values the company at $1.6 billion. Shares will trade as LICY on the New York Stock Exchange if the merger is approved. Current Peridot Acquisition shareholders will own 18% of the company after the merger. So Li-Cycle uses a proprietary method to recover high-grade materials from end-of-life batteries. They create a closed-loop, domestically sourced lithium-ion battery supply chain. They have over 40 commercial contracts in place with blue-chip suppliers and agreements signed through the year 2030. So they sit at the intersection of 3 mega trends according to their presentation. So electric vehicle revolution, supply shortage of battery materials, and a sustainable battery recycling solution. One of the big key there is battery materials. So we've talked before, and you've seen it with the SPAC MP materials trading higher. Battery materials are scarce. And right now, China leads the way, and that's something that is hurting the supply chain. And a company like this being able to recycle, old batteries could really help with that market. So spoke and hub method, which they said sets them apart. So they use spokes, mechanically processed batteries close to the sources of supply. And then those hubs are the facility in the production of specialty materials. So current legacy recycling technologies use thermal operation and emit harmful emissions, and they also have lower material recovery rates. So that's really important given the focus on that recovery rate. So Li-Cycle has a 95% rate. California, as one example, is requiring a recovery rate of close to 100% by the year 2022. China has rules in place for 80% or more. So Li-Cycle meets those needs and those requirements, whereas other competitors do not. So right now, 2 commercial spokes in place for Li-Cycle, plans to complete their first hub in the 4th quarter of 2022. They have a 5-year rollout plan to have 3 spokes and 1 hub in North America, 6 spokes in Europe, and 11 spokes and 3 hubs in the APAC and China region. So right now, they can recycle 10,000 tons a year. But by 2025, that figure jumps to over 100,000 tons a year. So revenue forecasted for $12 million for fiscal 2021, $75 million for fiscal 2022, and by 2025, annual revenue of $958 million, and $303 million of that figure is already contracted with current partners. So compounded annual growth rate of 82%, 2021 to 2025. So shares of Peridot acquisition are, around 14 right now. These were above $17 in pre-market trading. This is one I'm definitely keeping on my watch, as that battery recycling technology. This could be the thing behind the thing with electric vehicles, smartphones, and getting those grade materials out of the end of life batteries, to use in new items going forward. Our other deal this morning was SBG, announced a deal with Owlet. This is a data-driven baby care ecosystem. So they make smart monitors. They have a monitor that goes on a baby's foot that also, keeps track of heart rate, sends, those to the parents so it can monitor, along with those video monitoring systems. So fiscal 2020 revenue of 75 million, up 51%. And then forecast of 107 million in 2021 and 175 million in 2022, growth of 40 to 60%, each year there, being done at a valuation of around $1 billion. SBG was a consumer-focused SPAC that does have Tommy Hilfiger attached as one of the advisors. So shares of this SPAC hit 1250, early in the morning, and they are now trading under 1050. So this is one I'll be curious to see how this one ends on the day. So keep an eye out on that one. And then on our calendar, we have 3 upcoming votes, but none of them are this week. So that is it for headlines and those 2 new deals, Mitch.
All right, so definitely we got some new kind of stocks to watch out for, so definitely going to take a look at some of those. Let me go ahead and pull SBG down. I just want to talk to the chat right quick. If you guys hear me well on the volume, definitely put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat. Let me wake you up, guys. Let me see those ones roll through there. I just want to make sure that my audio is loud enough with this new mic. So let's go ahead and let's talk a little bit about what you were mentioning here. So one I'll definitely keep an eye out is the one that I have, RPLA, Finance of America, with the SPAC merger on March 25th. So one of the things that we've seen, and we've seen this common, is that we see a run up a lot of the times right before the merger date. And then we see that kind of turnaround at merger. So one of the things is this one's going off of support, right? And so I really like the daily chart on this one. I'm going to go ahead and put it up here so that you guys can see exactly what I'm looking at, guys. This is the weekly chart, so it looks a little clearer for us. But one of the things that we had is that we had this first kind of cycle, which was between kind of this 22nd of April until the 13th of January. It was this little run up that it was kind of teasing out. Then we had this big drop, right, in the March time, and then we started coming back up. We've had a couple moves up there towards the 1090, and now we've made our way all the way back towards this long-term support that's right here at this 1010 level. I think it's looking good for a potential run into the merger. Where it can get to, that's going to be the question. Can it get to 11? Can it get to 12? I think it looks good here on the risk and return, so I'm definitely going to stick in this one. All right, so it looks like they can hear me. Audio's fine, looking good there, so we can continue on moving here. So definitely want to get into the watch list today, as I've seen some stocks move. One that we mentioned, I think we've been watching it for weeks now, and really starting to get some rocketing action. So let's go ahead and let's get into our watch list. All right, guys, so pulling up the watch list here. So one thing I can clearly see is MP leading, guys. And why is MP leading? One thing I actually mentioned this in the pre-market show was that I heard mentions by the GM CEO that kind of these precious materials and the materials needed to make catalytic converters was becoming very expensive. And so that kind of gave me a little bit of a kind of a light bulb to pay attention for these. Can MP materials keep running? Hey, as we see today, it's definitely looking strong, up about 15%, $5.32. If we look on the daily on this one, I mean, we had this one on the show when it was at like 16, 14. So it definitely, if you want to stick with SPAC Attack so you can get these CEO interviews and get in front of these moves. But now we're seeing up there at the resistance 4050. It's pretty interesting chart. It held multiple times this kind of 30 look and really got some support here at the 32. So it's looking strong there. What do you think about MP, Chris?
Yeah, MP is a great story ahead. And, I see those stories all the time of China possibly limiting the exports of those rare earth minerals. So we became too reliant, as a country on being able to get those materials from China. And that's something MP really wants to focus on, is that supply chain, to help with our electric vehicle. And, as I talked about that PDAC deal with the battery recycling technology, if we're able to take our old batteries and recycle them and get those materials out of there, we become less reliant, on a country like China that can hurt our supply chain, right now. So MP, no surprise that it's trading higher today. The question is, how high can this thing go? And how quickly can they get all that production into place to, help keep us less reliant on China?
All right, so let's go ahead and let's get into the next one here. This is one I want to mention that, hey, we've been watching it and calling kind of the bottom and trying to time the bottom on Helion for a while now, and it's definitely starting to look strong there. Let's go ahead and pull up this chart so we can see the bottoming action, and we could clearly see this bottoming action here on the 15th of December, the 4th of January, the 5th of January, and now the 5th of February, and also the 10th of February, and a quick reversal from that bottoming action near, let's say, the 1550s or 1525 area. But then we had this huge drive up with the release of that battery news. And one of the things that I can say is that it's starting to look good. It's starting to look like it wants to fill this gap here towards 24. And with this big volume bar, what we always talk about, guys, what do we need for a stock to really try and change trends? It's volume, guys. So right here, we got 68 million shares traded. Try to find a day where it's 68 million shares traded after the merger. You can't. You can't find it, guys. If I scroll all through this, the average is going to be about, I would say, about 8 million shares traded on a really good day. A low day, about 4 million shares traded. So here you're seeing about 15 million shares traded. And now we're starting to really start trading some volume. On Friday, we had 24 million shares traded. So today we want to see if we can keep up this high relative volume and really start getting some driver in this industry to keep it going. Of course, also mentioned, and I'll give a shout out, one of the things that was mentioned about Helion, and Chris, you can mention a little bit more about this, was that they're going to be kind of releasing their own trucks, right, Chris?
Yeah, so that Hypertruck ERX is the other big story to watch. And the other thing I'll note with Hyliion is it looks like CEO Thomas Healy is going to be appearing on Bloomberg during the noon hour today, talking about that new battery technology that they unveiled last week. So no surprise that this one is up. I do own shares of HYLN. The thing I've been saying for months with Hyliion is they needed more news. Ever since that merger was announced, there just wasn't news out. No new deals, no, press releases, company kind of taking a back seat. And it looks like they've been busy working on this technology, and now they're going to get out there, show it off, and, really get that attention that I've been waiting to see.
Yeah, one of the things that I always look for is the story to change, right? You need catalysts. You need the story to get hype. And right here with a new battery kind of talk, new technology here really starting to rip, and it's actually affecting different stocks. I see in the chat mention RMO. I think this is why you're seeing this pullback in RMO. You're just seeing a pullback based off of that Helion news. And so I think you're getting a chance to get an RMO at a discount. But definitely, this is one that, we were expecting to bounce back and now has taken a dip because of this recent kind of catalyst in Helion. And so this is why you got to stay with the news, guys, and try to get the news flow. And that's what I was expecting. I was expecting something to happen in Helion. It wasn't necessarily that I thought the company was the best company in the world, but more along, when something kind of sits at those levels and you can keep basing your risk near that support, it just gives you a probability. Probability of maybe some news flow to come in, the catalyst to come in. I saw other battery plays also getting attention. And one of the things that I've mentioned is that I think retrofit is the first move, and that's what Helion really does, at least for right now in their major business segment. So I'm keeping an eye on this, and Helion is definitely one to watch. Let's keep going towards the next one here. I want to talk a little bit about some cannabis. Saw today some news mentioning cannabis. Chris, did you hear about the New York news?
I did not. For cannabis, what is it?
Yeah, so Kumo pretty much was talking about how they're working towards setting up delivery in New York so that by the time it does go legal, the delivery will match it at the same time, and thus creating a lot of jobs and revenue. That's really what they're trying to point at in this, is that they're going to be able to create some jobs and some revenue. And we all know that New York right now really needs kind of some of this money. So it's one to watch. And I think that's why you're seeing these these cannabis SPACs up. You got, the Silver Spike, and we also got, where's Clever? Clever was right here. There it is, right underneath it. So let's take a look at Clever and see where it's at. One thing is this one did a huge spike, and now I think you're starting to see some support. In the overall industry, we've definitely seen some rockets in cannabis lately. So you got to be a little bit careful, but definitely I think you're starting to see some support in the overall industry. If we're going to get delivery in certain areas, if we're going to get legalization, I think you really just have to try to find what I call the laggard play in these, is try to find some near support so that you don't get caught maybe in the run. But it doesn't seem too bad to add some, cannabis to our portfolio right now. So I'm going to keep an eye on these and see if we get any new SPACs to come out in cannabis in the next couple of weeks. And I'll definitely probably grab one of those. All right, Chris, let's keep going with the watch list. Is there anything that's sticking out to you today that you want to definitely touch on?
No, I see QuantumScape moving lower again. Looks like the $50 level. I know that was one we talked about last week, QS. So, what are you seeing on that chart? Do you think we're going to break back down to that $40 level? Where's the bottoming on this one?
Well, right off the top, Benzinga Pro telling me that we got a conference call scheduled today at 5 p.m. So you definitely want to be paying attention towards that. And, whenever we get into kind of these earning plays, you got to be careful, because it's a lot of the times it's 50-50, right? And so one of the things I'd say here is that at least you got this pop to go off of. I think on a down gap, it could go to 45 or maybe even 40. But on an up gap, it could probably get to 60 and really start driving to 70. So this is one that I think if you're in the right position and you feel like you can hold towards the risk into the earnings, then yeah, stick back and enjoy the show. Hopefully the earnings fall your way. But this is not something I would attack on a daily just for today, just because I don't want to ever get caught in the earnings that go against me. And so that's why I would kind of stay out of it today. I'd wait to see the earnings to see what happens there. And then maybe you could be fast on the reaction and jump onto the trade if it starts swinging back up there above 50s. So keep an eye on that one. That's QuantumScape. And the conference call is scheduled today at 5 p.m. All right, guys. So another one on the list that's moving up, one that everyone started buying up the moment it was announced was TSIA, right? And why did people buy this one up, Chris?
So this had a pipe from Chamath.
Yeah, one of the things is when you deal with the right board, you usually get bought up. And so immediately this one spiked up. It had a high there on the 31st of 1935. Then we went to another high there of 1970. Pulled back all the way towards this kind of 12-15 area. So definitely keep your eye on these. it pushed up here towards 1824. So I'd look for a pullback closer towards 14. I really wouldn't want to get caught up here at 16, 18, and then watch it back at 14 really quickly. But this one, you just got to keep your eyes out. Nothing definitive yet. So I think these are ones that just get hype. And so I would add this in the hype SPAC pile. And so there's different kind of SPACs. I think there's kind of some longer term approach where you can look at the company and think long term. And then there's companies that just have hype behind them. And I think this is one to add to the hype pile. Like, let's say PSTH, the major hype. Yep. That's one of the leaders in the hype SPACs. So let's continue going. Let's go with one or two more here on the list. Of course, we talked about RTP and RTPZ there, both leading really. I mean, 8% up 5%, definitely looking good on those charts. Another one that we've mentioned consistently was DMYD, and this is one that I've been kicking myself, I think, since early December that I don't have it in the account. And the reason why is that, Sports Radar, it's supported by a lot of people. It's not just one person. Can you tell us a little bit more about that, Chris?
Yeah, so DMYD, so Genius Sports, the thing behind the thing, providing that data, for all these sports betting companies. We had Niccolo De Masi on the show talking about, why Genius Sports and why are they bringing them public with his DMY technology SPAC. To me, this is, again, there's so many sports betting players out there, and a couple have really distanced themselves with DraftKings and FanDuel, but there's new people emerging every day. Whereas the data side of things, you have a duopoly. You have two main providers. So if you want exposure to sports betting, instead of trying to find the winners for each state or the overall winner and trying to find, who's going to get the revenue growth, maybe you take a step back and you look for that play on who's providing the data to all the sports betting companies, who's going to be the one to win for each state, regulating sports betting. So to me, that's why DMYD is a good pick going forward.
Yeah, definitely. I'll definitely keep this one on watch. One thing that I definitely mentioned is that I'm looking for big pullbacks in this one to get into it. And so it's kind of like the way that I'm keeping an eye on GNOG. Just to give you guys some insight, this is one that I'm starting to watch to see if it's starting to level out here. So I'll definitely be looking at this kind of 16 area. That's to me where I could see a quick dip and then a quick reversal back. One thing I definitely mentioned is that you got this kind of one attempt lower, the second attempt lower. I want to see one more attempt break that, kind of get closer towards the $16.50, $16 area, and that's when I'll start getting excited again about GNOG, and maybe let's look at how the RSI's chart's looking, just to bring some other ones that are in the same industry, and it's looking like the same. Let's look for some pullback in this one, see some bottoming action. I think 16 is also another level here to watch on this one, so that's RSI. I'll keep an eye on that one. Last one I'd mention, guys, is this Quell. I haven't seen this Quell up here in a little while, so I want to keep an eye on this one and see if it starts getting driver. One of the things that I mentioned about this weekly is that look how it's just sideways trending, but kind of lean your way up. And so what is that giving me is that essentially they're just hanging out in here. So I'll keep looking at this one to see if it can break out. But if we look at the daily, you get multiple attempts, right? So 1, 2, 3, it pulls back, went up there, should have ripped out there at that 1550. So one of the things I'd look for to see if we could hold this 1350 today, get some volume and try to get back up above 14. Looks like we tried to do that in the intraday, but wasn't able to hold. So let's see the 15-minute. Yep. And so you see we went to that 14 and we quickly rejected it. Let's see if we can recover in the day, in the intraday by the end of the day, and get back above that 14 and close above that 14. I'd actually start looking at this chart in a bullish manner. All right, so I know that we got a lot to get to. Chris, with the rumors, and at the end of the day, guys, rumors are rumors. So definitely, do your own research. But one of the things that we want to do is get to you guys these SPACs early. And so we're gonna go through some rumors. Some are new, some are older. But Chris does a lot of research to get you guys the kind of the best information on these rumors. So I'll go ahead and I'll let Chris lead here. And definitely, guys, do him a favor. Smash that like down below. If you like this information from SPAC Attack, go ahead and smash the like and the subscribe. And let's keep rolling through here, Chris.
Yeah, so, we've done a couple shows where we try to bring you as many rumors as possible. And, one of the things that turned out to be true from our last rumor show was that a lot of those deals ended up being correct. Some of them take a couple days, some of them take a month. And the other key is, where's the rumor coming from? So throughout the process of, really analyzing the SPAC market, the two biggest rumor sources, Bloomberg and Reuters, are the ones that stand out, for really tending to be ahead and calling those deals right. Now, there have been some cases, of course, where they're wrong. One of the Bloomberg ones was, Topgolf going public with a Churchill SPAC that ended up being wrong, as Topgolf went public with Callaway instead. So again, rumors are rumors, as Mitch just said. Don't go chasing. But if you can time these rumors and, look for some of those dip buys, it's important and it can provide some upside. So some of the newer rumors that we have from last week, GRSV. So this is Gores Holdings 5. And the Gores family of SPACs has, done some great returns on those deals. So this is one to watch. So they're in talks to acquire the beverage can unit of Ardog Group, which is publicly traded as ARD. So Ardog is a leader in cans and bottles and is working on sustainable packaging for companies. So they could also pursue a direct spinoff to shareholders. This is coming from Bloomberg. So again, GRSV in talks to acquire the beverage can unit of Ardog, which would tend to, make me believe that that company sees their glass and plastic division being more high growth, and maybe getting rid of the can unit, which is more of the legacy brand. One thing we saw during the pandemic was that some of these beverage companies were having a hard time keeping up with cans on shelves. So, demand is there for cans, and this is a company that kind of leads the way in sustainability. So keep an eye out for this possible deal. This is GRSV. Another deal we had last week that was rumored is AACQ. So AACQ is in talks with Origin Materials. This is per Bloomberg. So Origin is the world's leading carbon negative materials company using carbon in biomass. So this company has deals in place with Nestle, Pepsi, and other big players in the consumer space. This is one I'm watching because one of the things we saw with sustainability and plastic plays was a lot of, not attention being paid to Danimer Scientific, DNMR, which went public in that same space of the, the new plastics for a new generation of sustainability and clean energy. And that has been one of the better performing SPACs. So AACQ, if it gets this Origin deal done, and it is announced, I think this is one that spikes higher on that deal. I was actually surprised. So this one now up 20% today. It did over 14 earlier. This is one, though, I'm a little surprised it actually isn't trading higher. But again, this is just the rumor. But when that definitive agreement, if it does come, this is one I really like going forward. And this is one I'll be looking for today to possibly get in. That plastics and sustainability space is going to be a key going forward. Another deal that was rumored last week is RMGB. They're in talks with Renew Power, India's largest renewable power company. So RMGB, this is from RMG, the same group that took Romeo Power, the battery company, public. So this is one. So, shares, again, were up this morning, and now they're trading pretty flat on the day. So here you have a chance to get in on this rumor. Again, if it's true, and you have India's largest renewable energy power company, To me, that's a big deal going forward as each country really looks to take the lead in that renewable energy. So, look at this one. And again, that rumor out there for Renew Power. Another one we talked about last week was NSTB in talks with Apex Clearing. This was a Bloomberg rumor. So NSTB is the second SPAC from Northern Star, the same group that's taking BarkBox public in one of the fastest deals announced last year. Apex Clearing is the company, for a lot of these online brokers that handles the clearing of funds and those transactions. It was in the news, with Robinhood and others, as they limited the sale of certain securities. So keep an eye out on this one. It could be a rather large deal, rumored at over $5 billion, and, definitely one to be on watch. And then that great management team at Northern Star and the fact that they get deals done quick is something to watch too. Another rumor I saw come last week was Celebrite. So this is an intelligence company that works with law enforcement, military, and intelligence agencies. So Calculus Tech is reporting that they're nearing a SPAC deal valuing the company at $2 billion. There was no tickers in that article. I will throw out a rumor, and again, strictly just a rumor based on, looking at management teams. SCVX is a SPAC that has the former director of the National Intelligence and also the chief information security officer at BNY, and another manager that was, heavily involved with chief information security at a leading World Bank. So that could be a play in that area as well. And then some old rumors that we have that still haven't gotten deals done. So CCIV, obviously, the big one that everyone is waiting for. This thing is trading at such a premium. So again, be careful, guys. Don't chase the rumor. I am still holding shares, but my risk reward, again, I bought shares at the $12, $13 level. I feel very comfortable holding some of my shares going forward. But again, if this deal does not go through, shares will fall. If it does go through, they could spike, right away. But the question is, where does this thing land, once that deal goes through? So looks like you want to jump in, Mitch.
Chris, what happened, man? They could have had this one at $10. $10 just from watching our show, man.
That's the thing, and that's why, it's important, guys. Pay attention, 10 to 11. Again, if you bought this between 10 and 11, your risk is $10. If you bought this between 30 and 40, your risk is back down to $10. That's a huge difference with the risk reward profile. And that's why, you see a lot of people saying, don't buy CCIV now. And well, that's easier said than done because it's trading at the highest premium of any pre-announced deal SPAC out there. But these are the people that weren't telling you to buy this one between 10 and 11, like we talked about on our show. Again, pay attention to, the ones trading, below that level so you can get in, before these deals are rumored or announced. So that's a great point there, Mitch.
Yeah,
and then a
definitely.
couple,
Just to add on to that, one of the things that I did with CCIV was I was paying attention also to the amount of money in the SPAC and the board. It wasn't necessarily the target acquisition that was put out and rumored back then. It was just based off of those two things. So just to kind of get an idea there why I liked it and how you can get into these early. It was the board and the amount of money in there. That's what decided it for me.
Yeah, and that's actually another show I want to talk about that we'll be doing soon is looking at some of the largest dollar raised SPACs out there, right? So CCIV raised over $1 billion. So they're able to take a company like Lucid Motors public. Same thing with Pershing Square, right? Bill Ackman's SPAC, the largest one out there. They're able to take a huge company public. So what are the other large SPACs, and how much money do they have in their chest? That's something we'll be talking about in a future show. Couple more rumors just to get through quickly. And again, these were all reported, weeks or months ago, and they still have not been announced. So we have THCA rumored with Transfix. That's coming from Bloomberg. We have NGAC rumored with XOS Trucks. That's coming from Reuters. And then a fun one, RTP, which I talked about at the start of the show. So this one's rumored to take Joby Aviation public. Financial Times reports. That's an air taxi company. And then Bloomberg actually reported that RTP was in talks with Hippo, an insurance company. So there you have two very different industries now rumored for RTP. But you know, the big thing here is RTP has two rumors out there, which is why this one is now trading, you know, higher, as it looks like a deal is getting closed in on. And again, as I said at the start of the show, they have a third SPAC out now, which sometimes indicates that they're getting close to announcing a deal for an existing one. RBAC, so Red Ball was in talks with Fenway Sports. Those talks ended. So this was one where the rumor ended up not being true, but you know, the rumor was there because the talks were being held. But it looks like, you know, the two sides just got held up either on timeline or financing. So, you know, the new rumors suggest that RBAC looking at, you know, still sports teams, possibly a soccer team. I've also seen some internet chatter. Maybe they go after Sport Radar. But again, now this one does not have a definite linked rumor after those Fenway Sports talks ended. So we have Byton, a Chinese EV company exploring a SPAC deal. They're backed by Apple partner Foxconn. There was no tickers in this one. This is a Reuters rumor, so it could be important to go through, you know, some SPACs that are targeting the Asian market to maybe see who has the inside track on this one. We have APSG in talks with Solera. That was a Bloomberg rumor. Then BTWN, this one, Bridgetown, got a lot of attention with those Tokopedia rumors. You know, I don't see any new news on this one, but still being linked to taking Tokopedia, a leading Indonesian e-commerce company, public. We have BOWX in talks with WeWork, SoftBank-backed company. And then some internet rumors that we've talked about before on the show. And again, these are not coming from Bloomberg. These are not coming from Reuters. These are strictly ones that are floating around. So, and again, I'll tell you why it's important to, you know, not get too caught up on those. So FMAC, Firstmark, which is a SPAC that I own. This one was rumored with Discord. And shares rocketed higher when that rumor kind of started circulating around. Firstmark owns a stake in Discord, the parent company of the SPAC does. But then those shares fell back down, as you know, this really wasn't out from a major news source. This was just strictly people, you know, connecting the dots, who owns what, who has a stake in it. And, you know, so that's important not to chase, you know, going all the way up. Then Mitch was talking cannabis. So GNRS is a cannabis SPAC out there. I've seen rumors online of Leafly being a target here, you know, which would be a competitor to Weed Maps, you know, and a growing company in that cannabis e-commerce space. So keep an eye out. This one has been trending higher, GNRS, because it is a cannabis play. But again, with rumors, we also saw some SPACs that were targeting cannabis that went a completely different route. So like Tuscan Holdings, right? THCA was the ticker. It literally had THC in its name, and it went after a battery company instead. We also saw a cannabis SPAC bring a LiDAR company public. So just because, you know, they say they're going after cannabis doesn't mean it's a foregone conclusion. You know, so keep an eye out on that one as well. And then Quell, Mitch talked about QELL. That one now being linked to Lilium, and that's coming from a EVTOL based website that specializes in that space. So again, it's not Bloomberg, it's not Reuters, but it's a site that has firsthand knowledge of Lilium and companies in the competing space, saying that they have been approached by Quell to take them public. So, you know, that's one worth watching. So that's what I've got for rumors. And hey, you know, Mitch, I want to get to something else and give our viewers another exclusive here. I saw on Twitter over the weekend from my buddy SPAC Guru. This is something, guys, to keep watch and to have your money ready, because we've talked about the man himself, SPAC King, Chamath Palihapitiya, and guess what? He filed the names of his next 7 SPACs with the SEC. So he has not filed the offerings, but it looks like he is getting extremely close to launching IPOG, IPOH, IPOI, IPOJ, IPOK, IPOL, and IPOM. 7 new SPACs coming from Chamath. I expect those to be announced, and filed anytime now that he has filed those names on record with the SEC. Again, credit to SPAC Guru on Twitter. But if you like Chamath SPACs, you're going to want to get some money ready, because it looks like we're going to have 7 new Chamath SPACs coming soon. How about that, Mitch?
All I know is that I'm still calling him out. Where you at? Where you at?
Maybe he wants to come on and tell us why 7 new SPACs. I would love to hear, because this is a guy who launched them in batches of 3 before, right? Yeah. And now, IPOD, IPOE, IPOF. The other story here is, if he's launching 7 new SPACs, are we getting close to announcing deals for IPOD or IPOF? I own shares of IPOD. I'd love to get a deal announcement at any time, because otherwise this guy's going to have 9 SPACs out there searching for targets. That's a lot to keep track of.
Hey, let's just hope he has a good management team. And as you can see, he's been asking for financial advisors or people that know their stocks and building up. So, hey, you never know. He might have some smart people working for him, right? I mean, that's what it's always about. It's not just about the leader, guys. It's about who you build on your team. Same thing we do here on Benzinga. We need strong people to be accountable in each area and pushing their levels to new levels. And I think that hey, that might be exactly what's going on there. One thing I will note is that, like, the pattern you just noticed, the release into 3. And so know the patterns, guys, and look for patterns in life. One of the things that I always say is that patterns show themselves and patterns don't lie. And when you see something repetitive, what you do is you kind of just go to what I do is I go into like kind of this scientific method testing, kind of, you create a hypothesis and then you just kind of test out and see the analysis from there. And this is how a lot of the times I pick my stocks. I mean, it's never going to be one perfect result or one perfect strategy that gets you towards your profit, guys. But one thing you can do is kind of keep working these kind of different strategies, test them so that you can go ahead and see what the pattern really is and if there is a pattern there. So go ahead, guys. Let's go ahead and place your tickets in the chat. One thing I definitely want to do, so I want to mention, guys, is that, and this was brought to me by someone in the chat, Carl. He's trying to bring some topics that we can talk about. So if you guys have some topics out there, definitely put them in the comments below. We check this out every single day, and it's important to us to go ahead and get to the topics that you guys want covered. So one of the topics that I want to work on, Chris, and I think you'll like this, is that what I want to do is I want to start grading these. I want to create our own grade, SPAC Attack grade for SPACs. And so we're going to figure out a way to judge these based off the board, the amount of money that's in it, the potential of the stock that they actually the potential of the acquisition that they actually grab, and the long-term potential. And so we're going to start doing some grading, and we're going to do a grading show where we'll go in and give stocks a SPACs an A, a B, or a C based off of some variables that we all come together on. And that's what it's all about. It's the community aspect. So definitely, guys, if you have some ideas, leave them in the chat. I'm super excited about this, because this is how people really start filtering through the SPACs, and we'll go ahead and work through them with you. One of the things is, the grade's not going to be perfect. It's going to be a brand new thing. So it's not based for you guys to trade off of. Always, guys, education and process. That's what we stand here on SPAC Attack about. And so what I want to do is get to the point where you guys at home can give these SPACs some grading and really start deciphering which ones you guys want to go ahead and get out. All right, guys. So definitely seeing some chatter in in the chat. They loving the idea, so that's great. And definitely a shout out to Carl out there working hard. One of the things that Carl's doing is he's working hard on building a new portfolio. And when you're building a portfolio on SPACs, what do you got to do? You got to find the information first, right? And then so you got to do the deep dives. You got to start trying to time these. Which ones are closer towards $10 and $12? We're gonna do another show on that. I know that Chris and I should go ahead and nail another 10 to. We'll extend it towards 12. We did the 10 to 11 show. Let's do a 10 to 12 show. Let's get some of these big hype stocks and get them out to you guys a little bit early so you guys can start planning on this. So definitely one thing I definitely say is if you haven't shared the show with your friends, go ahead and put it up on Twitter. What this does is it's going to go ahead and get us a bigger family, a bigger community, get us bigger names. I mean, we want to keep giving you guys the best exclusive interviews, and I know Chris and I are going to keep working hard. We have a Benzinga boot camp that's going to be teaching about SPACs. We got some great people joining. Chris, you want to let them know a little bit about that?
Yeah, so our boot camp coming up this Saturday, and guys, one of the biggest feedback that our events team got was hold an event on a Saturday. So Mitch and I are going to be, working on a Saturday, right? Sharing our news, our, insight, and we're going to be bringing some experts with us. So on Saturday, this boot camp is going to be all about options and SPACs, so what a great way, for people who maybe only trade stocks and, aren't as familiar with options, aren't as familiar with SPACs to really get some knowledge on both those industries. And we'll be bringing along some show friends, right? So Julian Klamachko from Accelerate, he has a SPAC ETF in Canada. He is a SPAC king in his own right? Not to take away from Chamath's title as well, but this is a guy who's been following SPACs for years. He's buying those SPACs when they first get, offered to the public. He's a great resource talking units, talking warrants, talking arbitrage, talking, what to do when that deal is announced and those shares spike. Should you hold shares? Should you sell and take profits? Should you, take off half your position or sell your warrants? Great resource. And then we also have Niccolo De Masi coming from DMY Technology. So he took Rush Street Interactive public, RSI. He's taking Genius Sports public, DMYD. And then he also has a third SPAC, DMYI. So some of the questions we're going to ask him, what is DMYI targeting? Because both those other targets went after sports betting industry. Is he done with sports betting? Is he looking for a different angle there? And then also, he's launched 3 SPACs. Could there be more coming? That's something I want to ask him. This is a guy who also co-founded Blue Mobile, which just announced a merger or a buyout from EA, Electronic Arts. So this is a very smart guy, and we're ready to pick his brain as well. So Saturday boot camp, I will drop the link in the chat, but come on and join us. This is free, and learn all about SPACs and options from some great experts. And then also before we end, I want to say we do have an interview tomorrow on the show. So ticker ACEV, this is Acronix. This is a company that's going to play a big role in connectivity of cars going forward. And you've heard about chip shortages, right? This is a company that's gotten a lot of attention, and it looks like President Biden is ready to help, with this supply cycle for a company like Acronix. So we will be interviewing the CEO tomorrow. So keep an eye out on that. Ticker ACEV. So that's what I've got for the show today, Mitch.
All right, so we're seeing mentioned. Definitely there'll be a way for you guys to go ahead and catch the boot camp and the show after the fact, guys. So go to the Benzinga YouTube. You'll be able to find our SPAC Attack link, and also you'll be able to see the boot camp on our YouTube. So definitely stay tuned on the weekend. Hey, build those skills, guys. It's all about building skills and focusing on certain areas in your trading so that you can get towards that next level, whether that's focusing on the technicals, whether that's focusing on the fundamentals or the story. Find what works for you and what you need to work on so that you can get towards that next level. Each of us need something to improve on. There's always room to improve. Like, guys, I'll tell you right now, right now I've had to take a step back because I've been missing the market last week. And so instead of rushing towards the market, I'm taking a step back and looking at the charts, trying to reevaluate where the market is so that I can make great decisions. And it's always about being informed. And the uninformed trader is the one that gets upset because what ends up happening is they look back at their trade and they realize they went strictly based off of emotions. And when you're trading off of emotions, that's a losing game, guys. So, Chris, anything else you want to leave them off with?
That's it. What do we got coming up, guys? Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We got more great shows coming up. What can they expect today, Mitch?
Yeah, guys. So coming up, we got the Benzinga Zinger Nation Power Hour. If you guys haven't seen it, Hot Stocks Luke leading the show. Then we got Jason Raz back. You know, it's a couple guests going to be coming on. And then after that, we got some great ones later on, guys. We got some raindrop charts. We got some at the close. We got a crypto show. If you guys want to see a crypto show, definitely stay tuned. 2 p.m. I don't know about you. Dogecoin, Bitcoin, Ethereum. I've seen those starting to run, and not only those, but maybe some altcoins start moving. So I'm definitely super excited to keep the shows going, and we're going to be bringing more niches and niches for those investors out there, because it's not just about knowing the overall market. A lot of times it's trade what you know and stick to what you know. So if you got something you want to check out all our shows. There's definitely something for everybody. All right, guys, I'm going to start the Zinger Nation now and bring on the man, the hot stock Luke.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Zinger Nation, jam-packed show today. Peloton up 5%.
What's up, disciplined investor?
We got Benzinga CEO Jason Raznick here with us.
The man, the myth, the legend, Tom Nash.
Peter Schiff on the Power Hour with us live today. Interesting, different, unique, innovative companies. Mia, you are live with us on the Power Hour. What's up?
Thank you so much for inviting me on.
Jessica Billingsley, that is the CEO of Aperna. The best trade idea resource out there. Yo, what's up, everybody? Happy Tuesday. Yep, that's right. It's Tuesday already. We just went right through Monday. We didn't get to trade. Fun fact, traffic on Benzinga.com yesterday was only down 29% versus an average Monday, which means that people are ready for today. We are ready to get trading, ready to get back in the markets. Let's go. First things first, I have a couple of housekeeping items. I may officially be an anti-masker for the first time. I got a haircut yesterday, and the lady nicked my ear, like right where your mask strap goes. It's very painful to wear a mask. So, public service announcement: if you're getting a haircut, be careful that you don't get your ear nicked, because yeah, it's right where my mask strap sits. But all right, guys, I'm going to start today the way that I start every single day. Which is what the point of the show, guys. If we're not delivering on the point of the show, tell us. We want this to be the best trade idea resource out there. That's what we're going for. It's an hour, sometimes even 2 hours of just straight trade ideas. I pitched some stocks last Friday. We're going to check in on how those are going. But again, if we're not delivering, tell us. Ideas not just coming from myself, not just coming from Jason, but coming out of Zinger Nation. That's all of you out there in the chat hanging out with us. We've got a ton of stocks, a ton of new tickers to talk about today, and updates on some old tickers. We're bringing 3 guests. That's right, 3 guests in today. We're going to be talking options. We're going to be talking social sentiment. We're going to be talking some swing trading. Oh, shit. Wrong. 4 guests, 12:10, 12:31, 1:30 Eastern. Boom. That's how we're doing it. Sound effects for that one. There's our first air horn of the day. If you guys like the soundboard, throw me the 1 in the chat. If not, throw me the 2. Just for clarity, the soundboard isn't going away, but I just want to check as to how the room's developing with it. I know that it was controversial up front. You know, we didn't have a whole ton of soundboard lovers, but, you know, I didn't have it a couple days, and you know, people were worried about it. So, all right, that's the deal. Let's just dive straight into it. We've got 10 minutes before we're bringing our first guest on of the day. Let's talk about some stocks. Guys, I'm going to share my screen, pull the live portfolio up here. I love when I get to do a stock pitch and then the shit plays out right away. So yesterday I made the case for the online brokerages, right? Because, you know, you win in the markets and you have a competitive advantage. You have some information you can leverage. Okay, there we go. Yes, we got a lot of ones for the soundboard. Not everybody likes it, but okay. But more than most, ka-ching. Yeah, I got that. But I made a case for the online brokerages because traffic on Benzinga.com has exploded. When COVID happened, our traffic rose by 50%. When GME happened, traffic rose by 400%. Clicks to online brokerages, the exact same thing. We can track from our site how many people are clicking from Benzinga to their online brokerage accounts. COVID happened, 50% increase. GME happens, 400% increase. And not just for like a day or 2 days. It's sustained that way for 3 weeks straight. It's crazy. So I pitched the online brokerage stocks. I said, this is the best pitch that I think I'm going to make, the strongest case I'm ever going to make. And check it out. Tiger was one of the 4 I pitched, up 17% right away. Schwab, I pitched, up 5% right away. Interactive Brokers, up 4%. And then IG Group, somewhere on this list, it's pink sheet, so it doesn't quote as much. That one's up about 5% too. So right away, we got some ROI on that pitch. And I did say that this is a longer-term pitch, right? We're hanging out on these ones for a while. What we want to see to make this trade work out is analysts revising their estimates upward, right? So as of right now, analysts have only increased their revenue estimates by 8% on these stocks. I think it's going to be way bigger than that. The account numbers are going to be insane. So when we see the analysts start to raise estimates, the earnings forecasts are going to go up. That's when the stock prices should follow. So yes, we're getting like some immediate play out right away on these stocks. But that's not the big catalyst we're going for. We are rolling. And of course, this is the Trade Idea Show, right? I ask every single guest that we bring on for their ideas. Let's go to TRCH. I can't do it in my live brokerage account because I'm not in it. Unfortunately, where's my sad sound? Yeah, there we go. All right. Torchlight Energy, TRCH. Guys, I'm throwing this one out here in the chat. If you got into Torchlight, hit the 1. If you did not get into the stock, hit the 2. And we'll talk about where it's at, what happened, where it's at now, and what's coming. But all right, check this out for Torchlight. I have a 2-day chart up here at 12:30 on Friday. That's where my mouse is. I'll even zoom the screen a little more. Hold on. TRCH is the stock. Somebody in the chat, throw that out for everybody who missed us. You can't afford to miss this show. You literally can't afford it. Let's check this out. 12:30. We had my boys on from Atlas Group. We had Hugh and Dan on. Hugh made the case for Torchlight Energy, ticker TRCH. Oh, I love all those ones. All right, if you guys smash the 1 on that one, you've got to like, subscribe, and you have to share the stream. Because you literally could not afford to miss this one. He made the case for Torchlight Energy. Stock was $2.40. I'm sure y'all got in there around there. By the time that after hours trading was done on Friday, the stock was, what was it? Let's look at it. Stock was $3.30, so almost a buck, 45% run. Today the thing is running up another $1. So let's do some quick math. 420. 4.2 minus 2.4 divided by 2.4, 75% run. See, I was excited about my Tiger that I pitched. Tiger's up 17%. His stock up 75%. That's why these guys are always a favorite of the chat. Here's what to watch out for in this stock, right? I knew yesterday, or I knew on Sunday even, right? But before we had our day off yesterday, that Torchlight was going to run. And you guys should have known it too. Hugh has been the catalyst in the stock. He's been getting the info out there. The market's been absorbing it and moving the stock with him. He said on our show, so he pitched the stock. We got a nice some green candles. But he said, and he made it clear, I'm dropping the next round of due diligence on this company on Sunday. He did in his podcast, Pennies Going in Raw. Check that one out. Benzinga is a sponsor of it. But he dropped in his due diligence for the stock on Sunday evening. And that's how I knew, okay, this thing, when he said that, the thing was going to run. I didn't get into it, unfortunately. I would have if I wasn't, running the show and having to do the screen share and, of course, all the sound effects. Yep. We need the sound effects. But there it is, guys. If you want to be in front of this one, follow Hugh on Twitter. Hugh Henney is his name. He's the one that's been putting all the intel out there. Again, TRCH is the stock. I've seen a lot of positive social chatter on this one recently. It looks like some of the running that happened this morning has died back a little bit. If I were not in this one yet and already trying to get into there, I would wait for a little bit more energy to come into the names, see it start to break out to some of those all-time highs, and then hop on for the trade. But that's the deal there. So hang out in TRCH and follow Hugh on Twitter. When he gives updates that he's going to have more due diligence, more research on the company coming out, that's definitely bullish for it for the stock. And you know, don't miss it. Again, you literally can't afford to miss this show after runs like that. Let's talk about Pershing Square for a minute here too. Still having a decently solid day. You know, stock was up to 34. We've been in this one for a little while now. Again, this is my favorite SPAC play out of all of them, PSTH. It's Bill Ackman's SPAC. The reason why I like it is I followed Ackman as a hedge fund manager and activist hedge fund manager for quite a long time. I know that he's not going to do any sort of BS deal, right? Because whenever he buys a stock, even he's getting involved in the stock, right? He's shaking up the board. He's selling off assets. He's, you know, causing the companies to restructure, et cetera. So we're hanging out in this one. I saw somebody drop it in the chat, so I just want to throw an update there. Still long the stock, not trading in and out of it. We do have a little bit of energy going back into SPACs this week. I did trim last week. You know, if we start to get a SPAC rally back, then we'll load up on some SPACs and get going back into them. But PSTH, saw someone drop it in. We do own this one in the live portfolio. So there's your quick little update there. But guys, it is time to bring on our first guest of the day, Rob Roy, an old favorite of the stream. Rob, we see you. What's up, man? Happy Tuesday.
Hey, Luke. How you doing, man? Happy Tuesday. How's everything?
Good. I mean, I don't know how much you can see behind me, but we are in like a polar vortex here, like the rest of the country.
I don't know. Can you see behind me?
A little bit.
A little bit. Yeah, we got hit last week. We're getting it again. 6 more inches coming up on Thursday. So it's another reason to be in the house and trading from home, not having to slush my way around and try to drive to a job, man. Just not worth it.
Yeah, like me. Yep.
Sorry.
But all right. What are you looking at today? What's interesting to you, et cetera?
So we had a 3-day weekend. So a lot of my covered call trades that I tend to do happen on Friday versus Monday. I did one this morning. I did play. I sold the naked put on play. Took in about $1.50 on it early this morning. It's dropped quite a bit, which is nice for at this point. But if I want to buy it back, but I did a bunch of them on Friday because remember, guys, for those of you that trade options, right? And look, you do some options trades. You've got theta to deal with. Well, we have one extra day of theta in there that we give up or take advantage of, I should say. So we did Momo on Friday. We did FCX, and we did SEAS. All 3 of those on Friday. Either sold naked puts or sold some covered calls on them to pick up some really nice premium on them.
Okay. And can you talk a little bit about the mechanism of selling puts? It's something that I do quite a bit. We get a lot of questions on it, but can you talk a little bit about the mechanism of it, why you're doing it, what sort of risk you're taking on when you sell a put, et cetera?
Sure. So let me go ahead and just move my option chain over to a different screen, and I'm just going to go ahead and share my screen if you're good with that.
Yep, please.
I can find which one it is.
That's always the hardest part with these trading setups. We have too many damn screens.
With 6 monitors, man. It's just
exactly. All right, there we go. I see it. Yep.
Okay.
All right, we've got it up there.
Ooh, I don't know why it's flickering. It's not on this end.
We'll deal with it.
Okay. So on this one here, as an example, this is play, right? Is the ticker symbol, PLAY. Right? What are we looking for? On the right side, we've got our puts. I'm always selling front week. I don't sell puts on any position that is not a weekly option. So that cuts you down to just about 500 stocks that you could sell naked puts on. I do the same for covered calls. If it's going to take me, if I've got to be in the trade for 12 days, 20 days, a full month, it's too long for me. So what I'm looking for primarily is if I were looking to sell right now on play, they're trading at 36.92 and they're down about $1 for the day. I'm looking over here at my delta column, and I want to find closest to that 20 delta. So right now, I can sell the $35 put for, if we go at mid price, which is normally where I try to go first, it's 27 cents. So instead of me buying the stock at 36.94, I'm giving someone the right to force me to put the stock to me at $35 a share. And for that right, they're paying me 27 cents a share to do it.
Yep. So you're selling the $35 strike. You're getting paid $27 27 cents per share right away. And then if the stock price goes below 35, you're buying shares for 35. If it stays above that $35 strike, you just get to keep that 27 cents, cash in your account, and move on to the next trade.
Exactly. So the whole idea is to sell the premium. It's going to be on a stock that I don't mind owning. I don't mind owning play. I have some now. I don't mind adding a little bit more to the position. But right now, I could buy it at almost $37 today. If I have to buy it, I'm going to buy it at 34, call it 75, about 34.75, 73, something like that.
Okay.
So I'm buying it. They're paying me 27 cents, and I'm buying it for $1.20 less than it's trading at right now.
Okay.
How bad of a deal can that be?
Exactly. And how do you pick your time horizon? When you're selling puts, how far out do you typically go?
1 week.
Okay.
Maximum for me is a week. I never sell anything that's front week, with the exception of I'm selling SPY, I'm selling front day. They have 3 different strikes, or 3 different expirations rather, on SPYs. Other than that, it's always front week. I don't want to be obligated a long time. When you trade options, folks, for those of you that don't, you want to buy options for as much time as you can afford to buy, and you want to sell them for as little time as you have to be in that position. Obligation, a little bit of time. Rights, as much time as I can afford.
Okay. And are you picking stocks to do this with that you're okay owning for a longer time horizon? Or how do you pick which symbols?
Yeah, so I have a filter that I go through. There's a program that we have. We talked a little bit about Jason and I last week called Covered Call Explorer. And I actually go through and find candidates for my students every week. And here, actually, let me see if I can move this over. If you guys want to see here, this is our plays for this week, guys. Check this out. So these are our trades for this week. Here's the symbols that we're looking at for this week. You can see this one out for today's date, right?
Yep.
Here's today's date. American Airline. I already own some, but I am huge on airlines right now. I think American Airlines, Delta Airlines, I think they're good companies for the recovery coming out of COVID. I've been trading them for a while. The cruise lines like Carnival and Royal, I think it's a little bit early on Carnival just yet. I don't know if they're ready. I don't know if people are going to be spending enough money. I think the airlines can react a lot quicker than the cruise lines can right now. But when you're looking, at American Airline as an example, the stock was trading at 1732. I give you an entry roll, so I need a small move to the upside. So just give me a little bit of a move up, and we could consider taking that trade. Expiration is today, Friday this week, 2/19, and we're selling the $18 call. So we're giving somebody now the right to take the stock away from us at $18 a share. We're paying $17.32, and they're going to pay us 20 cents, right? Our cost basis means you need $17.12 per share times 100. You have to do options in 100 share increments. And we're getting a 1.15% rate of return for the week, which is 4.62% for the month. It isn't a great rate of return, but if you're able to generate 4.5% a week on your premium, guys, you do this 2 weeks in a row, and you've made what the normal S&P 500 does for an entire year. And then you look at companies like Abercrombie, who's paying 5%. AEO is paying almost 7% for a month, right? Then you've got RAD, RAD, which is right here, is at 14% for the month. I mean, phenomenal numbers in there.
Okay. And Rob, I made you explain the mechanism of selling puts. You just brought up selling calls. Do you mind taking us through that transaction as well?
The covered call one, you mean?
Yep.
Absolutely. So if we go back to the option chain that I had up here, if I was looking at play as an example, the stock is trading at $36.95, right? I'm going to look for an option with a delta of about 40. So I'm going to go with the $35 strike. I'm going to come over here and I'm going to click on buy. Actually, not what I wanted to do. I need to right click on it. Let's go to buy, and let's go to covered or married stock. So we're going to buy, and let's make this easy and just do 100 shares so it's easier to understand, right? We would buy 100 shares of stock and sell one contract of the $38 call. If we're doing this at the mid price, which I always go after the mid price, we're looking at $36.39 would be our cost to enter into this trade. And what are we doing? We're giving someone the right to take the stock away at 38 while it's trading at 37, we'll call it. And for that right, we're getting paid something. Because I'm doing this as a married position, the call and the stock, I'm able to negotiate both the bid-ask spread on the stock and the bid-ask spread on the option at the same time. Market makers tend to like it better that way as well because they're doing 2 transactions at once in there. But I get a better deal by negotiating it that way. So all I'm trying to do is say, can I find a stock that I think is going to stay the same, go down a little bit, go up a little bit, and the worst thing that happens is it takes off. If it skyrockets like a GameStop, then I'm giving the stock away. If this runs to 200, I'm giving it away at $38. Nothing I can do.
Yep. And so what did you say was the cost of these calls?
So this call right here, if you were renting this out, guys, you can rent this out for about 50 cents a week.
Okay. So
if you own Play 100 shares, you can rent it out for about $200 a month. Instead of just holding it and waiting for the price to rise, go ahead and start selling the covered calls.
Okay. So to recap, you're buying the stock. So again, we're using Dave and Buster's as the example here. So you're buying the stock for $36.92. And then you're selling the calls, the $38 strike calls. So about, a little more than $1 above where the stock is now. And when you do that, you're collecting 50 cents a share straight into your account. If the stock goes down or hangs out, you keep the stock, you keep your 50 cents, you go on to the next thing. If the stock rips higher, let's say it gets up to $40, then, you still get your 50 cents and you're selling the stock for 38.
Correct. So, and don't, the one thing to remember, folks, is just because it gets to 38 today, that doesn't mean you lose your stock. Normally, they will not take that stock away from you until the last day, which is Friday's expiration, because whatever time value is in there, if someone exercises, they give up the time value.
Yep.
And Luke, what I did is I put together this weekend, because I knew Jason and I talked a lot about these last week. I did a video about 20, 25 minutes on covered calls, how to pick them, how to trade them, all that good stuff. Just the link, I think it's in the chat box. I think it was supposed to be pinned to the chat there, or it's in the link somewhere. But and I got someone in here as well. If you guys could drop that in, that would be great. But if you guys go and click on that link, guys, it's a free video. And then this covered call explorer that I brought in here, this here, guys, I'm giving you, if you want, there's a 2-week trial to this. Right? There's no cost. There's no charge. There's no anything. It's a 2-week trial. Come in and check it out. See if you think it's worth it for you. You got covered calls, naked puts, and Starbucks proved to be a phenomenal diagonal last week. So I'm very excited for that one. We took that one on Friday as well.
There we go. And producer Aaron, can you make sure we get that video in there, pinned, spam the chat with it, throw it in the chat 20 times, because we get so many questions about selling options. I'll promise you guys I'll do a couple live trades this week too. I've got a couple candidates that I'm looking at now, so we'll keep those going throughout the week. But yeah, let's get that video in there. That's what we all need.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a great strategy, guys. Look, I do it in my retirement account. It's great there because remember, we talked about it last week if you were in the show. If you own a stock and you write a covered call and you're doing it in a non-retirement account, you put that stock on hold for its short-term capital gains versus long-term if you have it encumbered. If you encumber the stock, you halt the long-term capital gains kicking in. So if you own it a year and every single month you wrote covered calls, you really don't own it at all. It's a short-term capital gain if you had to sell that stock. In retirement account, I don't deal with that.
Yep. All right. I like it. Rob, anything else we should talk about?
Yeah, so the GameStop is done, guys. I don't know if you've seen it, but we talked about it last week. When I say done, I'm talking about naked puts. Remember, we were looking for that high flyer last week. GameStop, I was selling naked puts at 50, 60, 70 cents last week. And if you look right now, if we go over to GameStop and pull that one up, let's see. If we're looking at naked puts, we want to find a 20 delta. I have.
And why do you choose the 20 delta? Can you talk about that a little bit?
Well, delta is a calculator that tells us our percentage of chance of being right or wrong in the trade. If we're selling a 20 delta, we have a 20% chance of being wrong in that trade. Mm-hmm. Right? So it gives me enough odds that the majority of the time I am going to be right. Understanding you may have to buy the stock at some point.
Yep.
Right. So right now the stock is trading at 49.5. Last week I was selling the 20s. And I was able to pick up 50, 60, 70 cents for one contract. And the 20s right now are worth 7 cents, 5 by 7. There's no premium left in them whatsoever. So, and having to, with the risk that's going on here with where GameStop came from, and it could easily go back to 20, I surely do not want to go look for a 20 delta and sell the 43, I'm so close to where we are. We could easily blow through that 43. And if we do, I really don't want to have to buy GameStop at 43 bucks. So keep your eyes on the hotels. Keep your eyes on the cruise lines down the road. The airlines are now, folks, I think that they can recover very quickly as people get the injections. The government just secured more of the vaccine. If it starts working out and we still see numbers keep dropping, I think you'll see the airlines pick up quite a bit of business. Good money and covered calls on airlines.
Awesome. And the thing that I always like to watch for airlines, guys, I'll do an update this week. Look at, I always have my notepad. I wrote on my notepad. I've got a purple pen today. The thing I wrote down is I like to look at the TSA numbers. I love looking at the TSA. It publishes a number of people who go through the checkpoints every single day, compares it to the previous year. So we're still pre-COVID, I think. Yeah, we're still pre-COVID. So we can see how air travel is starting to ramp up from pre-COVID. So we'll do an update on that later this week too.
Cool.
Awesome.
Look forward to it.
All right, Rob. Thanks for joining again. Producer Aaron, drop that link in the chat for people to check out the video. Drop the link to Rob's site, Wealth Builders. There's some great info there. And if you guys want to become better options traders, you should probably follow along. Don't learn on your own. Let somebody teach you, be guided, and make some money, and we'll go from there.
Guys, go watch the free video. I put it together for you guys particularly after my talk with Jason last week. So I'm going to go ahead and put that out there so you got something to watch and learn how to do it.
Awesome. All right. Thanks, Rob. Happy trading.
All right. Take care, folks. You too.
And stay warm.
Yeah. You as well. Bye.
Thanks. Bye. All right, guys. There we have it. We did some options trading. I mean, I promised you guys some serious guests today. Go ahead, smash it like if you're doing any of that options trading. So some other stocks to talk about here. I got Vuzi, SOS, NYT all out of the chat. I'm gonna get to those in a second here. Other items that we've got coming up on the show. We are going to have a chat challenge. It's my favorite way to start every single week. It's where Zinger Nation is going head to head to see who is the best trader out there, who should we be listening to in the chat, who can throw out the best stock picks. So we are going to be doing that. The winner is going to get a free Benzinga Pro account for a year. I don't know if I'm even authorized to give it away for a year, but I said it, so that's what we're doing. The chat challenge. We're then going to be talking social sentiment. We actually have Breathe Carolina coming on the show. Hit musicians, now into trading. So they're going to be talking about some of the trades that they have and some of the stocks that they're looking at. And I'm going to be doing crypto too. We started a new crypto show last week with our crypto editor here at Benzinga. That's going to be at 2:00 Eastern. So a ton of content to pack into there. But all right, first things first, let's talk about some of these stocks. All right, ticker SOS. I'm going to throw that one up. Let me get my screen share on here now. I need glasses. All right, ticker SOS. The thing is ripping. It still has energy in it. I like this one. We had Mr. Ryan pitch this one on the show last week. The stock was $4. They did an offering. I was worried. I didn't buy it. The stock has just kept on running, so let's go. If you're not in this one now, let's see it break out to highs. Let's get a little bit of energy and momentum on here. We're sort of in that midday range where these stocks just go sideways. Let's watch this thing into the close. If it's hitting highs into the close, I might jump on the bandwagon and get in that one with the rest of you guys. And we're going to actually try to bring Ryan onto the show basically to repitch this one. If you missed it, I think it was last week on Tuesday was when he initially pitched it. I don't remember why he liked the stock. If anybody remembers why he likes the stock, throw it out there. But there's the move on that one, SOS. And then let's take a quick look at NYT as well, guys. Anybody who's been watching the show for a while knows that New York Times is my favorite stock to trade, and I'll show you why. I guess let's start with the theory. Right, you win in the markets when you have better info than anybody else. Right, you have a competitive advantage. You think you have some reason to win. Check this one out. Make the chart bigger, Luke. All right, I'll do it. But check this out. I'm gonna go show you guys the Benzinga traffic. Little sneak peek. Don't tell Jason that I'm sort of pulling the curtain back. All right, look at this. This is the number of people that we have reading articles on Benzinga.com every day. Look at how strong these numbers are the past couple of weeks. Right, so this is a 30-day view, I believe, that we're looking at right here. No, it's a 60-day view, somewhere around there. You see, okay, we have some good readership, we have some good traffic, and then all of a sudden, boom, it explodes. We're getting tons and tons of web traffic. All right, I've traded New York Times as a Benzinga.com traffic arbitrage probably a dozen times and never gotten it wrong. our traffic is soaring, especially this week, right? You've got all these people across the country locked in from snowstorms. I think that it might be time to take another crack at New York Times. I'm not in the stock right now. We traded it right into the last earnings call. We made some money. But based on what I've been seeing these past couple of weeks, I like the New York Times trade, the NYT. So we're going to be taking a look at that one. Throw it on your watch list. If you're not in it now, definitely a good time to consider it. I'll be doing some updates throughout the day, throughout the week. And that might be a new position that we're taking on, guys. But all right, I just did a little bit of a segue. I said you win when you have better information than anybody else, right? You have some sort of competitive advantage in the market. So I want to use that as a plug to bring our next guest on to the stream, Landon Swan from Likefolio. Landon, what's up, man?
Hey, Luke, how you doing? Good to be here, man. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. And is it snowy where you are? I've got to do the snow check.
We got maybe 8 inches last night. Yep.
And where are
Kids
you?
are loving it. We're in Louisville, Kentucky.
All right. So even in Kentucky. Wow. Yep. Okay. Going head to head with Michigan on that one. I think we're somewhere around 10 inches or so. But yeah, all right. The whole nation's just getting dumped on. Great if you own oil. All right, Landon, tell us a little bit about Likefolio, what you guys do, how you source data, and then let's hop into some of these hot trends.
Sure. So at Likefolio, what we're trying to do is discover shifts in consumer spending behavior. The way that we do that is we tie into social media. We're basically mining it for when people are talking about the brands and products that publicly traded companies own. So we collect those mentions, we analyze them for positive or negative sentiment, and then most importantly, whether or not people are talking about spending money on those products. We track that over time and see where the trend takes us. And it's been extremely powerful. We've been published. We've got data from Georgetown University did a study on us. We've got hedge funds and quant funds that buy our data. So it's really strong stuff. And it makes sense because if you think about it, it's basically like a real-time survey of 100 million people, and they're just telling you where they're spending their money.
Okay, so Landon, you're surveying 100 million people, but have you ever warmed up for a band before?
Not yet.
Okay, well, you are right now. We've got Breathe Carolina coming on after you. It's like you and I are like the warm-up group, and then they'll be coming on. But all right, so you're looking at all the social data. You're getting a sense of what people care about. You're spotting these waves, these trends. What's something that's jumped up recently that's been interesting to you?
Sure. So let's take a look at Planet Fitness. So this is a company, they own gyms across the country. And what's really interesting is if you look at the stock chart, I think we can pull it up here. I believe I'm sharing my screen.
You're not. I can help. There it is. All right. Perfect. We got it.
All right. So we've got our data here. This is actually the Likefolio dashboard. And the green line is the 90-day moving average of people saying, I'm signing up for a Planet Fitness membership in some way or another, right? I mean, obviously, that's not the language they use, but we analyze it. We've got algorithms that figure that out. Look at how seasonal it is. It's extremely seasonal. It's all about that New Year's resolution, right? Everybody, January 1st, they decide they're going to lose the weight that they've been putting on over the holidays. And then, of course, it tails off. And then next December, they make a new one and say, you know what, back to it this time.
And we're looking at like 10 years-ish of data here.
Yes, and I zoomed out because I wanted you to be able to see exactly how seasonal this is. So the green line is that people talking about signing up for Planet Fitness. The gray line's the stock chart, just kind of for reference. Now, one thing I want you to notice is look at what this green line normally does around New Year's. It spikes every time, but look what it's doing right now. It's basically nothing. I mean, it is non-existent. If we actually go over to the fiscal quarter view, so you can see here, you can tell which ones are the Q1s, right? These are, this is when people are signing up. This is the Q1 right now. It's happening right now. January 1st is when this quarter started. So this isn't the quarter that they're about to report. They're about to report Q4, which I think everyone knows is a big miss. I mean, it's been terrible to own a gym during COVID. Half the time it's been shut down. The other half the time, if you want to run on a treadmill, you got to have a mask on, and people hate that. So nobody's going to the gyms, nobody's signing up. And I think that's kind of baked into the stock price, or based into expectations anyway. But when you look at Q1, because I think that when they get on this call, analysts are going to ask them, how are New Year's resolutions going? And we've got the ability to kind of project out and see where it's trending for. So you saw that line graph before, and you can see why the current quarter's pace is about negative 60% year over year. So in other words, people are absolutely not signing up for new memberships at Planet Fitness, according to our data. And with an earnings report out coming up soon and stock near all-time highs, this has a setup for a really strong bearish trade.
Okay, I like that one. So Planet Fitness, it's 2 days that they're reporting after the close. So that'd be Thursday. And like, how exactly are you extracting like this estimated sign up number? Like, are you looking at Twitter and seeing the number of people who are tweeting about, hey, I'm at Planet Fitness right now, or how do you do it?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So we actually have a partnership with Twitter where we receive the entire fire hose. And of course, that's a ton of information. It's like 9,000 pieces of information per second. So we've got to find a way to filter that down and make sense of it. So we've built what we call a brand to company database where we know every brand and product owned by the companies we track and how people refer to those on social media. And so that's really the key, is we can use that as a filter against Twitter and say, okay, how many people are talking about Planet Fitness? How many people are happy about it? How many people are unhappy? And then, of course, how many people are signing up? So what's interesting, we've got the signups here. This is new memberships in Planet Fitness, and it's really, really struggling, obviously. But what's also interesting, if we go down to the happiness chart, you can see that it's been pretty steady. So green is happy.
Tell us what the happiness chart is.
Green is happy mentions, red is unhappy mentions, and then the purple line is the sort of ratio between the two. So right before COVID, about 62% of people who mentioned Planet Fitness were happy in one way or the other. And that's been a pretty steady line throughout the history. But now, as you can see, starting in the middle of June, it's dipped down now around 50%. And that is a big move when it comes to like folio data. As you know, people on social media, they generally complain more than they don't. So having it around 60 is not bad for a gym, but having it drop 10 points is bad. So people are unhappy with the experience. And as we've seen, they're not signing up.
Okay. No, that's interesting. So somebody put a pretty interesting long thesis on the stock in the chat. Jared Hicks, he said, Planet Fitness is going to gain market share with local gyms going out of business. I think that's sort of interesting, but I might hit this bearish trade into earnings, right? If they're getting asked about the Q1 signups and they're going to be bad, and then flip it the other way. I think that sort of might be an interesting way to play the stock.
Yeah, I think so. I think that point is really valid. I think it goes for gyms and restaurants. You're knocking out small businesses, mom and pop gyms and restaurants are getting knocked out. The big chains are going to take over market share in the long run. But if there's any expectation at all that people are getting back to gyms and working out and hitting that New Year's resolution, which is for a subscription business is really, really important, I think that they're going to be disappointed. I think analysts are going to be disappointed on that.
That's a good point. So they missed the mark on Q1 earnings, and that's their big catalyst to get people locked in for the next 6, 12, 18 months, whatever. I mean, it's the rest of the year is going to have to be revised downward. It's not like just one quarter of bad earnings.
Right, exactly. Now it's I think $10-15 a month, and you can cancel anytime. So there's a little more fluidity, I guess, with this gym membership than most. I don't think they lock you in, but if I'm an analyst, I'm definitely concerned that just the number of people excited about getting back to working out is that low. And what's really interesting, so we track other trends as well. It's not just brands and products, but we look at what's happening as just a consumer macro trend, and things like working out from home or working out with a YouTube video or whatever, home gym consultations and trainers, things like that. Those are at all-time highs. Those are record-breaking right now. Everybody's jumping on that bandwagon. There's a reason behind, like Peloton is doing so well. And so there's a big shift from going to the gym to saying, you know what, I'm going to work out at home. And people have been buying a lot of workout equipment. And I think it may be a trend that sort of sticks. And obviously that's going to be bad for gyms.
Can we look at Palantir? Can we look at that chart?
Palantir. Actually, we've got. Let me bring up Peloton.
Why am I saying Palantir? I always do this. Peloton. Sorry, PTO1. Yep. I always freaking do that one.
Sure. So this is this is Peloton's chart, and you can see pretty strong trajectory. This is a 3-year chart. Right here is where the quarantine began. Monster run up. in purchase intent. And of course, the stock has followed tremendously. Now we've even got all-time highs on it as well. So not only did people buy a lot of bikes and download the app, but they've actually held on to that and continued. And so this is sort of the Planet Fitness killer. It's not just biking, obviously, but Peloton's got an app where you can do all kinds of different workouts. And I think this is the embodiment of the trend that's killing gyms. And I think this is going to be a bad one for Planet Fitness.
Yeah. And if anybody's just joining, we're looking at social mentions over time. All right. So Landon, he's got a software. It basically looks at, your Twitter, your Instagram, whatever, and figures out how often are brands getting mentioned over time. But all right, Landon, what else should we look at? What other trends, stocks, markets, etc.?
I think that, so Planet Fitness is my favorite. One other one that I think is pretty interesting. Walmart is one that we've talked about a lot. I'm going to bring up the bars on this one. They've done a good job lately of really accelerating. I think that they've become a bit of a Amazon killer, in that if you think about Amazon's got about 110 distribution centers around the country. Walmart, I believe, has 4,500 stores. So if you think of those stores as distribution centers instead, then you can see why people are shifting over to companies like Walmart, Target, Best Buy. That's been a huge one, because Amazon during the quarantine had all kinds of shipping delays. It used to be just 100% chance you'd get your item in 2 days, right? Sometimes 1 day. Then it got out to 5 days, 2 weeks, and people were getting frustrated with that. And then they discovered that Walmart, Best Buy, Target had curbside pickup, where you could just go drive down and pick it up in 30 minutes, or next day delivery, because they've got all these stores all over the country. So this is one that I think is a little bit more of a longer term play, and I think it's definitely going to take market share away from Amazon.
All right, that was a ballsy statement you just made. You said Walmart is the Amazon killer. I mean that's aggressive.
Look, I don't think Amazon's going down, right? They're not going to be killed, but they're going to lose market share because of just, again, it's convenience, and it's Walmart, it's Target, and it's Best Buy. It's all three of those, because they're doing a fantastic job with curbside pickup and local delivery, whereas Amazon is struggling because they just don't have the infrastructure. So forever it was Walmart couldn't compete with Amazon because they didn't have the technology. And that was true. They tried again and again to launch their website and make it usable, and they kept failing. But once they got the technology down, which is probably the easy part, think about the infrastructure part. Now, all of a sudden, they've got stores everywhere. Treat those like distribution nodes, and it's much easier to deliver quickly and keep people happy.
Yeah, and I'm actually going to take that and give you guys an interesting REIT play. It's Agree Realty, ticker ADC, Alpha Delta Charlie. And so, like a lot of commercial and retail REIT has gotten hammered by COVID, obviously. The thing that sets Agree apart from a lot of the other REITs is that they focus on owning locations. Like they own retail stores, right? Or like the physical presences, the ground that they're on. But they focus their portfolio on owning stores that can compete in an omni-channel world, right? So it's not like they own malls or strip malls or anything along those lines. It's like they're buying the Home Depot property, right? And so that can be used for omni-channel, right? So the land can be adapted. It's a standalone piece of property. They can use it for delivery, right? Same day delivery. Buy online, pick up only. The parking lot can be transformed, for you to buy online, go just pick up the stuff and leave. So if anybody wants an interesting real estate play, again, the stock is ADC. Compared to other REITs, they're differentiated because they specifically own properties where they basically, retailers can set up to be omni-channel, not just purchase in store, but leverage those presences to do delivery, to do this buy online, to be able to adapt the property to have more trucking beds, etc. So interesting idea there.
Very cool. Thanks for sharing that. Last one I want to show you before I hop off.
Let's do it.
Shopify. They are, as far as we're concerned, they are turning things around. They're changing things.
And how long is this chart that we have right now?
So this one is actually just 3 years. And you can see it was on a nice trajectory. The purchase intent, again, green line is people talking about signing up for or using a company's products like Shopify. It was on a nice trajectory, upward trend until March, April, May. Then it absolutely ran up as all kinds of businesses started to get online. And I'll tell you, as an entrepreneur, the hardest thing when it comes to starting a business is figuring out all the little pieces, right? You're good at making your widgets or whatever it is, but figuring out marketing, figuring out sales, getting the website, that is really difficult. And everyone 5 or 10 years ago was reinventing the wheels on their sign up page and their customer experience with subscriptions and whatnot. A company like Shopify comes along and just changes it and makes it easy for everyone to sign up and have the best, A/B tested everything. And they just get that done quickly for you. They take a small piece of the action, and it's a no-brainer for small businesses. So as companies went online over the last year or so because of the quarantine, Shopify was the one that they turned to. And now, normally what we see in a situation where there's a huge influx of customers because of a special event like the quarantine, you would expect that green line to sort of revert back to where it was before. Instead, it's holding these all-time highs, suggesting that this is more of an adoption and a behavior change than anything. So they have done a great job of getting new customers and then keeping them happy. Actually, I'll show you the happiness chart as well. Look at this number here, 83%. I know we just talked about Planet Fitness down around 50%. This is how you keep customers and get new ones through referrals.
Yeah,
so Shopify is crushing it. And of course,
so you're saying that 80% of the social mentions about Shopify, ticker SHOP, are positive. What's average or what's standard?
So normally we're seeing in the 70s range, right? It really depends on industry. If you're talking airlines, 45 or 50 is good. If you're talking services like this, I think 70 is pretty good. Or devices, I think the iPhone's around 70 or so. And so the fact that anybody that gets over 80 is very strong, and 84 for Shopify is fantastic.
Okay, wait. Can we look at Comcast really quick? I want to see what the happiness rating is on Comcast.
We don't cover Comcast.
Damn it.
Yeah, sorry. I bet it's extremely low.
Like 8%.
Yeah, there's some frustrated people out there for sure, and that's another one. One of the things that we saw. This is a side note, but this is kind of cool. What we can discover with this social media data was the whole cord cutting movement for a while when Disney Plus was coming out and saying, we're going to launch this service. All the analysts were wondering, are they taking market share away from Netflix? And what we discovered was that as people signed up for Disney Plus because they had the free trial through Verizon, they actually got on there. They weren't sure how to use it. So they went and they bought either a Roku TV or Roku device. Monster day for Roku. Is the biggest day for Roku in our history when Disney Plus launched.
Can you pull the chart?
Yeah. And then once they got their Roku device, they said, you know what? I didn't know there's all these other things I could sign up for. And they actually signed up for Netflix as well. So Disney Plus launching was huge for Roku, huge for Netflix. So it's a kind of a win-win-win. They just lifted everyone up.
Okay. All right. This data is so fun.
It's really cool.
If you just tuned in, we're looking at social mentions, right? All of the Twitter posts, Instagram, etc., of different brands. Do you have any cruise lines on here?
Yeah, we do.
All right, let's see that one. It's going to look like a cliff, guys. I'm just going to give you a heads up. Yeah, there we go.
This is people talking about maybe I wish I could go on a cruise. I want to, and then no chance, right? I mean, if you look at what they're at, here's the year-over-year number, negative 50%. Really, really struggling. And it actually looks kind of similar to an airline. So here's Delta. And I'll zoom out a little bit. You can get a better idea of where they were.
What time horizon is this now?
So now we're on a 5-year chart for Delta. Was trending fairly well and has just since fallen off a cliff. I mean, again, cut in half. I'm looking forward to getting things back to normal. We don't see it yet, obviously, in travel stocks, but soon, hopefully.
All right. The Delta one sort of surprises me because on this show we track the TSA check-in numbers, and I mean the travel in January was stronger than it was in December, despite all the holidays that we had in December. So the airline one surprises me a little bit.
Yeah, it's interesting because even mentions are going down. So the third chart that I didn't pull up is just people talking about the airlines, whether or not they're happy, unhappy, or moving or going on them. So it's really just about what people are talking about online. But I think that the strongest data that we've got is the ones that are extremely consumer facing. So companies like Planet Fitness that we talked about, Walmart, Shopify, these are all the ones that I absolutely love. So, I must disclose, I've got puts on Planet Fitness. I know you guys like to disclose that kind of stuff. And we've put this out to our members at Likefolio, so just be aware of it.
Yeah. Okay. So of all the ideas that you shared, again, guys, we're looking at the social mentions. Short Planet Fitness was my favorite one. If you're just tuning in, basically the thesis is, Planet Fitness's biggest quarter every single year is the New Year's resolutioners, right? That's people joining a gym because they want to get in shape for the year. They quickly lose that motivation by January 15th. But regardless, it's a big sales boom for Planet Fitness. We did not see the social mentions this January like we did every single year. Companies reporting earnings after the close on Thursday. They are going to get asked about how is the start of the year, how's the New Year's rush on that conference call. They're not going to have good things to share per this data set. I like that. I'm going to look for a bearish play to get into PF. Maybe not short the stock. Maybe we will, but maybe we'll look at puts for it. So, all right. If you guys want to look at the Planet Fitness trade, come back tomorrow. I'll have something queued up for that one.
Awesome.
Cool.
Very cool.
All right, man. Thanks for joining.
Hey, thanks a lot, Luke. I appreciate it.
All right, guys. It is time for our chat challenge, guys. Let me just go ahead, share this document because I'm sure that producer Aaron did not. He didn't, as expected every week. All right, there we go. Yeah, set up. All right, I'm about to start spamming the chat with this document. This is our chat challenge, guys. This is where Zinger Nation is going head to head every single week. We're trying to figure out who is the best trader in the chat, who should we be listening to, who out there in Zinger Nation has got the cuts, who can make the calls. We're doing something fun this week, guys. Again, in the chat, click on it. We're asking, what is the price of Bitcoin going to be at this time on Friday? That's the question. Right now, we're sitting right around that 50K mark. I think we got that crossover the 50K. We'll be doing crypto at 2 o'clock Eastern today. But the question is, what is the price of Bitcoin going to be? Please be courteous as you're filling this in. It looks like I didn't share it right. Can view. Okay, don't worry. Can edit. There we go. Editor. All right, go. Do not delete other people's guesses. Do not write profanities in the thing. Just because I'm saying that, I know that everybody will. Go in this link. If you're already on it, refresh. I'm going to spam the chat with it a couple more times. Do not write profanities in the thing. Whoa. Jason, what's up, man? You're here. What's up? Okay, we can't hear him, but that's all right. We got the head bob. We'll take that.
You can hear me.
There we go. Okay. What's up?
I'm just not talking yet.
All right. Just just keep the head bobbing going. We'll get to the talking at some point.
Yeah,
Jason, we have a jam-packed show today.
I just got to say, celebration. Come on. Let's celebrate. If you're listening to the show and you listened last week, you made more money today and Friday. You don't know what to do. So I say come down to Florida and come in the pool and celebration. Come on.
Are you talking about our TRCH? Hugh Henney pitched that one last week on the show, 240. Stock is now at $4.50. Hugh hanging out in the chat earlier today said he's looking to get above 450.
I'm not. No, I'm not.
Move. What that's better than that?
I missed that.
Did you get Tiger? I pitched Tiger on Friday. 20% on Tiger today.
Shut up. I own Tiger. Okay. So, hey, trust. If you're cringing for me, I'm cringing for myself as well, man. So we're in the same boat. What a freaking weirdo I am. I agree. But I missed Hugh Henney's amazing call on that one. That was when I had
he's correcting us. He pitched it at 240 is what it was at on our show. All right.
He pitched at 120. Okay. So, I had Apple problems. Well, you know what I'm going crazy about, Lukey Dookie?
What is that?
I'm going crazy, Lukey Dookie. I'm sorry for calling you that right now. It's not appropriate.
I like that. It's a good name.
I'm going crazy about KMPH. Viv told me to keep it, so I kept most of it. It's up another 19%. We bought it at 680. It's at 1110. Tiger, we bought at 1025 to 36. Generac, that I bought those call options way back when. Well, there's a big snowstorm I hear about. I'm in Florida, so I don't know. I don't know. It's up $20. Why aren't we talking about the snow place? Why aren't we talking about the recoveries, the Generacs? Who's going to be the generators? What is that? Bill is up.
Well, that's why you're here.
And then AMYZF is up 28%. The chat gave it to us. Voyager, AACQ, BTN. That was my pick of the year. BTN, JFU.
I didn't look at that one today. What's BTN doing today?
Bingo, BNGO. BTN is up
4%. So no, it's not a Hugh pick. It's not up 250%. I agree, but it is still a day that you need to celebrate, and you need to hope Mitch Hodge comes back with a trade, because Mitch Hodge is getting killed in this contest right now.
Yep. Wait, can we get a peek out the window of Florida? Everybody's looking at Michigan. We've got 12 inches of snow. I literally saw somebody snowshoeing. I swear to God, this is like some real Michigan shit. I saw somebody snowshoeing on my way to work today.
I got you. Oh, it's overcast here.
What do we have?
Storm. Hold on.
Okay.
Is it working?
It's working. All right, it looks pretty nice. You know, I mean, I think it depends on like, you know, which what sort of sport you guys are in. You know, if you like snowshoeing, snowmobiling, I wrecked a snowmobile once. We'll do that story in another day. You know, come visit me in Michigan. If you like swimming in the pool, you like sunbathing, you like playing tennis, whatever it may be, then I guess.
Watch, guys. Watch this. Hold on. Well, I'm going to show you something pretty cool.
All right.
I'm going to mute myself for 1 second.
Now we're going to get to our next guest.
What did you say? What did you say? We got a new stock.
We're getting to our next guest.
No, wait, one sec. Next guest is Riley. Hold on 1 sec.
Okay.
Wait, you guys see them in the pool down there? You're on the show. Say hi. You see them?
Hi.
You see them down there?
No, I mean, it's sort of tough to see them. I heard the hi.
Yeah, that was Riley and her friends. And then this is Florida. There's some buildings. Do you guys know who Grant Cardone is?
Yes.
Do you guys know who Grant Cardone is? Press 1 if you know who Grant Cardone is. His office is right there. I could go. They invited me to come meet there, but I right now I'm not going. But
it's not big time enough. You're having too much fun with us.
I know. I passed on it. Why would I want to go talk to Grant Cardone? I got Zinger Nation here. Talk to Grant Cardone. Well, maybe I should go talk to Grant Cardone. Maybe I will ping him and go talk to him. We'll see about that. What about VUZI, Luke?
Boozy.
What about SCKT? SCKT. Jim Cramer likes SCKT. Check out SCKT.
All right, there's Socket. Holy crap!
Wait. Is he? I own this stock, dude.
You do not own this one.
Yeah, I do.
It would have been the first on your list.
You're
you
right.
said you don't have any 250% plays.
I don't have
but you have some 20% plays. If
These
you
guys
owned this one, it would have been on the list.
Well, I'm buying it maybe today. I don't know. Wait. What about EXPI? This guy's talking shit that my EXPI was wrong. Let's see what EXPI is doing.
Who?
Oh, EXPI is down 50%.
It's a bad day.
Wait, is that what I own? Hold on. I got to make sure this is the one I own, because if this is the true, I'll be really sad right now. It was put me in a bad mood. Hold on.
Wait, I don't know if it's not actually. I don't think it's actually down 50%.
Hold on.
Hold on. This might be a stock split.
This guy's freaking me out. EXPI is not down at all. Whoever told me it was down, I'm going to the chat. That guy's blocked forever.
I think it's a stock split.
What the hell was this guy saying?
Yeah, it's a split. Not Yoda in the chat. Shout out Zinger Nation, always keeping us in line.
Yeah.
It's a stock split. You're good.
Psycho Tropic Thunder, you got to go jump in a lake or something. You freaked me out, man. Jeez Louise. What the heck was that?
All right, guys. And just to close out the chat challenge for the week, again, we're asking what is the price of Bitcoin going to be at this time on Friday? I just did some quick numbers for you. Median guess 51,000, so that's up about 2% from where we are now. Max guess 90,000. Min guess $69. Somebody knows my favorite number out there and just threw that one as a guess. I'm guessing it's going to be higher than that and lower than the 90, but we'll see. So check in every day. We're going to be figuring out who's on top, guys. If you have not put your guess in,
I gotta talk to the show, Luke. They've been all waiting to hear what happened.
All right.
I know you have a guest coming up, but guys, flag football against the UMWCCO United Wholesale. We were up 13 points with 6 minutes to go. Our guy gets an interception. There's no flag thrown. I have it on video, and I will show it to you guys. 15 seconds later, they said that my son went off sides or something, and he was blitzing. We didn't. We should have been up 20 points. Even Ishbia said that it was BS. Well, we lost in the last minute. 2 crazy penalty calls. Well, hopefully we get them in the championship, and we'll take it to them there. I expect all you guys to come to town to watch the championship. It's going to be brutal. Like, this game is going to be brutal, but we lost by 2 points in the last minute on 2 crazy penalties, okay? That's the story. Anyway, I told about the game last week, so I just wanted to update you guys. That's it. I mean, guys, I'm sad. I'm sad because we really should have won. And it's in Detroit. Yeah, I know. It's not Florida. It's in Detroit. It was good. I mean, we lost. And, whoa, I look terrible here. Let me elevate myself. I look like a scary monster. Whoa. If I was you guys, that would turn me off right now. Let me go higher. There we go.
Youth sports suck.
What?
My favorite comment is youth sports suck. I don't know what the story was. I walked away for a second to get my big water.
Joe O'Connor came to the game, and then it was offsides, and then we get the guy down. And we pulled his flag, and they called it. We tackled him. I have it on video. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if the referees work at United Wholesale. I kind of think they did. And someone said that to me. I don't know if it's true. Yeah, Brian, it didn't feel like I learned. We were up 13 points with 6 minutes to go. Yeah, yes, Joseph. I know you're about to make fun of me, but listen, his team hasn't lost in 4.5 years and 10 seasons. We were poised to win. Well, they have lost, but they didn't have the ringer in. They should have lost. It was bullshit. And that's a story. I'm going to ask for different refs next game. I hope. Yeah, I'll put that on. I'll feature Joseph Newhall, Luke, if you won't. Oh, yeah, you did it. Okay, good. That's the story. Flag football. I'm pissed against Matt, and I like him. Hey, Luke, who is Tommy Breathe, the guy down there? Who is that?
That's our next guest. I'm ready to roll. I've been, just sitting here listening to the story patiently.
Yeah. Landon said that was fun. Thanks. Landon was good. I watched your episode. We were watching you downstairs, Luke.
Okay, in the pool. Well, if you want to watch,
guys, it is raining in Florida harder than Luke drops basketball slam dunks. Look at it, guys. Can you see?
We can see.
No, it is. Look at that. I'm so glad I'm up here and didn't leave my computer down there. Wow.
All right. Well, if I know anything about Florida, don't worry. You'll be back to some sun shortly. But all right, let's
Luke,
bring.
Why aren't you here, Luke? Why aren't you here with me?
I didn't get invited. You didn't even tell me you were going.
What are you talking about? I said we are going to Florida, and you should come so you can do work and not be bothered by everyone.
Okay. Well, I didn't know when you were going. You could have booked me a ticket. I would have gone. Getting out,
I'll book it.
Out of the snow.
All right, Luke, I'll book it for you tomorrow. You want to come?
Yep. Long DAL.
I'm going to book it.
All right.
Luke is coming to Florida. Luke is coming to Florida.
Woo.
Okay, let's go. Let's bring on the guest. He looks a lot cooler than you live.
All right, Tommy, what's up, man?
What up, dude?
We're live on the Power Hour from LA. Do you have snow there?
No, not even close.
Do you have
Wait, Luke. I got to do one thing. Okay.
Okay.
Before Tommy goes on, and then Tommy, you go on.
Yeah, no
you guys, tomorrow we have this hot segment, and I want you guys to see the preview to it. 1 second. You like that?
I already played the video on accident, but yep.
All right. Thought that was cool. All right, Tommy, bring it to us.
You probably have the best audio of any guest that we'll bring on. Is that
I make like sounds for a living, so you would think that I'd have the best audio.
What kind of sounds do you make, man? I see the billboards. Let's hear about this.
Yeah, I make like dance music. That's what those plaques are for.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Where the fuck have I been?
Dude, I don't know. In Florida, apparently.
Yeah, no shit. All right, wait, so tell us a little bit about the music career and then how you make the pivot from that into trading.
Yeah, so I've been doing music since professionally since 2010, and we tour all around the world. We're the number 63 DJs in DJ Mag Top 100, and then the pandemic hit and we stopped touring,
and then we started like trading, just kind of like the entire world started trading. And then we found like Dan and Hugh and just became like friends with them. And then we got like super involved in like Atlas and like that whole squad. And then we started taking trading like more and more seriously. And now it's pretty much like half our day is trading and then half our day is like music. And we do like the same amount of both.
Yeah, let's talk about the music business for a little bit. This is something I'm interested in. So I'd imagine that, you know, a lot of the money is made, you know, by touring. So like how has the industry pivoted? How have you guys pivoted? I see you doing a ton of live streams and doing releases virtually. I'm curious about that.
Yeah, like, so I would say like 90% of like your real revenue comes from touring. So then when this happened, we did a deal with Twitch to be on Twitch every single day and do like one big show a month on Twitch. So we have like a nice little deal with them there. And then we have like sponsors and brands that kind of help us out to do like Instagram posts and things like that. And then obviously there's the music royalty side, but the music royalty side is almost like a bonus. Like when you get like a nice royalty check, you're like, oh, I was not expecting this at all. This is cool.
Great.
Yeah. So that's kind of it. So during this whole time, we've just been, you know, working on like merch and working on brand deals and things that could kind of fill the void of the touring.
Yeah. And I don't know if it's going to be this summer or next summer or whenever it's going to be, but whenever you guys get back to touring, I'm sure it's going to be off the hook. Like it's going to be unreal like never before.
Yeah, I would imagine it's going to be insane. I mean, I don't know, but like I would think that people have like a yearning to like go out.
I do at least. All right.
Yeah,
well, all right. I'll help. We need to make sure that you get a show in Detroit. All right.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm just going to be bumming, or I'll fly and visit in LA. I don't know.
Where do we play in Detroit? We play it's called Electricity, I think, in Detroit.
Yep. Yeah. Northern Michigan. No.
Yeah,
no. In Ann Arbor, that's where it is.
Yeah. We play there a lot. So hopefully after this is done, we can come hang.
All right, let's go. Air horns on that one. All of the nation's invited there. We're all going.
Oh, everybody. Yeah. Free show for everyone.
So do you rap too at all?
I wish, dude. I don't.
Did you hear me singing earlier?
Yeah, no, you have a beautiful voice. I was gonna say after this we should hop in the chat and maybe get you on something.
How about get me off something? That's it. My
while you do it, you know, maybe you can eat during the interviews, just not while you're singing.
Dude, was it sunny as hell and then 2 seconds later raining like crazy?
The biggest storm. I mean, honestly, the craziest thing I've ever seen. Like, and now it stopped raining. I mean, the craziest rainstorm I ever. Like, I don't even know. Whatever. Yeah. Someone told me last night, Luke, they need Adderall when they talk to me because I talk so fast.
Maybe you need less Adderall when you talk. You know, either way.
Whatever.
What's in that big gulp, Luke? What do you got?
Yeah. I mean, we're just day drinking. You know,
the thing is enormous. I love that thing.
You know, it helps me get my vibe for the show.
I feel like a wuss with this little guy right here.
All right, what's in yours?
Just coffee.
Okay. All right. Starting slow.
Yeah.
So what are you trading these days? Your boys are here, by the way.
Which boy?
I don't know, Dan.
Oh yeah, all these. Yeah, dude, I've honestly ever since the GME AMC thing, I closed most of my swings and I've just been day trading a lot just because there's so many like new people in the market, I feel like, and like my swings weren't holding. I was in like every SPAC and I didn't like kind of what it was doing. So I sold a lot of them and I've just been day trading momentum most of the time. Obviously you got Hugh Henney going absolutely freaking insane on TRCH.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, so I was in that. He wouldn't let me not be in it.
Wait, Tommy? Yeah. When he was talking about it on the show, I got DMs on Twitter. This company's a fraud. This company's this. Everyone was not everyone. One guy was blowing me up about Torchlight, blowing me up, literally. And so I didn't get into it because this guy was attacking me, and I had nothing to do with it. I don't know shit. I don't, you know. Yeah, he said he was.
We just bring stocks that run 100%. That's what the Power Hour is about, and we deliver.
Yeah, I mean, it's doing pretty good for a fraud. I don't know. He seems like he knew what he was talking about so far.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so there's one. What are some other names you're watching today?
Today, what did I trade today? Hold on, let me pull it up. I think MICT. I traded today. I traded. I have like a swing account and a day trade account. I day traded some Torch today too. And then I'm swinging. I've been swinging SSPK for a while. That's probably my favorite swing. I've had it since like 1050. Yeah, I think it's going to be Weed Maps, and I don't think a lot of people know like all the things that Weed Maps has. They own a record label. They have an events company. So I think that's like a great long-term hold for me. I've had it for a while. I don't think I'm going to let it go anytime soon. Same with Hims. I've had it since it was OAC at like 1050.
What's it at now?
Actually, I'm not
22?
looking at it right now. Yeah, like 22.
Yeah. Hims
I
was-
love this stock.
Hims
Dude,
was on our small cap show, man, and it was at $6, and I bought it then.
I love when like the SPACs that no one's talking about. They seem to react really well.
Right.
Yeah, so I bet those two are awesome for me. I'm still holding Lots. I hope Lots turns around. that one's kind of beating me up a little bit.
We're in that one in the live portfolio too.
Yeah, so hopefully that one turns around and yeah, I mean that's really it today.
All right, let's go back to this TRCH a little bit. So you said you've got the swing trade account, you have the day trade account. When you're day trading this thing, what are you looking for? How are you figuring out when to get in or out of it, etc.?
So I'm looking for like with stocks like this that are kind of like hot on the day. I'll look for like the big pop and then the inevitable like big pullback. And then if it has good volume and I kind of see that like, all the chat rooms are talking about it. Everybody on Twitter is talking about it. You can kind of assume that the dips are going to get eaten up. That's kind of like how I look at these like super hot stocks. So I'll start scaling in on like the big pullbacks and then I'll sell the pops. And then I have my position in TRCH2 that I've had since Hugh alerted it. That's in my other account. So I'll just hold that for the merger and I'll just day trade, kind of like the hype throughout the day on like these like kind of overhyped ones. Not overhyped, but just hyped.
Yeah, the high energy ones, some of these fire stocks.
Yeah, exactly.
And let me ask you this: Do you have an air horn that you use at your shows?
Dude, I do have an air horn, and Dan has me like blow it. We talk on voice like all day while we're trading. So I have like this little soundboard here, and I'll like when something goes crazy, I'll do it for.
Wait,
Dan.
do yours.
Well, now I don't have it pulled up now.
Damn it! All right,
You're putting me on the spot, man. Yeah, you got one. What do you have it on? Do you just have like buttons in front of you that you just press whenever you're
Hell
ready to
yes.
ride?
I got
Damn.
the real buttons. Look at this.
You're set up over there. Oh wow,
Yeah,
you got a
man.
whole making sure you're so set up, dude.
And no, I got like an explicit folder.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Holy.
Yeah.
Wait, we can cuss? Are we allowed to cuss on here?
Yeah, in good
okay.
taste.
All right, cool. Yeah, I'm not gonna go crazy and get you guys thrown off the air.
I mean, we're soon going to be not soon, and in 6 months going to Xfinity. When we go on Xfinity, the cussing kind of comes to a halt. But for now,
let it ride.
Fucking swear. We just go. And if you're a piece of shit, I'm a piece of shit. We admit it. Luke's an asshole for not coming to Florida, but he says I'm an asshole for not inviting him. It's true. It's all true. Everything's true there. But both sides. Both sides. Both sides of that story are true.
You are
I didn't
fake
invite
news.
him. I didn't invite him. He's an asshole for not coming. Both sides are true. That really doesn't make any sense. But the thing I'm gonna say is society just said the word fuck's a swear word. Why? It solves so many things. Like it's fucking A. I had a good fuck. Fucking A, that hurts. Fucking bullshit. Fuck me, I fucked up. There's so many uses of fuck that I get it. I get it that people say, Jason, stop swearing. But here's the truth. Society decided many years ago that the F word, the A word, shit. Why am I even saying the A word? Fuck, asshole, shit, and all those are swear words. All right, so they're swear words. But if we didn't decide that, then they wouldn't be swear words. Like I have 11, 9, and 4-year-old. I mean, they don't know their swear words until we say you can't say those words. If we didn't say that, then no one would treat them that way. And Mark Cuban had a similar rant like this, and his only issue is when the kids go to school. That's it. So that's what I think. I think swear words are overplayed. Okay, and I know I'm not like some expert on this, but I don't know. The F word can be used in a lot of scenes. Like that was a fucking terrible trade. Like I don't know. There's a lot of things. Like so. That's it. That's all I got.
All right, so Tommy, next time that you come back on, we're gonna need to get the soundboard hooked up. We'll get some cursing sounds in there, and then we'll be good to go.
Yeah, next time I'm on here, I'll just DJ a set for you guys or something. I'll come on, I'll DJ a set while we trade some stuff.
Dude, that would be awesome.
Let's do it.
All right, we got to set that up. Yes. All right, Zinger Nation, if you guys want that, throw the 1 in the chat. If not, don't throw anything in the chat because you don't belong here. You don't belong here. You know.
Yeah,
you
that's what I'm
have
saying.
fun, then yeah,
That's what I'm
I
saying.
would love for him to come DJ. I would love to like have a mic in my hand when he's DJing and I sing a few words, like, you know, and that would be good.
Perfect. Let's do it.
Yeah.
All right. But Tommy, let me ask you this one. So you got started trading when you know COVID happened, right? The rest of the world did. How did you learn? Like what were your resources to get started? I mean, what were some of the early mistakes that you made? Advice you'd give to people who are just getting going now?
So when I started, I kind of got in at the time where like you could literally put anything anywhere and wake up to like 100% or 200%er, like literally like I was in all the first ones, like GNUS. I had it from like whatever it was, like $2 to like $11. I had KTOV when it like ran crazy, UAVS, like every single like cult stock that went like at that time, I had them all, and I was just literally following alerts on like Twitter, you know what I mean? And it was working at that time. And then what happened was I developed like super bad habits and just thought that would continue. And then I was just throwing big money at stuff. And when it stopped working, I blew up. I didn't blow up, but I lost like a lot of my gains. And then I became friends with like Hugh and Dan and PJ and a lot of the Atlas dudes. And I kind of started going through, you know, the educational section in that Discord and the kind of like reading up on stuff and reading why things were going, as opposed to just, I didn't know like what an offering was. Like when GNUS had that big offering, I was literally saying stuff that I was just seeing on Twitter, like stop loss raid. I didn't know what that meant, but I was just saying it, you know, just thinking I was like a professional. So yeah, I mean, the Atlas Discord was a lot. YouTube was a lot. Hugh and my texts was a lot. Just like, you idiot, this is what you need to do. What are you doing? Just, you know, telling me what to do. And that was kind of it. And then screen time. I mean, now it's been like a year of being on my screen from LA time, 3 a.m. to 1 p.m. every single day. And I think for day trading, at least, screen time is the most important thing. Like if you're in front of your screen and you're seeing how these stocks react and you're seeing how volume reacts and you can kind of see how things, you know, what things do, then I think you have a better shot.
Okay. All right. So a lot of Twitter, a lot of watching, and just putting the hours into it.
Yeah.
Yep. And like you mentioned blowing up accounts. This is something that's come up like every day for the past 2 weeks. I think you have to do it in order to learn, basically. Like I don't think that like paper trading or just like following along works. Like I think you need to have real money in the market and actually be sweating and blow it up in order to learn your lesson.
Oh, 1,000%. Like if it was fake money, I wouldn't have learned that what I was doing was a bad idea. You know what I mean? Like I was throwing way too much money at things, just thinking like, oh yeah, I'm going to wake up to 100%er. And then all of a sudden that didn't work. And I had to kind of learn why it wasn't working. And I had to learn about scaling in. I didn't know what scaling in was. I was like, oh, I saw, you know, XYZ post something on Twitter. I'm just going to put my entire account into this because it was working for so long. And then it stopped working. And I had to kind of figure out what to do from there.
Yep. Yeah. I think we saw it with a lot of the Portnoy crew too when they all got going.
Exactly.
It's like you buy every airline, one day it stops. Those could be bad days.
I agree.
All right. What was your best and your worst trade? Do you remember those?
I don't remember my worst trade. I had a lot of worst trades, and a lot of them were just like, I think it was is it ABUS? Is that the ticker? ABUS? I think that was a really bad one. It was like running one day and I was just like, all right, I'm going to scalp this. And it was I was at that point where I think everybody gets, where you're like, all right, so I've been winning on these scalps. So if I just add a 0 to my buy, I'll make more. And I did that. And all of a sudden it went down. And I think I lost like 10K on like one trade.
Yeah, it's a bad day.
And the worst part is I came back to it later in the day after selling it, and it was like back up and like above where I had bought it at. So I think that kind of made me feel even worse. And then best trade, I don't know. I mean, TRCH is rocking right now for trades of right now.
You know what I say to that, man? It's bullshit that I'm not in that stock. It's
dude, get it. Just get it now. It's not done. Just buy it right now. Ride it with us, bro.
Motherfuckers who DM me and complain about every other trade fucked me up on that trade. All right, I'm out. Peace.
Dude, listen, man. My dad was deported, man. It's never too late to buy something.
Hey, they want you to talk about that, by the way.
About my dad being deported?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah, when I was 16, that's what happened.
Why?
He was I don't know, man. He was just doing stuff and he got caught and we were illegal immigrants. And they sent him away. I'm no longer an illegal immigrant, but I was.
Damn. So Dan said to ask about Israel. Are those related?
Yeah, that's where I'm from. I was born in Israel. And I moved here when I was like 1.
You visit Israel a lot?
Yeah, I go there I try to go there like probably 3-4 times in the summer, every summer. Because when we tour Europe, I'll stop like over there.
Okay, that's awesome. Never been there. Want to. And with this TRCH, I mean, Hugh's out there in the chat.
Look, you don't want me on my Israel trips? I mean, Jesus Christ.
I mean, dude, Jason, you got to get in it, man. I mean, think about it. We're all in it. You got the Atlas squad on it. You got Ultra on it. You got Hugh Henney dropping more DD than you've ever seen. Dude, Hugh's dropping 6 pages of DD a day, man. He's like every day he's got 6 pages of new DD.
Yeah, when I listen to PGIR, that's Penny's Going to Raw, check out the podcast on Sunday.
Yeah, baby, we're a sponsor. Let's go.
Yeah, I heard them bring up the stock. I'm like, all right, this thing's going Monday morning or Tuesday morning. I'm like, I know it's 2 days away, and I know this thing is gonna run.
Yeah, and it's like you got. I mean, like everyone's on it. It's crazy. I mean, you see, literally, it's like if you look at Twitter, I can't go.
Even Chris Randone, Jason is saying you better get in it.
Yeah, Chris Randone's in it. You got. I mean, literally.
All right.
Everybody.
I just bought 5,000 shares. I'm in it.
Prove it. Show your screen.
All right, hold on.
You bought 5,000 shares. I think we'd see a candle on that one.
I don't know what a candle is, but fuck that. You know what's so funny? This guy, Tom, you remind me of Wall Street Bets. They told me to prove it. They said, show my screen. So
well, here's the thing, man. You got to prove it. Like, otherwise, how do we know?
I don't lie. It's just who I am. But
yeah, but you're the fans don't know that. We don't know.
All right, there it is.
Look at that. We got him on TRCH, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's fucking go.
Hugh said he's naming his firstborn child after TRCH.
Do you guys look at? Wait, just keep the screen up. Hey, Basil Naman, who didn't believe me? Do you believe me now? Press 1, motherfucker.
Boom.
I like how lit you're getting today. It's hilarious.
I am lit today. I was gonna buy 10,000 shares, by the way, but I'm like thinking I'm buying at the high. I don't know shit about this thing, so I was gonna buy 10,000 shares, but I bought 5,000 because I was like, whatever, and so I bought 5,000. Maybe I should buy 10,000. I don't know. I don't know what they do. All I know is, guys, you want to see my Twitters? You want to see my DMs about this?
Okay, now I'm getting texts saying maybe should I buy TRCH here? I just got like 4 texts from people.
Like,
yo, is TRCH good here?
You guys want to see my chat?
Just refer him to Jason. Be like, if you lose money, it's on this guy, Jason Razzie.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, on this one, I don't know shit. Look at this. Look at this TRCH. I've been blown up. How do you find your fucking? I got so many DMs.
Try searching Torch, maybe Torchlight.
Torch, okay.
Dude, and imagine how cool it's going to be when you can retire off a stock called Torch. When you're just like, yeah, dude, Torch.
Everybody's going to name their kid Torchy.
Exactly.
Right? We're going to bring
nickname.
Yeah, Andy Swan's going to come back in with like the social mentions, and it's just going to be Torchy. We're just going to see a line straight up of Torchy, people saying, hey, that's what I'm naming my kid.
What have you been trading today, Luke? What have you liked?
So I made a big pitch on Friday.
All right, here we go. Hey, guys, here you go. Ready? You guys looking?
Mm-hmm.
Raz.
Bigger. I can't see, but it could be my eyes.
No, sometimes things aren't that big. I'm Jewish. I don't have that big of a thing. What do you mean?
Shout out Build-A-Bear. Shout out Build-A-Bear.
Wait, Dan's trying to call in. How does Dan call in?
Dan, I'll send him a link.
Hold on. They're sending you a link.
Do you guys see this? This guy writes me, people mention TRCH on Benzinga right now. Is it $1.40? You should stop. It's a horrible company with shitty management. Just look at what Energy Credit said. We are live on the show. I can't help you, motherfucker. Okay. Sorry. Oh, no, this guy wrote, 100% fraud. CEO paid financial settlements in 2 prior Ponzi schemes. CFO last question number C. Okay. Do you guys know about any of this shit?
Wait, you have to write him back right now and say the only thing 100% about this stock is the return.
The price. Let's go.
That's all you got to just say it back. The only thing that's 100% about TRCH is the return.
Dude, I'm writing.
Have you seen the return on the stock?
No,
Period.
you should write back. Hey, I shorted this stock on your recommendation.
You owe me money now.
I might be getting a divorce now. Thoughts?
I'm gonna live in this hotel in Florida now because of you. I've shorted this stock. I have nothing left.
You see what I wrote? I wrote to him. So then I wrote to Energy Credit One to see what's the story. And he said the same, this guy, who is this guy? That is Energy Credit. Well, that's not the guy that originally hit me up, though. This guy, real name. He doesn't use his name. He goes, Raz, people mention this, whatever, yada, yada, yada. So then I write, and then he wrote this, okay? I don't know.
That guy's putting in a lot of time to make you think that it's a shitty stock.
All right, we got to
see, but you messed up, dude. You trusted. There he is. Dan's here. You trusted that guy's DD over the boys, over Hugh, over Ultra, over PJ, over Dan. You trusted that guy.
What's upsetting to me? What's upsetting to me, Jason?
Does that guy have a Lambo? Does he have a Lamborghini? If he doesn't, you can't trust his DD.
One thing that's surprising to me, Jason, is you say you don't know anything about this stock, but I feel like we talked about it in our most recent podcast. So it's kind of like we just. I mean, it's been out a couple of days. I understand Valentine's Day. It would have been tough.
That's coming from a guy with a moving.
Wait. Jason, were you with your wife on Valentine's Day? No, she was in Florida already. Excuses are running out. I like the rose glasses. That's a nice touch.
You got the Elton John thing going on right now. I love it.
Yeah. So I'm in it now, though, Dan. I mean, I went, I bought a position in it. And Tommy brings up a good point. I'm listening to some guy in Twitter DMing me versus listening to the guys that I love and know their shit. And I listen to some guy DM me on Twitter because he puts up.
You pay us to promote you, and you don't even listen. We could be saying terrible things.
I'm out.
All right, he's gone.
But no, I hear you. It was a hard day for me, man. We lost our flag football game against your Ishbia, who was on your show, and we were up, and even Ishbia acknowledged how bad it was. I didn't listen to anything. I didn't call Luke back. Luke called me on Sunday. I always call people back. I didn't want to talk to anyone. I know it sounds crazy, 9-year-old football, but I'm very into it. So I didn't listen to shit.
Well, he's losing like hundreds of millions by the day every time his stock goes down. So
that's how he's invited him.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna beat him in 2 weeks. Matt, you can mark my words on that one, buddy.
All right. Well, there he is. Matt, you're going down.
What is the stock? What is the stock at right now?
Probably like low 9s. Probably down another 3% or so today. Just knowing.
What's that?
Are we talking about UWs?
Yeah, UWs. It's green on the day. I think some SPACs may see some reversal soon. I would highly like that. We're seeing some of the market turn back into this, boring piece of crap we always know. And it's not just, everything's on crack. So, maybe it's time to go back to some safe plays like some SPACs. I know I just talked about trimming some, but I'm always ready to get back in them.
Yeah, they really do pull you back in. Every day it's like, I'm done with SPACs. And then it's like, you can't ignore that dip. You can't ignore the dip on
you got a lot of them. Like Lots is up today. Pershing Square is up today. You got a decent number of these SPACs that are getting a little bit of life.
No doubt.
What do you guys think about Tesla? You think Tesla's gonna get back some momentum, or just gonna sit here around eight something for a while?
It's kind of a difficult thing for me because it's like, do you go with what's always happened, and the experts are probably gonna be right, like Michael Burry's probably gonna be right shorting Tesla, or do we think it's a transition to this new age where people aren't exactly investing off of fundamentals, but are investing off of what, they're trusting Elon Musk. They think he's going to get us to Mars. I mean, they're not, and they haven't.
They think they're going to get Dogecoin to be the currency of the future.
Yeah. I mean, so I don't think you're noticing it if Bitcoin can do what it's doing, all the cryptos can. I mean, no one's betting on fundamentals. They're
I'm betting on Tesla.
Wait, Dan, it's not fair. I gotta
Yo.
Oh, what's up?
The whole
Dude, we got him.
Holy shit.
Listen.
Listen.
Hey, I got him to buy TRCH. You got to be proud of me a little bit.
No, I am proud of you. I am proud of you. I think you're a better trader than DJ, and you're my favorite EDM DJ.
Look at the plaques. The plaques don't lie.
The plaques. I mean, number 63
number
is
one
huge.
DJ in the world.
That's
No
a number
63.
one. That's a number 1 plaque, a number 4 plaque, and a number 6 plaque. We've actually gone lower in the Billboard charts every year. However, we're still in there.
The trend is not your
That's
friend.
not what matters. Yeah. Listen, listen, Jason. Why buy TRCH? You know, at $2 when you can buy it at $4.29. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I just. So I showed you guys the DM tweets, okay? So I showed the haters saying the CEO had a Ponzi scheme and all that shit. I showed that. Will you tell the audience? I got 3 messages like, Jason, what is TRCH? Will you just you talk on the podcast? Penny goes whatever.
Come on, at least get the name right.
Penny's going in
raw.
Are we on here calling it like Benzinga? No, we know the name. We know the name.
You guys need to make like the 5-minute edition for Jason, right? I threw it out in the car. It's snowy. It took me an hour to drive in today, right? You know, he needs a 5-minute edition.
You guys write up a script on it every week. That's your job.
Maybe I had 2 vodka lemonades. These guys here found out I was the Benzinga man, and they literally are bringing me drinks, Luke, to give them stock picks. This guy, I'm gonna go down. Oh, okay. Mark my words on this, and I will send you screenshots. Mark my words. I will have $100,000 at least from these guys at the pool. Joking.
Oh my God, he's dying. Oh my God, we're losing him.
Yeah, guys, I'm giving this tip out there to Zinger Nation. Just pull up Benzinga and you'll get free shit. I got free dinner last night. The dude who owned the restaurant was walking past and saw Benzinga on my laptop. He bought me dinner. It's great. Just say you work there and you'll get.
Luke, you bring your laptop to dinner?
I'm a grinder, baby.
These goldfish are fucking killing me. All right,
but Hugh, tell us about TRCH.
Yes, give us 3 things.
Pitch, talk to us about the stock, etc.
Listen, there's a few important details here. One, they're not going to be an oil company anymore. Okay, by June 31st, they will have sold all of their oil assets after they have no more debt. Okay, that's a one key thing is that as of today, they have no more debt, they have no more liens. So all of their assets are now can be, thrown off and they can be sold off, even for pennies on the dollar. Their balance sheet said, I think, 33 million in assets. All of that goes to a special dividend right back to shareholders, and they have to sell it by June 31st. So that's
what's that special dividend going to be roughly?
It depends. They have to, they have to pay, the executives. Like there's a whole line. But even if they get, let's call it, even if they get 5 million, which would be nothing compared to the 33 million. The other thing is that oil's running right now. Oil's at a 13-month high. That helps these assets, So they're going to pay market, let's say that it goes on the market value. They're going to pay a good penny, or even if they don't pay a good penny, and we only get, a third of the 33 million. That's a good chunk to pay back to the special dividend. And the other thing, because I don't really care about the special dividend, to me, it's like, okay, a company can only do a dividend if they can do the dividend. It's not a requirement. There's no requirement. In fact, 90% of the stocks that we trade in, FinTwit trades is stocks that can't do a dividend. So that's how I look. Like what they're doing is that they're transitioning. They're using TRCH to be able to uplist, and they're going to spin it off and create a completely new, renewable energy company. And I think that's I think the real benefit here.
But instead, Jason's going to listen to the random kid in his Twitter that lives in his mom's basement.
Tell me that's a true story. I'll admit being wrong. And said in the chat, I'm short goldfish too. I almost died.
Yeah, I'm glad you're back. Jeez.
I'm back. So I'm gonna go down to the pool, and I'm gonna. This is what I was gonna say to you is, I'm gonna get the receipt, the print screen of the guys buying the stock, and I'll post it to my Twitter, and you guys will see.
Yeah,
love that.
I'm gonna have $100,000 purchased.
Wow, so it's up a good bit. They're trusting you a lot. They're gonna be like, "Wow, it's a 22-year-old kid that lives where and does what exactly?" And the podcast name is Huh?
Yeah. At least
yeah, I was thinking about names. I'm like, maybe we need a more conservative show, you know. And I was like, you know, Penny's going in double wrapped, you know, like we need a more conservative version of the podcast.
Q, can you mohawk your hair right now? Like if you wanted to?
I probably could. I was just looking at that. Probably if I
You should
wanted
rock
to.
the mohawk and the stash.
Dude,
Yeah,
the
every day at the
stash.
market's up, we're rocking the mohawk.
But aside from TRCH, I mean, I know this is all Hugh knows right now, but is there anything else besides TRCH? Because that is, I mean, what if there's burnout in TRCH, Hugh? Is there anything else in that
Yeah.
brain up there?
Yeah,
Come on,
I mean,
Penny's
I
going
mean,
in
listen,
raw.
when
Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to it, one of the things that I loved about TRCH was that it was undervalued. Now we're looking at it and it's $3 higher, $3 per share higher than the initial, price. So now we're just playing with like house money. So
And my real money.
Yeah, but you got enough. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I mean, like even something we usually talk about and even talked about here, EQOS, even touching that 20 mark again. And I think the first time I mentioned on here it was around $13, $14, and now it's over. It's just one of those Bitcoin syntheses, and I think it's hit 21 the first time it hit like 40K or something crazy with Bitcoin. If you want to pull up those concurrent charts, but a lot of those Bitcoin sympathies, you can find the ones that are lagging a little bit behind for a nice day trade.
Yeah, I mean, I was holding ANTE, and I mean now that's hitting 5, so that's another double. I mean, all these, anything that mentions Bitcoin, it feels like 2017 again. It just skyrockets.
Yeah, all right, I think that's enough winners where
Riot?
Jason is going to listen to the episode this week.
Perfect.
Thank you.
You gotta listen. You gotta listen.
I will.
We're giving you gold.
Yeah, we got Ripster 47 interview. We got him coming on Wednesday. We just recorded it yesterday for his birthday. It was his birthday yesterday. Happy belated Ripster.
It's crazy that he's giving gifts out on his own birthday.
Yeah.
Gifts of knowledge to the people.
Would you guys be offended if I listened at 1.5 speed?
Nah, it may be like hard to understand some of the things Hugh says. I have to listen. Yeah, but no, I think it the effort's what counts.
Listen, Jason, do me a favor. All right, while you're at it, add some Vissel at 431.
431?
Yeah, add some Vissel at 431.
Hold on.
And some comms.
That's VISL Victor India Sandy Lima. That's the
How much
ticker
do you want me to buy?
I mean,
enough.
Yeah, I mean, I got a little stash over here. I got a little stash over here of my own. I mean, I have a good chunk. I'm waiting maybe one more flush out, and then I'll go in real big. But I mean, I like where we're at right now.
Why? What is it even do?
Yeah, so both Vissel and Comms, that's COMS, they're both drone play companies. Vissel actually had 18 cameras inside at the Super Bowl, and they were getting multiple angles. They work with Sony. Sony has massive cameras. They're one of the only ones to have 8K cameras. And what Vissel does is that they're a wireless broadcasting camera. And so what they did was when I first came across Vissel a few years ago, they were a drone company purely for the government. So they were making, drones for satellite usage and stuff like that for the government. Now they got a whole new CEO, they got a whole new management team, and they've transitioned into broadcasting. So kind of like UAVS was actually a crop scanning drone system. So that means that what they would do is that they would go to farms in like Kansas and they would scan it for heat sensors, kind of like where needed more water. And then they transitioned to commercial drones and commercial package delivery. And now the stock's almost $1 billion company. And that's what I kind of think Vissel's doing now. The CEO has done 3 different companies now where he's taken them sub $300 million market cap and given them over revenue within 3 years of $1 billion revenue, and then he sold them off to bigger companies. And I think that that's going to be the endpoint goal. But for me right now, they just did an offering. They have tons of cash. They don't have any more debt, and I think that what we're going to see is with them is that we're going to see follow-on contracts. So the first contract's always like the first date. You take them to the movies, but there's nothing after that. It's a 2-hour date. And then you start getting the follow-on contract, which is where you see the boost in revenue, and you start to see some major partnerships. And that's why I like Vissel and Comms. I mean, the Biden administration, most of the things that the Biden administration wants to focus on has run. So we're talking about EVs, we're talking about weed, we're talking about solar, but drones have not really had that push. And I think that if we start to see different, legislation comes out, or, different lobbyists start to come out, then, I think that this is just going to be something where we start to see the market cap go from 300 million to $1 billion, etc.
Okay, so two quick
and real quick for everybody, CCIV just got halted limit up. CCIV halted limit up. I don't see news on it yet. Yeah, I know. I'm like a hater on that stock too.
Is it bring the news desk now? Are they confirmed? Is it confirmed the deal?
I don't see anything.
Okay, here it is. Here's the news. Boom, Benzinga Pro delivering as always. Let's go.
Wow.
But
there
it is.
If you're not using Benzinga Pro, you suck.
Our puts are not looking good. God damn it, you guys. Basically, Reuters is saying the deal's going to happen with Lucid. All right? So the stock's going to 55 if that happens. Whew.
I own it.
I still got my puts.
Me and Dan are riding dirty. We have puts. We don't believe in it.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought this thing was fucked too a little bit.
I own warrants. Wait.
So you got 4 minutes. It's going to reopen. 1:45 is when this.
You got to talk faster, Luke. You got to talk faster. Hugh, listen. So I used to AVAV. That's Aero Environment. There was the first drone thing. General Atomics, not public. I used to be in those stocks. They didn't move. They didn't move for a while. So then I got in lithium. I own a lot of lithium. But I think you're right on the. I think you're right. So I'll buy this Visilink. I didn't think they did drone shit. You're saying they do?
They do. Oh yeah, no, they do drones. So right now their biggest partner is Homeland Security. But like I said, is that they're really transitioning more into the broadcasting. Center, which is, a huge multi-billion-dollar sector. And the drones is still going to be a huge part of their business. But they really want to diversify a little bit and not just be, because one of the things that Mickey Miller, the new CEO, touched on was that, and this is a great point.
Mickey Miller? Is that his name?
That's his name. That's his name.
I love that. Can we get Mickey Miller on?
Yes.
He loves interviews. He loves interviews. Yeah. What do you call it? One of the things that he touched on was that the good and the bad about, doing government contracts is that they're so stable. So, once you get the government contract, okay, great. But the thing is that the growth potential is small. So what they really want to do is that they want to outbranch and they wanted to start doing more broadcasting. So they've been with the Super
You
Bowl.
told me I'm buying right now. Ready? Buy. Okay. Okay, come on.
Man,
where's Tommy? Say it, Tommy. Say it.
I really hope that
Tommy.
TRCH what am I saying?
I'm supposed to say prove it. You don't believe me?
Oh no, you got of course fucking prove, but you haven't bought it yet. I'll say it after you buy it. Let me know once you buy it, then I'll tell you to.
Wait, Tommy, I thought he was lying too.
Of course you thought he was lying.
I thought he was lying.
Of course you thought he was lying. I didn't think he was serious, but he was, and I like it.
Boom, there it is. Let's go.
This one. Look at that.
Wow.
We either potentially made you a lot of money or lost you a lot of money today.
Hey,
Tomorrow, tune in tomorrow to find out.
Just so you know, I never trade like this. Whoever's watching, I never trade like this. I'm trading one-handed. I'm eating my lunch.
Trade your plan.
Yeah, trade. We only trade like this. This is the only way we trade. One-handed eating food.
8,000 shares of Visilink bought. And yes, Brian Penny, there is more nickel than lithium in Tesla batteries. That is correct. I'm a lithium expert. If you ever want to talk about it, Brian, I'll give you an education course one day.
Yeah, if you were wondering what Jason's typical lunches are, we just learned it's goldfish.
No, it's not. It's Reese's peanut butter cup stuff too. Valentine's Day. That's what it is.
Love that.
Okay.
All right. It's been fun, guys. I got to be
Let's get back to reality.
We love you guys.
Thanks for having us.
All right.
Hanging out. See ya.
Tommy, premiere appearance. Next time you're gonna do a set. We'll trade. It'll be hella fun.
It'll be awesome. All right, thanks, guys.
Luke, I think bye.
All right,
Bye,
peace out,
Tommy.
man.
Luke, I just think was this crazy, man. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean that's the power hour, baby. This is not pre-market prep. We're here to deliver. This is the stock idea thing, and we're not just talking heads. We put our money where our mouths are. Live accounts every single day.
Luke, I would say if you don't have energy, you don't come on the show. And I just spent $60,000 in trades and stocks I'm not too familiar with. And by the way, I did it all public. There wasn't like me not being public about it. So don't think I'm like, I bought these before the show. I didn't own any of that, whatever the other stock was. I didn't own any of this. And it was all, you got the same time I got. But Luke, how the fuck are you at the office right now?
I'm a trooper, man. I
Are
power
you
through.
there?
No, you got me, you got Garrett, Spencer Israel. It's like Jungle Bronson.
Seriously?
Yes. We got a foot of snow, guys. My car got stuck in the driveway. This is how committed I am to deliver for you guys. My car got stuck in the driveway early as hell in the morning. I pulled out a shovel, dug, and rocked it, and then finally got on my way here.
Hey, Luke.
Yeah.
Can you get a BTN chart on the screen, Luke?
I'll get a BTN chart. I'm going to do a CIV chart, and we've got our next guest. And we have a crypto show at 2 o'clock. And we got a biotech show coming up this afternoon. So yes.
You need a job. Nick, make us money, then you can have a job, Nick. What do I'm tell you?
Then BTN, and then our next guest.
Oh! Give me the cash register right now, Luke. Let's go.
Boom.
I gave you guys that at $2.49, and we're there, and I'm not selling. I haven't sold, so that's it. Hey, Luke.
Let's do a Tiger check too.
Luke,
oh my God, Tiger 22%.
Oh my God, Luke. Luke, are they a customer of us yet?
Tiger? Yes, they are.
When are we upselling them? What's going on?
That's what we need to work on.
I mean,
Tiger, we need to be on Friday.
Hey, if you guys are E-Trade users, you want Benzinga swag, send an email to E-Trade and say, we would love Benzinga news on your site. So we're the vendor behind like JP Morgan, Webull, Public, Ameritrade, TradeStation, Interactive Brokers. We don't have E-Trade as a customer. We need E-Trade as a customer or we're going to die. So if you guys are listening, you're an E-Trade user, hit the support thing and say, please add Benzinga news to your service. And then send an email to powerhour@Benzinga with your address, with your address and your shirt size, and we'll send you Benzinga swag. We need to be on E-Trade. We need your help. Send that to Fidelity.
Or if you own shares in Morgan Stanley. You own Morgan Stanley. If they add Benzinga news, the stock is going to 100.
Yes.
I'm sick of this 76.
If you own Morgan Stanley, email Morgan Stanley. They need Benzinga news. For that matter, any brokerage you have, you send a screenshot to us by the end of day today, Power Hour at Benzinga. We will send you T-shirts. We'll send you track jackets. We'll send you it all. But you got to write not one sentence. You got to say, Benzinga news really helps me through my trading day. Please add it or I'm going to move my account.
I make more money from Benzinga news than anything else out there.
Yes. And Brian Penny, I fucking love you. Thank you, man. That was awesome, Brian Penny. Thank you.
All right, Jason, you ready to bring our next guest on?
I'm ready. But Luke, do you have to go do some work? You want me to take it? What do you want?
If you want to do the crypto show at 2 as well.
Who's crypto at 2?
Catherine and somebody.
I can do it. I mean, I just don't. You got on at 12:10, so I didn't know. I thought I was doing the later stuff, but you hung out. So I came on later. Not that I was late to the show. I was planning on coming out 12:35 after Landon, and then take the 12:35 to 1:10. But then you stayed because your boys were on, and I get it. You don't want to leave your bros before hoes.
Boys hanging.
Bros before hoes. That's what
Yep.
Maybe that's inappropriate to say on this thing. That's not right. Okay, I apologize. Edit that out. Producer Aaron, edit that out. Okay? I'm just saying you got to be with your boys before you go random, elsewhere. That's all I'm saying. There's no offense taken there. Okay?
And we're getting comments that this is the best show you've ever seen. We want this to be the best stock market show. Subscribe. We do this all day, every day. But all right,
ideas.
Kevin.
Because we want to bring ideas. We are here for ideas for you guys to make money over anyone else. That's why we're here. If you don't make money, then leave. That's it. We got to make money. Hey, Kevin Trades. I've heard all about you. I hear you. You have a hat on.
I'm on my phone, so because I wasn't prepared for this.
Oh, okay. We'll see you later. Kevin will come back on another day. He's not ready for this.
No, I'm good. No,
I just weren't prepared for it.
I wasn't prepared for it because I was gonna use my mic and everything. But if you can hear me, then you're good.
I can hear you, but if you need to get your makeup done or something, I don't have a problem with it. Good. Oh, you ready to go?
Yeah, just watching CCIV run
54.
What's that? Give me real time.
54 halted again.
Fuck yeah! Let's go! I own more that thing.
I had at 11. At 11.
What?
Yeah, I even posted it on my Instagram because I like to post about stocks. I just like to
Why don't you post on the Trade Ideas page? We gave out $5,000 last week to the best performers last week on Trade Ideas.
On Benzinga Pro, I've been
No. Go to benzinga.com/trade-ideas. We give out $5,000 sometimes per week to the best performing person with the best thing.
Okay.
What?
That's crazy.
Yeah. Dude, if I'm making money, I want other people to be making money. That's it. I don't need this money. I want enough money to be able to get food on the table and get my wife to not bother me. That's about it.
Yeah, look at this Trade Ideas page. I just scrolled down 3 trades, 212 long TRCH. If you're on this page, you made a lot of money.
I see it now.
You put their trades, and our guy Aaron, he goes in, and we give out $1,000. You get out $500. You get out $5,000. I want to give out $50,000 by the end of April on this page.
You guys get in these or no?
I'm in them. Have you been watching, Kevin? Kevin, I lost you.
I've been watching the past 30 minutes. It's been hilarious.
Did you watch me make those trades?
Yeah.
All right. So my money is where my mouth is. I'll show my account. I don't care anymore. I'll show my account. I'm done with caring about shit anymore.
All right, but Kevin, what are you doing with CCIV? Stocks reopened, $54 right now. Like, how are you managing this thing today? You just letting it ride? You're gonna get out of it?
I can't. Let me show you something. Let me show you. So these are my holdings. I have it's my whole portfolio for my long term is like its own ETF, essentially. I have literally 60 names. I don't know if I should share the screen because I can't, my account number is in here. So I have.
I share mine.
But
Kevin, if you're shy, it's okay. I make up for you and I because I'm not shy, so it's okay.
I like to play a lot of speculative plays on my long term, only because I'm trying to outperform the S&P 500 by a lot. So this month, I've got I'm up around 27% for January. They haven't updated February yet, but
Kevin, why don't you join our hedge fund?
Huh?
You should join the hedge fund we got getting started.
Even had a hedge fund thing going on. Let me know if I qualify.
Yeah, no. I'm saying it's one of the pickers of the stocks, not as an investor.
No, yeah, I'm definitely gonna look into that now that you say that.
Yeah, it's called the BZ cap. We're limited to 50 million first raise. We got 32 accounted for, and we're just going with because I'm tired of all these big boys.
How do you guys
small boys?
How is it weighted? Let's say for example, if there's
Kevin, let's talk about you. We'll talk about the weighting stuff later. All I know is the weight that I have on me is too much.
Luke, I'm trying to lose it for a while.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, what do you guys want to talk about?
All right, what's the next CCIV? What's your next hot play?
CCIV. I was actually prepared for this. I'm actually looking at a lot of things. I'm looking at, for example, SOS. I was looking at Torch. Torch. I got it at a 174, but I don't have a particular reason as to why I bought it. I saw that the volume was really crazy last week still, and it was a Twitter play. When you follow one of those big boys on Twitter and they just tweet about it, and I kind of did my little research.
Yeah, those are the dudes who were just on.
Yeah. That was just that. I don't really have anything to say about Torch other than the fact that I got it at 174. It's up 146%, but I only spent $1,000 on it, so it's not even whatever. But as far as my own positions that I'm in skills, workhorse, space, DraftKings. For example, DraftKings. Are you guys in DraftKings?
Yes.
I'm not.
So I'm in Penn. I'm way bigger in the Penn though.
First of all, I really love ARK Invest, and I always look at everything they're literally buying because they how it's actively managed, so they usually update it every week or sometimes every month. But they have 1.4 million shares, and it's worth 87 million. And then you guys know how DraftKings was literally. Well, you have her say that.
That's my friend. She's coming on the show March 4th for an hour, baby. One-on-one with the Razman.
I want a.
I got cut out of that one.
I want an internship.
I'll get you one if you want one. She's my friend.
I really do that.
Yeah.
And I think according to research, right, the online gambling market, its size by 2027 can be 127 billion. So that's a lot. And in my opinion, it's already kind of culturally approved. With the mobile devices, it's easily accessible. They can always get celebrity endorsements to push this thing even higher than what it is now.
Why don't you like Penn?
Huh?
Why don't you like Penn National?
No, Penn is good too, but I feel like DraftKings, I don't know. That's a good question. But I just really like DraftKings. Michael is on the board, right?
So what?
Is Michael on the board of Penn, right? And
Disney. No. So what?
Right. Disney owns 6% of DraftKings, so Disney owns ESPN. And the whole blockchain thing that's going on. You know how blockchain is getting really
But
big.
Kevin, Disney doesn't own any of Benzinga, and Benzinga works with Portnoy, so.
And Benzinga is probably the biggest rocket ship out there. I mean, let's face it.
Let's face it.
Look, I have my tab. I have my Benzinga tab on.
Yeah, but you don't even use the good pages.
Wait. No, I want to see what do you use on Benzinga? What most exactly would you?
I use Benzinga Pro.
Use Benzinga Pro.
Pro.benzinga.com. Shout out. 2-week free trial.
Benzinga Pro, let's go. Let's keep it going. Hey, if you're listening to this stream right now, you're listening to Kevin Trades. Please do me a favor and follow Kevin Trades on Instagram or Twitter and get him an internship with Kathy. He wants one. Let's help him. But more importantly, if you're on the show, please share this live feed with your social media on Facebook. We have 1,300 people here right now. I want to see you go to 1,400, 1186 on YouTube.
We're talking crypto in like 5 minutes. Bitcoin 50K. Let's go.
Bitcoin 50K show is coming on. You guys, he is dialed into CCIV. Look at that. Look at the Benzinga Pro. I love it. You're the man, Kevin. How do we find Kevin, Luke? I didn't even know he existed.
Producer Aaron, AB. Shout out AB.
Yeah, baby. What? Give a Twitter. Kevin, give a Twitter.
Guys' insight on like solar too. Now that I'm here, what do you
Well,
guys
solar?
think about that? Yeah, I've been. You guys know ENPH, right? I don't know if you can pull the chart up.
Phase. Yeah, we'll get it up.
60 cents. What? Fucking 2 years ago. Now it's in the S&P 500.
All right, here's the 2-year on that one. Yeah, that's nice. Okay, that's nice.
Yeah, like I was like working in the solar industry a few years ago, and I saw this at like $9, and
But you gotta give it. All right, what's the next hot solar one though?
I think it can continue. I mean, Next Era, First Solar, those are the two good ones. I mean,
so FSLR. What's the other one that you gave?
Next Era Energy. So NEE.
Wait, NEE, right? There we go. Yeah. 2 E's.
Yeah, those are good. I mean, the solar market is expected to be at like 23 billion by 2025, I think, and it's literally in every single state in the United States. Like in terms of market, like the market is huge. Apple, Amazon, Google, Walmart, they already invested in solar. They already have their own facilities. Like Apple is actually 100% of Apple's global facilities are clean energy. Yeah, that's actually a cool little fun fact.
All right. And Dennis S in the chat just tricked me. Come on, Dennis. He said CCIV tanking. The stock is $54 right now. Is it down from 55? Sure.
Oh no, it just dumped. It had a major sell off from 50 all the way down to freaking 46.
So are you sitting in it? Or, I mean, you're in it from 11. I wouldn't touch this thing up here. I mean, it already got the news. I wouldn't touch it. But where are you at?
Like for me, I'm not even in the play right now. Other than my shares that I'm holding, like I'm not day trading this right now. Like I don't want to day trade this. This looks like something. It's very like if you're day trading something like this, that's very because it's almost like one of those things where it's like you kind of buy on the rumor, you sell on the news. So I'm just waiting for a point where I can just kind of average down. And I have some options expiring in April on CCIV. I haven't even checked that yet.
Yeah, let's talk about that one for a second. So you said buy the rumors, sell the news. That's something that I'm a long time believer in. Basically what it means is when news is rumored to come out, that's when the stock runs. When the news actually comes out, we get confirmation. We often see sell-off. That's why I don't like this thing up here. Is all right. The stock's already gone from 10 to 50, 55. I mean, the report out today, it basically is saying that the deal is going to happen. You get the confirmation of that deal. Could it go higher? Maybe a little bit. Let's say it does fall through. It's going to go lower. I mean, even if it does get done, I mean, it could just be hanging out here.
Yeah, but people also have to understand. Just look at everyone who bought at 12, 16, 24, 32, 40. And you're over here trying to buy it at 60. It's almost common sense that people are going to take their profits. The news is already out. Now we know. Now it's like, okay, how many cards are they going to come out with? Like how profitable are they expecting to be at this point, right? So
yeah, and this one's merging with Lucid Motors. If you don't know that, Lucid Motors.
I've been in the car already.
You've been in the car already? Wait, was it sweet? Come on, you got to open with that.
I live in LA, and it's if you go to Century City Mall, they have it's right next to, you know what's crazy? It's right next to a Tesla. It's right next to a Tesla. Like they have a Tesla here and a Lucid here, and it's like,
right.
well, the two, like, they look very like different, and I think I like Lucid better because it's more luxury oriented.
Okay, so you're a luxury guy. Okay, but the car was sweet.
No, the car is sweet. It's really nice.
So I would imagine.
It's like small. It's like one of the smallest. I don't know what that thing's called. But ASIC is one I'm looking at. Atlas Crest Investment Group. They entered like a business agreement with Archer, which develops all electric vertical takeoff and landing aircrafts. So they're into like the urban air mobility space. It might turn into, they say it might turn into like a $1 trillion industry. And United Airlines invested into Archer.
Okay, yeah. See, that's the intro. Okay, all right. I'm gonna bitch about this for a second. We had the opportunity to break that news, and nobody responded to the email, PR email. Actually, I was the only one who responded. None of our editorial people jumped on it. Come on now. We'll get better. All right, Kevin. It's been fun, man. It's time for us to move to crypto. We got the Bitcoin run. We got to do some crypto. I'm gonna, play some music to get us hyped up. But Kevin, man, thanks for hopping out with us.
No problem. All
right, let's go. Let's bring Catherine onto the stream. Round of applause for Catherine. Like the stream, hit subscribe, share the stream. If you want us to keep doing this, we need to get more viewers on here. Let's go. All right, Catherine, I've been standing for 2 hours. Let me just play like a little bit of music, move around, get the blood flowing, okay?
For sure, yeah. Let's just...
Oh, Spencer Israel's coming. Okay, where's Spencer? All right, there we go. There was the intro.
Hello, I'm here. Thank you. Welcome to my crypto show. Wait. I was having a dream. I'm sorry. I was having a dream. Bad dream. It's Catherine. I'm sorry. I got confused. Okay. Catherine Ross, take it away.
Yes, please. Hi, everyone. I'm so excited to be here today with you. Thank you so much for joining our show. This is Benzinga Crypto. And as we've mentioned before, this is the show to bring you the latest news, insight, price action, everything about crypto so you could make reasonable and great trading decisions. So today is actually a great day for the crypto industry. Today, Bitcoin has hit $50,000 for the first time in history. So look, if you're here, can you just give me woohoo? Because it's pretty alone standing right here. Woohoo! Bitcoin has hit $50,000. Wow. I mean, a lot of people in the industry have said that it's not going to happen ever, that we're not going to get out of the crypto winter that has been happening since 2018, if I'm not mistaken. So today, Bitcoin, $50,000. This is crazy. We're going to start our show looking at different cryptocurrencies that have been doing very well. Surprisingly, today, it is not Bitcoin. I mean, in terms of the price, the current price, it is Bitcoin. But the cryptocurrency that has gained the biggest price movement in terms of percentage is Terra, T-E-R-R-A. Its crypto ticker is Luna, L-U-N-A. This cryptocurrency has gained 11.79% in the last 24 hours. Up until very now, I was checking the prices right now, just getting ready for the show. And up until now, another cryptocurrency called Cosmos, the crypto ticker is Atom, has been up also. So it's number 2 in terms of its performance over the last 24 hours. And it has already grown by 11%, 11.69%. So surprisingly, we are celebrating today. I mean, if you're...
Hey, Catherine.
Yeah.
They have questions for you.
Oh, okay.
Forcers wants to know what the symbols of these things are, or he's maybe telling me to type it in the graphic, but I leave that to Aaron Bree to do. And then if you want to know platforms to trade crypto, the ones I look at are BlockFi, Voyager, Coinbase, Gemini. Those are the 3 or 4 that I look at. Any other ones that you recommend, Mr. Ross?
For sure. Again, it really depends on where you at. Like where I'm I cannot actually use Coinbase, right? But Gemini is a great place to trade. BlockFi, as you have mentioned, is also a great place. Please look at Coinbase. It's the biggest U.S. Crypto exchange. Binance US is also great to go. OKEx is a pretty decent cryptocurrency trading platform. I'm not sure about Robinhood. Not a lot of people like Robinhood lately, but Robinhood has been up until recently a very lovable place to trade crypto as well. So, and in terms of tickers, right? So do you need me to repeat the tickers for the cryptocurrency?
Yeah, then they want to know, what is DeFi? Why do I keep hearing about it? And they want you to repeat tickers. Yeah.
Oh, that's a great question. DeFi stands for decentralized finance. So every project that is working in DeFi means that they're working to cut out the middleman between you, right? So like Airbnb without Airbnb, you know what I'm saying? So Robinhood without actually Robinhood, so you could trade directly, or you can rent the place directly from people who rent the place to you. But this is like decentralized finance, so you wouldn't have to pay additional taxes, additional fees. So decentralized finance, that's that. And I think you keep hearing about it because this is the hottest trend, I would say, right now. Like last year, decentralized crypto exchanges has been hot, but this year it's decentralized finance. So yeah, and to repeat the tickers that I've just mentioned, so for Terra, the ticker is Luna, Luna. For the Cosmos, the ticker is ATOM, Atom. And yeah, let me just go back to Bitcoin. Bitcoin has touched today briefly $50,000, but currently it is trading at $48,639. It is up 1.15% over the last 24 hours because we have seen a pretty crazy weekend with the price sort of breaking into the 48 and then 49, and today finally into $50,000. So headlines. The next part of the headlines today is obviously I have already mentioned the BTC price, but the second piece of news that I would like to share with you is actually a lot of people have said that this is the reason Bitcoin has been going up today. It's the fact that MicroStrategy has filed to offer $600 million in notes in order to buy yet more Bitcoin. So this firm said that it expects to grant initial purchase of the notes an option to buy an additional $90 million, making the total potential offering of $690 million. So MicroStrategy has been in the headlines for a while now, and it has been known for the cryptocurrency that it buys rather than any product it sells. It is planning to purchase even more Bitcoin. So this is like the biggest headline, I would say, this Tuesday. It is Tuesday. It's pretty hard to understand which day it is because we had a day off yesterday. So surprisingly enough, the second or the third, I'm losing touch. The third and the greatest and the most surprising for me headline today is that Wedbush has filed a note saying that Tesla's Bitcoin that it bought, that it announced last week, may lead to widespread corporate adoption eventually. The firm, Wedbush, the firm called the leading cryptocurrency the start of a new age on the digital currency front. Wedbush Security, a Los Angeles-based privately held investment firm, foresees the corporate world emulating the U.S. electric car maker Tesla's decision to buy Bitcoin, just not this year. In a note on Monday, Wedbush analysts called Tesla's Bitcoin investment a game changer for the cryptocurrency and blockchain technology, adding that it could pave the way for more corporate ownership and adoption. Business Insider has reported on this. So let me just circle back a little bit. After Tesla initially invested bought $1.5 billion in worth of Bitcoin, it has filed this information last Monday with the SEC. A lot of companies has come up and said that, we're interested in the cryptocurrency. We are considering it, whether to add it as a payment option or whether to add it to our treasury. So Twitter has said that it is actually considering to add cryptocurrency and or Bitcoin to its spreadsheet if employees or vendors of Twitter would ask for it. So if you're working at Twitter, you can just tweet Jack Dorsey and say, hey, I want to be paid in crypto, and you will be paid in crypto. And then Uber has said that cryptocurrency and or Bitcoin is a very interesting option to look at, a payment option to look at. And if they feel that there is a need for it, they will definitely add it as a payment option. But at the same time, they mentioned that they're not going to invest in it as company because, and I quote, they're not in a speculative business, so they preferred it to be in cash. So last week was crazy, and Wedbush actually thinks that in terms of Tesla investment and other tech giants actually coming out and saying and talking about Bitcoin and cryptocurrency as a payment option, that this could lead to major adoption, even like bigger adoption, not only this year, but the next year as well. Another piece of news that is very interesting and it actually proves that the blockchain technology can be helpful and it has a real use case is as follows. California charter schools adopt blockchain COVID tracking app. What it means that the privacy protecting and symptom tracking platform is designed to help control the safe return to schools. As you probably have noticed, and a lot of people have been experiencing that the situation where children and kids are not allowed to go into school, so you have to coexist in the same space for a very long time. So blockchain is actually here to help, and the Collaborative Charter Services Organization, which provides administrative support to several California public schools, announced today that it will implement a blockchain-based system for tracking COVID-19 infections among teachers, support staff, and students as schools are trying to actually bring back in-person, lessons. So I think this one is a pretty great one. It's definitely not about the stocks or cryptocurrency itself, but blockchain, the technology behind the Bitcoin and other cryptocurrency, has proved that it is very helpful, even right now, and not only in finance and not only in DeFi, which is decentralized finance. So another piece of news is that NYDIG files for Bitcoin ETF. This is pretty great, and it has happened over time. A lot of companies, if I'm not mistaken, 12 companies so far have come to the SEC and asked for ETF, Bitcoin ETF, but it has not been approved yet. And I think this is this particular move is considered to be very important in the industry. And if and when the SEC actually approves it, this might trigger even bigger prices and even bigger major adoption for the cryptocurrency in the industry. So NYDIG, Stone Ridge Asset Management Bitcoin spinoff, has filed with the SEC today for a Bitcoin exchange traded fund. With the filing, this asset management spinoff, hoping that 2021 will be the year that the SEC is finally going to approve the ETF. So far, again, the attempts have been not really successful, but I'd like to mention that this year the SEC has welcomed an SEC commissioner who is very crypto friendly, and in fact, he has been teaching blockchain in different universities, blockchain and cryptocurrencies. So I think and I hope that this year we will see the 2021 will bring us not only the breaking point prices in the crypto space, but also an ETF. So the next very important piece of news is that VC firms invested $2.7 million in DeFi insurer Nexus Mutual. Multiple venture capital funds are contributing $2.7 million to Nexus Mutual Foundation Treasury. Nexus Mutual is an alternative risk sharing platform, has raised $2.7 million in a strategic contribution to its foundation. So the effort was led by Collider Ventures, One Confirmation, Blockchain Capital, Version 1, Dialectic, and other leading institutional and individual investors in crypto space. So to sort of give you a little bit of a background, Nexus is also a crypto. Last time I mentioned that Last time I mentioned that companies in the crypto space have their tokens that are traded. So Nexus also has a coin, and it is the use case behind this coin is a community-based insurance alternative offering protection against risk and potential vulnerabilities in smart contract code in decentralized products. but only members of this community can participate in the network. So if you want to buy in, if you want to buy in a coin, you have to be a member of this platform. And I think one of the latest and the last headlines that I'm going to talk about today is the fact of, Dogecoin, obviously, it's still in the news. Actually, Elon Musk has been talking about it for a while, and I don't think he's going to stop. But last night he actually tweeted and asked a crypto community to sell Dogecoin so he could buy it. It has been a little bit crazy. And as I've mentioned on our last episode, a lot of people in the community, in the crypto community, believe that the fact that Elon Musk has been tweeting nonstop about the cryptocurrency might be not a good factor, but only from the point of security of your assets, of your investments. So you have to be very careful, and you don't have to base your decision on whatever Elon Musk tweets. So social sentiment indicators signal Dogecoin could be in danger. So there is a different technical analysis, sentiment analysis, fundamental analysis, right? So and there is a crypto data platform, Sentiment, S-A-T-M-E-N, suggests that peak social hype happens on lower prices, while the final price top is followed by less social volume than the previous top. And this sort of forms a divergence between price and social volume. And data also shows that a similar divergence is observed between price and trading volume, which is another measure of crowd interest in the token. So you have to be very careful if you trade in Dogecoin right now. Make sure that the price is not going down. If it's going down, your crypto assets are protected, hedged, or sold. So according to the analyst of this sentiment, Dogecoin could be in danger unless it's a social volume and trading volume overtake 20 peaks that this cryptocurrency has seen lately, and especially on January 29. So this is it in terms of the most recent headlines that are important, interesting to note while you're trading. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the crypto stocks. What I mean by crypto stocks is that there are a lot of companies that have invested in Bitcoin and or other cryptocurrencies, and that are crypto firms that present some sort of crypto product, like Bitcoin mining, for instance, or has been offering crypto products. So SQ, ticker SQ, which stands for Square shares, has been trading higher after Bitcoin has hit the milestone of $50,000, which has lifted crypto-related stocks. Square has a Cash App, which it's called Cash App product, and it allows users to buy and sell cryptocurrency. Mostly today, it's just a bit of a spin-off of my own. Mostly today, every cryptocurrency-related public company has seen a surge in prices and in stock prices because of the milestone that Bitcoin has achieved. It sort of gave, a little bit of trust from investors into whatever this company are holding and offering. So we have actually observed a lot of the companies that are involved in crypto, have experienced higher stock prices today. So EBON is the ticker, but EBAN International shares are also trading higher after the milestone. And this particular company has seen, sorry, I lost my thoughts a little bit over there. So ticker MARA, Marathon patent shares are trading higher today. Riot, RIOT, Riot blockchain shares, again, are trading higher today. Square, I have already mentioned that. Sino, SINO, Sino Global announced today that it is going to acquire 51% of Inner Mongolian 9-chain intelligent big data park services corporation. So its shares are trading higher. Tesla surprisingly.
Can I come in for a second? Can I jump in for a second? I have a question. Do you actively watch, like, quote unquote crypto stocks, or do you mostly just pay attention to the actual?
Sorry, I am not able to hear you correctly.
Wait, let's try this. Let's try this.
Can you hear me now? Much better?
Yeah, much better. Yeah.
Do you actively watch crypto stocks, or do you mostly just pay attention to the actual coins?
What was the verb? Do I actively trade or observe?
Do you follow these stocks, or not really?
Not really. Not at all. To be honest, not at all. Mostly in the crypto space.
Yeah, so you're more interested in the actual coins, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. But every day there are like more of these things. There like today there's like SOS and WBAI. Every day there's more. It's just weird, right? It's just like it's a way for people to trade crypto without trading crypto.
Actual crypto, right?
Yeah. It's just.
Yeah.
Are there any that you like follow? Like, do you watch like GBTC? Like, do you keep any of them on your radar at all, or do you really just sort of not really watch it?
So the grayscale that you mentioned, the grayscale investment, we definitely watching in the crypto space because this is one of the major investment and venture funds that are offering their clients to trade crypto. So we're definitely watching grayscale. And then I think there's one more, Canon. Canon is I think let me just double check the Canon ticker. If I'm not mistaken, it is CAAN. But I definitely need to double check it. So Canon is one of the major Bitcoin mining providers, and it did go public last year. So let me just double check Canon ticker. I'm sorry. So the ticker is CAN. Canon. Is it?
Yeah, looks like it's up 39% today.
Yeah, as I mentioned, a lot of companies who are related to the crypto or have investments in crypto have seen major price surge today.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's do some questions from our chat. If you have a question, I'm sorry if I missed a few. If you have a question, drop them in and we will take a look. Someone asked if you can give us a list of crypto stocks. If you have Benzinga Pro, this is the best part about Benzinga Pro. It is a search tool. If you go into Benzinga Pro, go into the news feed, search the word crypto, search the word Bitcoin. You will find a list of headlines that are that have stocks attached to them that are relevant to crypto or whatever your search was, Bitcoin, crypto, blockchain, whatever. So yeah, the best search platform I would use to find Bitcoin stocks is Benzinga Pro. You can Google it, I'm sure, but that's where I get my list of quote unquote Bitcoin stocks, right?
Let me just jump real quick. So Spencer has previously shown me Benzinga Pro for crypto. Let me just, this is a disclaimer. There is a Benzinga Pro and there is Benzinga.com. And the crypto department works at Benzinga.com, so we are not, exposed to Benzinga Pro a lot. And Spencer has actually showed me how I can search related tickers. And I was like, damn, that was so easy. That was
so
right.
easy. So easy.
I just had to literally, type in and that's it. And it was like, whew, okay, I love this.
So easy. It's literally the easiest thing ever. You just type you literally just type in, whoa! We have somebody else. John G, you're here.
I am.
Yes.
Wow,
What's up, sir?
Pretty high quality audio here.
I need more people. I need more people on the show. John, please be the permanent guest. Please.
The what guest?
The prominent guest for our show.
Oh, prominent guest. Okay.
John G is today's guest.
I do my best to keep up with the crypto space. I've been following the crypto space for a while. It's a fun space to follow. There's a lot to follow.
Sure.
So Catherine, you're in it day to day. I try to keep up. But yeah, I have a lot of interesting perspectives. I am a software developer as part of what I do. I look at myself more as like an entrepreneur type person, doing more like business type stuff. But, a lot of that requires some software development. And with that, I don't know, crypto to me has just been an interesting thing. I think there's a lot of ways that it can apply to kind of change the way we, transform ourselves as a society, really. So it just fascinates me. And obviously, I don't have time to keep up with everything. How many cryptos are there now? 5,000 different cryptos now, plus I don't know.
8,000.
8,000. Okay, yeah. So we're getting up there in the number of stock territory. I don't know how many stocks are out there, but
actually, John, he's modest. He is actually very helpful with everything we do related to the crypto space, and he's a fan of Trace Mayer. Is that correct?
Yeah, Trace Mayer. Yeah, I actually. So when I first heard of crypto, it was actually in 2013, and I was in an incubator at the University of Michigan called TechArb, and there was a group of guys there trying to build a crypto exchange, or they were building a crypto exchange. I don't know how successful they were. I didn't really keep up with them that much, but that was kind of like my first, time or hearing of Bitcoin, and I didn't really get it. I mean, I was probably 22 at the time, 23. Didn't really understand finances that much, so I just, it's like cool thing, but
trying to understand how old you are.
yeah, I mean, I'm 32 now. I think I forget. I forget sometimes. I think that's right. But yeah. I mean, I don't know. I've always been interested in it. I think there's a lot of cool things on how it can change the way we do things as a society. I'm big in Bitcoin, big in Ethereum. A lot of cool altcoins out there too, to like just follow those different projects. But yeah, I mean, I'm here to talk about crypto. I love talking about crypto.
So the questions, I'm not sure if Spencer is going to join us to tell me what sort of questions we have from the audience. Jason jumped in earlier and he sort of has told me what kind of questions we had, but I'm not seeing them, so I'm not really sure. Spencer, if you're here, please let me know what kind of questions we have.
We have a few questions. The questions that, full disclosure, I don't understand. Right. So.
Oh my God. Does that mean that I'm not going to understand them either?
Maybe. Oh my gosh. Okay. Did you follow up on CELO? You were asked about that last week. Do you remember that one?
Ooh, that's an interesting.
Yeah, I remember that one. I did not,
Okay. So that's your homework. That's your homework.
Is the DeFi platform that we're talking about? Is that the one?
I believe so.
The global payments platform, because I'm not sure they have coin. This is a DeFi project actually. So this is a pretty solid DeFi platform that is developing payments infrastructure, and that's pretty much all I know.
Okay. What about? Let's see. Why isn't okay? What do you know? Like Nano, NANO? Do you know that one?
I do know that one.
Okay. So why isn't Nano a top 10 crypto yet, Catherine? It puts Litecoin, IOTA, and Dash to shame. That's from Keenan Martin.
Okay, so as we've actually discussed previously, cryptocurrency market usually behaves according to the supply chain, supply and demand sort of structure. If there is no supply, there is no demand, and vice versa, basically. So if Nano is not top cryptocurrency right now, it means that there is low interest in the project. That's all I can actually say. Low interest. Compared to Dogecoin, we have not heard a lot. And a lot of people who have just recently joined crypto have not heard about this cryptocurrency before this, Elon Musk tweeting about Dogecoin craze. But, there is just low interest in the project. It does not mean that this project and the team and the use case, it does not mean that they're doing, not fine or poorly. They might have been doing a great job, but it just hasn't been, recognized enough. That's it.
Yeah, I own a little bit of Nano, and I tell you the reason why I bought it back in the last cycle. I think I bought it back in 2017 cycle and just held on to it. And it was kind of one of those altcoins that took off, and it was really just because of like the number of transactions that it could do was like the selling point at the time. And I mean, it's kind of crazy now. I think the transaction cost for Ethereum is like I don't know what it is. I don't pay attention day to day, but it got pretty high. It was like the highest it's ever been. And the same thing with Bitcoin back in 2017. It's just like the transaction fees got so high, and it can only do so many transactions a second. And Nano was like, you look at their website and it's like, wow, this thing can do like 100,000 transactions a second now. It's like maybe it can catch on and be like the currency to do this high throughput transactions. And so that's why I bought it. I don't know like who's using it now. I mean, you got to have like obviously somebody's got to be using it for it to be useful to have 100,000 transactions a second or whatever it was. I can't remember the exact number.
Yeah, and I think what we're seeing right now is the actual process of hodling, HODL, hodling, as we say in the crypto space. People are just holding their crypto assets and waiting for major news or major development of this infrastructure or ecosystem to break in. There is no news, no price movement. Usually it's a disclaimer, but usually this is what we see.
All right, let's do one more, and then we're going to wrap it up here. What is the best platform to deal with NFTs, non-fungible tokens? Do you guys have any thoughts on that?
Oh my God, why people, keep asking that? No, I actually don't know what is the best platform. I mean, it has no real value behind it. It's just a special type of tokens. But no, honestly, no clue. John, do you know anything about it?
Yeah, I mean, to me, this is going to be by who adopts it. Like, I heard a rumor, and then I think they denied it. Epic Games was rumored to like accept use NFTs through I think the Ethereum network. It was rumored, and I think they denied it. I don't know what time frame it was, but like, it's going to be all whether or not these platforms accept it. I could easily see how, if you were able to like buy an NFT that's some like fancy shoe that you can put on your digital character, like people pay ridiculous amounts of money for stuff that, 1 million people could buy. Like they pay like $20 for some little outfit in your digital character that literally like millions and millions of people could buy. So if you could hold it unique, I mean, I guarantee there's people out there that'll pay for it. But then it's about like how you could use it. So it's like, if I buy this digital artwork, can I use it in my video games? Can I like wear this digital item as I present myself in the digital world? So it's like it's all whether or not I think these companies use these protocols in their games, or that's from the video game perspective. I see that. I don't know. I'm sure like digital art, like you see some really cool stuff where it's like, wow, this is like so impressive and has a story. The same way that like you'd buy like a Picasso, like I could see you buying a digital artwork that has a nice story behind it. Like I could see how that applies to the NFTs and can do well. But I mean, it's all some NFTs are gonna be worth absolutely nothing. It's just whoever else is gonna pay more for it at that point. So,
all right, I want to wrap it up here because I want to go to our next guest, John G. Didn't realize you were coming in, even though we're in the same office today.
Yep.
Appreciate it. Thanks a lot, Catherine. Thank you. We'll have the next edition of the BZ Crypto Show Thursday at 2 p.m. Thanks a lot, guys.
Yeah, thank you so much for watching. Tune in on Thursday. Bye.
All right, see you, John G. Let's get you out of here. Let me bring on our next guest here, CC Lagator. He's the co-founder of Options AI. We talk a decent amount of options here on the Benzinga YouTube channel, but not enough. I think not enough. I think so. I want to get some options ideas, some trades, some setups from our next guest, CC Lagator from Options AI. Going to bring him on now. CC, how we doing?
Spencer, good to see you, man.
Where are you? Are you in Colorado?
Yeah, I'm in Boulder.
Oh gosh, tell me about that weather.
It's well, we had the zeros for the last.
You had the zeros.
Days, then it broke. Then it broke, and now it's beautiful out.
Oh man, that's crazy. All right,
it hasn't broken there.
Well, no, we never got the zeros. We've been in the if we did, I didn't go outside, so I wouldn't know. But we got about a foot of snow yesterday, slash last night, slash this morning. So digging out of it, but it stopped snowing. Looks like it's past us for now.
Nice.
All right, let's talk options here, CC. Yeah. What's on your radar? I know you love playing options into earnings, out of earnings. What's on your radar right now?
Well, it's been a really interesting couple of weeks in options, and it's basically something that had been building up for months, like almost the entire year, in stocks like Tesla and Shopify and things. It all sort of came to a head the last couple of weeks, as we saw in the short squeeze stocks like GameStop, and then, the cannabis stocks this past week. And what's interesting is it's creating options have started to create distortions in the stocks themselves, and I think a lot of, I don't know if some of your readers and viewers have tuned into the gamma squeeze, right? That's become a term over the last few months.
Tell us about the gamma squeeze.
Okay, so the gamma squeeze is
a derivative of a short squeeze.
Yeah, so the gamma squeeze is interesting, and I think we wrote a little bit about it on Benzinga the last couple of weeks. So the way that works is that's the options market actually distorting the stock itself, and the last 6 or 7 months, you saw it in certain names like Tesla, where a lot of retail option order flow was coming in and buying up all of the upside calls, above where the stock is trading, really far out too. And what would happen is these stocks would get going, and as they were hitting those strikes on the way up, it would almost form this gamma ladder where what's happening on the market maker side is those market makers are selling these upside calls. And then as the stock goes higher, they need to buy more and more stock to stay delta neutral in those calls. And that combined with, certainly what we saw in GameStop and, AMC and those sort of stocks a couple of weeks ago, that's almost supercharges the short squeeze. And the short squeeze, is happening in the equity itself, but then the options are sort of supercharging that move. And, the way it plays out, and, those stocks obviously peaked and came back in, it actually does have a reverse effect once the stock stops going up, because the market makers have overhedged all of those upside calls that they've been selling to retail.
Wait, Cece, can you maybe back up for a second and explain what gamma is?
Okay, so gamma is basically the rate of change of the delta of the option as the stock moves. So if you go, let's say if you're a market maker, and I'm a former market maker, and you come in and you buy a Tesla call from me, like on 1,000 strike, right, with the stock trading 800 and something, I'll buy enough shares for however many calls I sold you at a delta applied to that option. And let's say it was 10 deltas when I sold you that option. I bought 10 shares of stock for every one call I sold to you. As the stock starts taking off, and then it goes from, it goes to 850, it goes to 900. All of a sudden, that call I sold you that I hedged for 10 deltas, 10 shares of stock, I need to, it's now 25 deltas. And so I need to buy those other 15 shares. And then it gets to 1,000 and it's 50 deltas, and I have to buy the next 25 deltas. And then it goes through that. And eventually I'm maxed out at 100 deltas, once the stock's trading 1,500, let's say. And so what I've done as a market maker is, you as an options trader have used my hedging and my need to be delta neutral as leverage in the stock. And so that's what we sort of saw with those, especially those short squeeze stocks is, and you can almost, funny things happened in there. They, and this happened to Tilray last week, and it happened to GameStop a couple of weeks before, is they were actually running out of strikes, and the stock was stopping at the level where they were running out of strikes. So I remember Tilray last week at some point, it got to 60 or 65, I forget which it was, and the exchanges hadn't added new strikes yet. And the stock just stopped, or maybe it was 75 or something. And it was basically because there was no more gamma. The market makers were 100% hedged above that level. And so that's sort of the distortion that the options market is, and retail options traders are having in the equities. And then there's a distortion within the options market, which is more interesting if you're trading options, because you might be doing the wrong thing.
Can you explain why a stock would run out of strikes? Like how would the exchanges let that happen?
So basically, if you think about it, like a stock's trading 20 for a year, right? And so they have strikes up to like the 40 strike or something like that. And they've never thought they needed 80s, or in the case of GameStop, 500s, right? And so what'll happen is the stock starts taking off and the exchanges have to quickly add strikes, but there's a lag, and they'll do it like sort of midday that day. A lot of the, the trading platforms it doesn't actually fill in on their trading platforms for a day or two. So there are all these lags. It's all old school stuff, basically.
But like, why wouldn't, I know it might have seemed stupid to have a strike of $300 on $400 on GameStop, in December, but like, where's the harm in that?
Yeah. Oh, well, but this is the interesting thing is with the retail order flow. And this sort of gets into my next point about, the traders that are trading these options is, what we've seen in the last year is we've seen this wave of people coming into the markets, right, with the pandemic, and they're signing up for trading accounts. They're basically starting in equities. Then they're like, oh, these options, I can get more bang for my buck through these options. And they're doing it in a way that is, I can just picture a lot of people just scrolling up the options chain till the first call they can afford, right? And
okay.
So you can imagine in a $20 stock having, strikes up to 400 when the stock is not moving. There's going to be a lot of people going out and buying the 300 calls and things like that.
Because it's cheap.
They shouldn't be doing it.
Because it's cheap.
Yeah. And that sort of is my next point about, what we've seen with all of these, basically retail flow into out of the money options is there are ways if you're trading that you need to, you basically can almost use the retail flow to your advantage to place, smarter trades. Like no trade is ever going to be right? You need to get direction correct and everything like that. But you can be positioning yourself within the options market a little, taking advantage of those things. One of those examples is, if retail flow has blown up the prices of all of those upside calls, you can often do, for instance, if you're bullish in that stock, you can do a call spread where you're buying a call and then selling one of those, pumped up upside calls. And you can often do those types of spreads for less than the cost of those upside calls with much higher probabilities and much closer break evens, to where the stock is trading. And, so these are just, some of the things as people are sort of taking these next steps in their trading journey. And, that journey looks like, I bought my first 100 shares of stock, then I bought my first, one call. That next step in that journey is to start trading, a little bit more like institutional desks and I'll do, which is they don't, institutional desks don't buy upside calls. They're not scanning to see what they can afford, put it that way.
Yeah. CC, if you want, you can share your screen. One of the things I like about your platform, Options AI, is it the way it displays I'm a very visual learner. I've always found options chains extremely hard to understand just because it's just a spreadsheet of numbers and jargon if you don't know what it means. And it's why I sort of procrastinated and I put off learning about options for like 2 years because I was like, I don't want to deal with that stuff. It just looks confusing. I'm a very visual learner. I like, profit loss breakdowns, charts, and I like the way you guys display it here. I'll bring it on now. So this is a very simple visual explanation. This is Tilray. Explain to us what this says.
Yeah, and so this is, Options AI is, we think of it as a next generation trading platform. And, when I'm mentioning that journey of trading, on a traditional trading platform, from E-Trade all the way up to Robinhood, I'm calling Robinhood old school now. You have to sort of, you have to decide what type of instrument you're going to trade, from the get-go. So, I want to buy stock, I want to buy an option, I want to do a multi-leg options trade. And those are they're still sort of separated from each other. And what Options AI does is it's basically taking a visualization of the stock and a visualization of the options chain out into the future. And it's basically giving you as a trader the ability to choose from stock, options, or multi-leg options all within the same trading journey. So basically, it's mapping trades to your intent, which is I'm bullish in this stock, I'm bearish in this stock, I'm neutral in this stock, or I have a specific price target in this stock, right? And so I'll just sort of take you through, it starts with this chart. And as you can see, this is Tilray, this is the craziness that happened, last week. In the last 2 weeks. And, it's returned back to earth a little bit. And now, as you can see, the options market. So what this is doing is this is taking the options chain out into the future. And what this is displaying is these are the expected moves from the options market, right? And the way you can use that as a trader is and when I'm talking about like the upside calls in Tilray, I'm talking about basically everything from this line up, right? Back to this previous high. And there's a ton, and it's still happening. There's a ton of retail options flow, just buying these calls all the way up to this previous high. But as a trader, you can sort of, look for different ways to express this view. Let's say you are bullish in Tilray. I think they have, earnings in the next couple of days. where that line is. And, you can select I'm bullish, right? And let's select this Friday's, as our time horizon. And we can generate trades. And basically we're seeing a call and then some multi-leg options trades. And then of course, compared to the stock. And you can do any of these, but what's interesting here is, what I'm explaining with for instance, a call spread rather than buying an upside call, is we can click this call spread. And this is a 34-40 call spread. And we can see on the chart, like where this stock or where this call spread loses money, max loss, at expiration, where it would have max gain, right? And to your point, this is all thinking along the way everybody thinks. It's not just you. Everybody thinks of stock charts and where will this stock go and how could I profit in between, what I think is going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And in this case, to the point of these upside calls, is a lot of people would go and, scan an options chain on a traditional trading platform looking for a call they could afford. Well, that call that they can afford is a very low probability event of becoming in the money. But this call spread, if we click through here, I just want to show you. So this call spread costs about $1.50, $1.55. If you look at the call it's selling, the 40 call, it's $2.20. So this call spread, which is a bullish call spread for Tilray to go higher, it costs less than reaching for the $40 call, right? Which is what a lot of, especially people just getting their feet wet into options would reach for. They'd be like, oh, that $2 call, I can afford that. And it's like, well, what about this 34-40 call spread? And if you come back to the chart, the difference in break even, which is this line where the red goes to green, you can see it's 35.59. The stock's trading 33.82. This is only, not even $2 higher in the stock. And if you were to buy that 40 call for $2.25, you need the stock to go to 42.25 before you break even on that call, right? And so these are the sorts of distortions that are happening within the options market. And this is, if you want to be serious about, like how you trade options and, have the sort of staying power of probability and all, this is, an easy way to see it, on a chart is like, look how close that break even is to where the stock is trading.
Being asked in the chat if there's a promo code for Options AI.
There is, anybody can go to optionsai.com and read all about, the brokerage and everything like that. And I'm also, you can go to learn.optionsai.com to learn more about the technology and some of the theory and all behind it. And as far as a promo code, there is a referral deal going on, I believe. So, it's sort of bring in people.
I just had a bunch of questions to ask you, and then
Fire away.
I'm being flooded with but they're all like flooding my brain at the same time, and I'm not really figuring. I got to figure out where I want to go. So you just basically walked us through like that Tilray trade,
Mm-hmm.
more or less. Let's start with this. Is there any other stocks on your radar? We're still in the earnings season. We've got Roku on Thursday, Walmart on Thursday, the Trade Desk, Dropbox, some big names this week. Twilio's Wednesday. We got some big names. Shopify's Wednesday. Big names. Are there any in particular on your radar? And if there are, can you walk us through sort of an option scenario?
Yeah. So, let's take something like Shopify. I think is a great example.
Sure.
So let's go shop. All right. So here's another sort of classic options. I mean, this is a $1,400 stock, right?
Yeah.
So everything you do in this stock would be expensive, right? And obviously the stock itself is, and then if you were to go to buy a call or a put, it's going to be quite expensive, right? And even doing, sort of vertical spreads like the one we just discussed, even that might be a lot. One interesting thing that you can do within the options market is you can instead of saying, you know, I'm bullish and I want to buy a call, or I'm bearish and I want to buy a put, or the same thing with buying a call spread or buying a put spread, you can actually take the other side of a move, right? And you can actually sell to the bears or sell to the bulls. And, you know, I have no idea what's going to come up and what these options are going to look like. But, you know, if we say, you know, I'm bullish in SHOP, right, into their earnings. And let's just take, you know, this week's expiration. You know, we can look, it's very similar to the Tilray. We'll see, you know, we'll see a couple different spreads and things like that. But, you know, one of the things that can happen is you can do an out of the money credit spread, right? And in this case, you know, let's pull up this trade. This is selling the 1380, 1370 credit put spread in Shopify. And what this is doing is this is essentially saying, you know, the expected move within the options market is down, you know, to this level in the stock, basically 1380-ish, right? And that's the what options are pricing for Shopify to move this week. And I can do a $10 wide put spread where I'm actually selling the 1380 put and basically, you know, locking in, defining the risk by buying the 1370 put. You know, risking $700 to make $300 on that trade, but with a really, really high probability of profit. You're basically, you're taking the other side that the bears are wrong, and even if they're right, they're not going to be massively right. Now, obviously, with any credit spread, you have to risk more to make less. But these are the types of trades, you know, these are high probability options trades. And this is a very simple, you know, a very simple credit put spread that's only $10 wide. And, you know, all of a sudden, and you know, comparing this to the other trades on the screen, you know, look at this, like $3,000, $5,000, you know, obviously the stock, $145,000. You know, these are the types of options trades where you can take positions with, you know, without like a massive amount of cost or risk in this case.
That's what it's about, right? Controlling your risk.
Yeah, and everything should, you know, this I think should go for sort of everyone. You know, I defining risk within options. There's a number of reasons why you want to do it, and I think one of the beyond just, you know, you should know what you have at risk with any trade. Just the math is easier too. So, you know, when you're comparing probability to risk and cost and potential reward, if you have sort of that consistency of, you know, I know if Shopify went down $500 on earnings, I know I'm only, you know, this trade is only $770, right? And that sort of, you know, defining risk allows you to, you know, consistently trade and consistently compare apples to apples when you're comparing trades and potential ways to express your view. Because if you don't do that, then the one time that, you know, Shopify goes through your short put that is naked, $500, it's like it didn't matter anything you did the 2 months before that or the 2 months after, right? I mean, you just blew up on one trade that went against you. Whereas, you know, the spreading, defining risk, things like that, these are very, you know, much better ways to express views because, you know, you can compare them.
What about assignment risk?
So assignment is, well, it comes in two forms, right? So anytime, yeah, you're doing a spread where you're long one strike and short another strike at expiration, if it finishes between those strikes, right, you're at risk of, you know, exercising your long call, for instance, but not being able to be assigned on the short call. So in that case, it's as simple as, you know, you just want to exit the trade before expiration, right? Which is what, you know, most people do in options. Anything that's finishing in the money, you know, most people just close it out. Now, the other example that comes with early exercise and early assignment is, you know, let's say you were short a put spread in GameStop when it was trading 400 and then it went back down to 60, and you were short the 300 to 290 put spread. At some point when it goes so far through your put spread, the person is probably going to want to exercise the put you're short, right? But even then, all you have to do is then immediately exercise your long put and you're covered. So all of these spreads are sort of covered. The risk profile does not change as the stock goes through these spreads because they're covered, right? Like you're long one, short one. Now that's for defined risk trades. If you're short 2 puts and nothing against it, yeah, that's a totally different scenario.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Any more questions from our chat? I could ask CC's my questions all day, but I'd rather open the floor up to you guys. Yeah, here's one actually. Do you know where I can find that promo code or that affiliate link? Do you have that handy?
Oh, I don't. I think it'll come out as a unique URL that can be shared. So after the fact.
Okay. Okay. So don't have that handy.
To,
Sorry.
I believe it's to existing customers.
Got it. Okay. Sorry, folks. Don't have that handy. All right. Yeah. And again, I want to open the floor to any more questions. If you haven't anything about options, you don't understand. CC's been in the options game for a while. He knows what he's talking about. And he's definitely someone who I would go to if I was ever like neck deep in like a 4-legged trade and I didn't know what was going on, I would hit CC up and just to help me get out of it. But that'll never happen because I control my risk. But
and then the other thing I wanted to mention just on the visualization here, what you were getting at earlier, is on the sort of old school trading platforms, it's right, like you're looking at that chain to begin with, which is disorienting, and then once you're in a trade, they kind of do the payout diagrams where they reverse the X and Y axis, and it doesn't make any sense. On this, it's basically if you entered this trade, you would then see the stock play out through these zones over time, right? And that that's intended to give you that same equity mindset for these options trades, and help you figure out when's a good time to exit and things like that.
Because often that's like the hardest part, right? Is just figuring out.
It's really, there's a lot of nuance, right? And so you hear people talk about sort of the theta and the the gamma, and the best way to think about options trades are, Spencer, you and I talked sports before, but those things on ESPN that shows you like the in-game odds, right?
Yeah, the winning probability.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you can imagine the best way to think about it is, let's say I do an options trade, and it's very similar to the first quarter of a football game where the one team goes up by 14 points, right? So their odds of winning are probably going to be like 65% at that point, right? Because there's still a lot of time left in that game for the other team to come back. Now, fast forward to the fourth quarter, it's a tie game with a minute left, and the one team goes ahead by 7 points.
Right.
So because there's less time, their odds are now 90%, right? And so options trades play out the same exact way. If you have 3 weeks for it to play out, the stuff that happens in the beginning is going to affect your position less, because there's more time for other stuff to happen, right? And then when you get to the end, all of that converges, and that's when you see those wild games like on ESPN where the one team was like a 95% chance to win, and then the other team does something miraculous and it switches the other way to the other team being 95%. And that's basically gamma.
That's a great analogy. I love analogies that I'm going to use that actually going forward. To help explain this to my friends who ask me, because I get asked about options, and I understand it, but I definitely am not like an options guy or anything, and I'm hesitant to even talk about it because I don't want to misinform anybody. But I'm just going to use that analogy going forward because
there you go.
That's really good. All right. Yeah, thank you. CC Lagator, Options AI is the name of the platform, at Options Learn on Twitter. CC, thanks a lot. I appreciate the time.
Spencer. Thanks for having me.
All righty. 3 o'clock. Let's transition to our next guest here. Let's talk charts. Let's talk raindrop charts. I almost got that wrong there. Raindrop charts. Jake Wujastic from TrendSpider. He's like CC. He was not happy with how information was being displayed, visually speaking, and he took matters into his own hands and made his own indicator, made his own charts. Jake, how we doing?
Hey, thanks for having me. And just to be upfront, our CTO is the one that created the raindrops, and I just happened to kind of find a way to utilize them that makes sense. But yeah, I'll definitely touch on some raindrop charts. The raindrop chart is just a volume weighted chart. So you're looking at a daily candle. You can look at the volume profile within that day without having to go and look at a shorter term time frame to see where that volume's coming in. But we talked about looking at some different setups. Maybe
do you want to share your screen there, or we can kind of see what's on your radar here?
Do it.
Go to that screen share button down below.
All right. So I think today is really looking at stocks that have somewhat relative strength. The markets are pretty much doing nothing. So one thing that I'm kind of looking at is Snap right now. Snapchat is one that's had a pretty strong run over the last 2.5 weeks or so. And it's kind of right along this anchored VWAP. Now, for those that are not familiar with the anchored VWAP.
Yes, explain that.
Created by Brian Shannon. Everyone's familiar with a VWAP, which is the volume weighted average price. Generally, a VWAP is, let's say, the 14-day VWAP, and it's kind of a continuous number, kind of like a moving average. Well, the anchored VWAP is the only difference is the anchor part, and the anchor is really just a function of different places within the trend. So a pivot point, a swing low, a swing high. What I have here is something called a handoff. And so you have your capitulation candle here on January 27th. This is kind of when everybody stopped out. We reversed trend to the upside. And you can see this blue line. That's our original anchored VWAP. And then the handoff, which is something that Brian taught me, is pretty much creating an anchored an anchored VWAP from the last candle to touch the original one. So you can see here, this big candle right here, we did undercut it a little bit before absolutely ripping on February 5th. So that's where I want to anchor another VWAP. And you can see how well price has respected that over the last week or so. So this is something that is really holding this handoff VWAP nicely. I also have the anchored volume by price. So same thing, I'm starting the volume by price, essentially the profile of the volume for a specific point in time. And we can see since the 27th, there's a lot of people holding right here. You have your point of control right around 62.75, but you also have a few other volume nodes here. So this is why I like to call it a shelf rather than just a point of control. And you can see here right now with the price kind of moving back into this area, this is initially going to act a little bit as a supply zone because all of these people who bought in at 62.50, 63, this is kind of where everybody's break even. So we need to digest some of that supply here. Then once the price gets above this area, this can act as a nice base for price to move up off of. So Snap looks pretty strong here. Now, if we go to the raindrop, this isn't necessarily what I'd want to see on the raindrop chart, especially during the second half of the day. Most of the volume here is near the low of the day during the second half of the period. So, generally, if you want a strong raindrop chart, you want to see a lot of that volume, for example, here near the top of the range. And so that tells us that any supply that's being dumped on the market, there's enough conviction by buyers to absorb that supply at that price. And then here, we're just not really seeing that. There's not a ton of time left in the day, so I'm not sure if we're going to see that. But all in all, I mean, there was a decent a bit of volume this morning, but I don't know if I see a wick like this on a candle, I really want to see a lot of that volume at the top of the range. We call that a balloon raindrop. It's something that you can scan for on TrendSpider. So that's something I may touch on here if we have some time. But Snap is one. I'm not in this position. HYLN is one.
Wait, hold on. Can you explain why you would want to see most of the volume profile at the high end of the candle?
Sure. So, if you think about supply and demand, people think, oh, there's buying volume and there's selling volume. And that's not necessarily correct, right? If you're an institution, you go buy 1 million shares, somebody's selling you 1 million shares. So it's where those buyers have enough conviction to absorb that supply. Because let's say that you come on the open market and you dump a bunch of shares, and nobody's there to absorb those shares, the price has to drop in order to find buyers. If there are buyers there to absorb that supply being dumped on the market, we know that there's conviction by buyers there. So anytime that the volume is at the top of the range, we know there's enough conviction by buyers to be absorbing that supply that's being dumped on the market. So, for example, this candle is a good example of this. Obviously, we dropped a little bit the day after, but we continued up after that. I really want to see volume at the top of the range here, especially when you have a wick. So if you have a wick like we have today on Snap, that tells me that if there was a bunch of volume at the top of the range here, that tells me there were a lot of aggressive buyers there to absorb any supply that was being dumped on the market. And then the price is able to drop simply because that demand kind of cooled off, not necessarily because a bunch of sellers came in. So I like to look for discrepancies. A raindrop is not always going to be your end all be all, but anytime you have a wick like this, you always want to go to the raindrop and see what's going on within the top of this range. Was this an area at the top that was kind of low liquidity pushing the price up, and then it was able to move back down because one relatively motivated seller came in and there was no demand there to absorb supply and the price had to drop? So anytime you have a wick, that's when I immediately turn on the raindrop to see was there conviction by buyers at the top of the range? And if
So
essentially
it can tell you either we simply ran out of buyers, or B, sellers came flooding in. It's one or the other.
Well, you can have sellers that come flooding in, but if you have buyers there to back up that supply, then you're going to see that bulge at the top of the candle.
Right.
If there's no conviction by buyers there, and they're like, well, we're going to wait for a lower price, then you're not going to see that bulge because that volume didn't take place up there. So it's really, where did buyers actually step in? Some people can call that buying volume. I just think buying volumes, it can have a couple different terms, because if it's buying volume, somebody's still selling. It's where those buyers stepping in, because you could have a ton of sellers come in and dump supply on the market. But if those buyers are there to absorb it, is that buying volume or is it selling volume? So that's what the raindrop kind of explains, is where is that volume being absorbed?
Can I give you a ticker from the chat?
Yeah.
Palantir. This one, of course, had earnings this morning. You had to know people were going to be interested in this one. Got the pop at the 4 a.m. open this morning, and basically it's been straight down.
Pretty much. I actually have a position in this. I'm in common stock, and then I did sell covered calls 2 days ago. It wasn't Friday, it was Thursday. I sold covered calls because I still think that PLTR is a strong company. Everybody's concerned about the lockup period.
Thursday.
I think is coming in a couple days. And so, I think
I'm sorry. That was my fault. Continue.
One thing to keep in mind is, if we pretty much start the volume profile, volume by price, from this start date here and on September 30th, we're getting very close to pretty much everybody breaking even. So, let's say that you can see there's a ton of people holding right around 26 to 27. Well, way up here at 38, a lot of people had profit, almost 45, 50%. So as the price starts dropping, all of these shares holding right here are losing all of their profit margins. They don't have any profit to sell anymore once the price gets back down here. So I'm thinking that around 26, 27 is when we'll finally get a little bit of a bounce. If we go back to the hollow candles, we're at 28.21. Generally, for something that recently IPO'd or kind of went public, I like to start it from the IPO to see, where our majority of shares holding. But I'd also anchor it from here, this swing low. And I mentioned this on my Twitter the other day. If we do break this area here, there's not a lot of shares holding until we get back down to this, let's say even 26, 25 area. So this is what I call a volume gap. There's just not a lot of participants holding in this area. So the price is able to drop very quickly because you still have people holding in the 26 area that are still selling for profit, and that's adding to the supply. So as we get back down to this next shelf, if you want to call it that, it's essentially the point of control, but I call it a shelf because we have a group of volume nodes here. This is where price could possibly bounce, not because buyers step in, but because supply is drying up. And I think I mentioned this on the last time I was on the pre-market show. There's this fallacy that prices go up and prices go down because sellers came in or buyers came in. Price can bounce simply because selling dries up. If you look at the supply and demand curves, prices can move up simply because selling decreases or supply dries up. So, I'm thinking that this probably still has room to move down. I'm fine with that. I have common stocks. And I also traded it a couple times. So I think right now I'm probably break even based on the trades I've taken on this, but I have the covered calls, which I'm making money on. I think I sold the March 19th, $45 calls, just in case we had a big spike from earnings. And I was comfortable selling if I did get called for those shares. But for now, I'm just going to hold the covered calls and, maybe they'll expire worthless. But, when I'm trading shares, I'm not some trader who's trying to get action every day. I'm a swing trader. I'm a position trader. I don't need to necessarily be profitable within 30 minutes. HYLN is a great example of this. I mean, I was loading up HYLN literally for, when did I first, since January 27th, I was loading this whole way down, and a majority of people are like, hey, I'm stopping out, opportunity cost. And it's like, yes, there is opportunity cost, but what happens if you take a loss here and you go into another trade and then you get hit on that? Sometimes it's better just stick to the thesis. So HYLN is one that is a great example of, I was just adding shares. And then finally on this spike, I sold covered calls because you get a spike like this, the implied volatility goes up, the premiums get jacked up from this type of move. So I sold the $30 and the $35 covered calls, made some income on these ridiculously high premiums, and then I just hold the common stock for the thesis to play out. We have a gap above still on HYLN. The market in general has been kind of weird, so it's not shocking that this candle looks like this today. If you look at the weekly side of things, going back to that anchored volume by price, if we anchor the volume by price from the swing high here, this is pretty much when, the status quo changed in trend. There are a lot of shares holding here. And if you look at Tilray, you look at some of these weed stocks that were literally nobody wanted to own a couple months ago, they all looked like this. You had a ton of shares aggregating here, essentially accumulation occurring. And then you finally get that move up. It's just supply and demand. And so HYLN is one that I'm in. I remember I was in Cron and I had people saying, oh, well, this thing isn't doing anything. I'm down 20%. And I actually did capitulate on that one stupidly, but it could have easily gone down too. And now Cron, I think, hit $15 last week. And I think I sold it like 508 or something. So I think there's this fallacy in trading that you always have to be trading. There's different types of trading. There's day trading, there's swing trading, there's position trading that you don't necessarily have to have that instant gratification or that instant success. A lot of people have that mindset where, hey, I haven't made money in a week, I'm going to go play something else. Then they go try to play something else and they find themselves in the same exact hole when they probably should have just stuck to the original thesis. So for me, that's the same thing with PLTR. That's why I brought up HYLN, because it was pretty much the same type of thing. I probably will add to PLTR once it finds a little bit of a base, but for now, I think it's probably going to 26. The raindrop, if we looked at the raindrop, I mean, let's see what the raindrop's showing. It's just showing that pretty much volume is kind of taking place at lower prices. So anytime you see the raindrop and you see a flat part right here, so you can see it's flat here, that means that there was no volume that took place during the first half of the day there. We know that this volume profile is happening during the second half of the day. That tells me that sellers are dumping supply in the market, but there's nobody there to absorb that supply. So the price has to drop in order to find buyers. So it's kind of like price discovery to the downside instead of the upside. So this is not necessarily what I call the strongest raindrop here. You can see the last couple times, all of these raindrops had this same kind of profile where, during the second half of the day, this volume was occurring at lower prices, which tells me there's no buyers to absorb any of that supply. Price has to drop in order to find buyers. So the raindrop, I wouldn't say, is looking incredibly strong. You have this uptick in volume, but what's interesting is you did have a big uptick in volume with the upside too, and this was kind of the top. So if we have a couple more days of strong volume to the upside, is that going to be exhaustion, selling volume? We'll just have to see. But, for me, it wouldn't make sense to add at all. I may even just buy a couple more covered calls if this thing rips. If the price is dropping, covered calls the calls are going down in price, so you're not getting a lot of premium. So if there's any type of spike in PLTR, that may be when I sell a couple more just to collect some of that premium. I personally don't think this can get back to $45 within about a month. So, I'll hold my shares and make some income on the covered calls. That's not advice, by the way. That doesn't mean everybody go.
No, definitely not.
Yeah, I'm just kind of telling you guys what I'm doing as a trader in this position.
Yep.
So that's kind of what I'm doing.
Yeah, and the covered call thing, I mean, it's meant for somebody exactly in your shoes. You want to get income without selling your position. You still want to hold the position, but you want income. That's why you use covered calls. Real fast on the Hylian thing, just to go back to that for a second. So what stuck out to you? You saw the volume. It looked like there was some accumulation there happening, right? Like at the base of that. Let's go back to the chart.
It's good.
Like at the base of that downtrend, you saw that volume, and that told you like that was your signal, right?
Yeah, because generally, if you have a big area like this volume shelf, and your point of control is just your biggest volume node here, so that was around 17. Almost always, not always, but a lot of the time, what I've seen is you'll find this capitulation event that occurs right below that shelf. So everybody's like, oh, the price is breaking below the shelf. It's gonna continue down. You almost always have this type of little capitulation event. And it's interesting because I post a lot on social media, and I can kind of pick up on the sentiment. If I've been adding something for a couple weeks and I see everybody kind of saying, hey, I'm out, I'm not taking this trade, you can kind of start to get an idea of they're probably not the only ones that are thinking I'm going to move on. And that just tells me that we're close to capitulation. And that was the case last week. Now, I thought it was probably going to go down actually to like 1450. I thought there was going to be a little more capitulation. Why did I think 1450? Well, if you look at this falling wedge, which honestly, half the reason why I liked this even more was because this setup looked identical to Big C before it broke out. Big C was the same exact thing. I started buying Big C at 72. It dropped all the way to 58. I doubled down at 61 while everybody else was telling me that they're selling it. And, that's not always going to happen. But anytime you see that sentiment on social media, social media sentiment's a huge gauge of just overall kind of what the overall market's thinking. But the reason why I liked this was because it looked identical to Big C. You're getting close to the apex of this falling wedge. Now, we did have a trend line all the way down here, which told me that we could possibly test it. And remember, these trend lines are a function of time. If the price dropped, let's say February 10th, all the way down here, it would have bottomed out around 1450. But if it would have done one of these, it would have went up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, and then capitulated here, we could have gone down to 1430 and still stayed within the trend line. So this happened to just capitulate around, I think it was like 1538 or something was the low. And then this thing just absolutely ripped. That was kind of fun to watch. So yeah, I mean, I generally am looking at patterns that repeat. This looked identical to Big C. We had a gap above. It was literally the same exact pattern. And on top of that, you did have that huge volume shelf here on the weekly candle, which generally is a pretty good sign that, you know, there's accumulation going on, and you kind of had that last part of the cycle before the reversal. And look at that. I mean, look at that volume. That's some pretty serious volume. And for me, you know, I technically don't mind for this to go sideways for a month, because I want to collect that premium on my covered calls, and then, you know, and then we'll see what happens after that. But, you know, this type of volume bar is definitely one that's pretty indicative of trend reversing. You have this outside candle as well on the weekly. I mean, we undercut this previous week's low. We closed above the previous high. So, you know, anytime you've got an open within this wick, that's a pretty strong indication to me.
Can I give you another ticker from the chat to look at?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, Petco. Woof. Recent IPO. I always confuse this because it's an IPO. I always confuse it with Pause, which is like the pet care ETF. But Woof is just Petco. They're back.
Yeah, this is pretty classic. I mean, generally, if you have an IPO, you're almost always going to undercut that IPO.
Thank you. I say that every single time.
Yeah,
every time. There is research to back this up. Almost all IPOs will at some point in the first few weeks or months undercut their opening and or IPO price.
Yep. I mean, it's kind of healthy. I mean, what happens is you've got a bunch of people who got in too early. They start to capitulate. You saw this in Big C. It's literally same exact thing. Now, it took a little longer. I mean, this thing's only been around for like a month. Yeah. But Big C was the same exact thing. And it did undercut it by quite a bit. But you kind of need that selling pressure. That I call it a reset. You kind of need the market to hit the reset button, clear everybody out. Those people that just were sellers all of a sudden become buyers again, and it just happens. For this one, it's kind of hard to do technical analysis, at least on the daily time frame, when there's not a lot of candles. This is where I would go into like a 65-minute chart just to get a little more data here.
Wait, I'm sorry, 65-minute chart?
That's
what
right.
You said?
Yep, 65-minute chart. You know,
that's a thing. 65-minute chart.
Yeah, and there's actually a very strong mathematical argument there. So if you look at, and this is something Brian Shannon also taught me. He's a big mentor of mine. You have 390 minutes in a trading day, right? You divide 390 minutes divided by 60. If you're trading the hourly candle, that is not an even candle. You have 6 even candles and you have a half of a candle. So if you're looking at the hourly chart, you're looking at 6 candles and then you're looking at a half of a candle. With the 65-minute chart, you have 6 even candles for the day. So you don't have a half of a candle in there. So there is a method to that madness, and it's really just a function of even candles. When I first heard 65-minute chart, I was like, what the hell is this?
That's what I'm thinking right about now, actually.
Sorry if I wasn't supposed to say that. But
say what you want. It's fine.
But yeah, when I first heard that, I'm like, what is this? 65-minute candle. That is all I use now. I refuse to use the 60-minute candle because I'm sitting here like I'm looking at a half of a candle. So there is a really good explanation for that. And I think it's something a lot of people, when they first hear it, they don't grasp why it is. But then you just do 390 divided by 60, it's 6.5. Do 390 divided by 65, it's 6. I don't want to be looking at the chart with a candle that's not a full candle. I want to see 6 even candles. And that's something that we added on TrendSpider pretty quickly once we found that out from Brian, who's literally a legend in the markets. I mean, this guy is very well known. He's been doing this forever. And this is when you kind of don't let your ego get in the way. You're like, oh, well, I've been using 60-minute candles my whole life. I'm not changing. I was using hourly candles as well. And then I'm like, why have I been using the hourly when the 65-minute is a lot more just even? And a lot of institutions are looking at the 65-minute candle, just like a lot of institutions are looking at anchored VWAPs. That's why a lot of the time they work, not only supply and demand, but also these institutions are looking at areas where there's a swing low anchored VWAP or swing high anchored VWAP in the 65-minute chart. there, you could get really deep into that. I think the 78-minute chart, or there's some really weird time frames that people probably look at first and are like, what the heck is this? And then they realize the math behind it, and then it makes sense. So for Wolf Petco, I mean, this is pretty classic for an IPO. I mean, look at Big C. I mean, Big C literally did the same thing. It took a little more time. We did RIP before that, but this was part of my thesis was, okay, way down here, Big C undercut pretty much these IPO lows, and then we tested them multiple times. So naturally, it's going to make sense to stop everybody out right below that, and then you reverse it. So Big C is actually one that looks pretty interesting right here. I was going to mention that. You do have a bounce right at this anchored VWAP. I'm just anchoring the volume weighted average price from the swing low here. You can see how well the price is respecting this area. So maybe another one to keep an eye on into the rest of the week. But it's been a weird week so far. I mean, it's only one day in.
Oh yeah, not even a day in. But
yeah, but anytime that you see futures ripping on the day before the week opens and everybody's like, oh, we're gonna make a bunch of money, that is almost always faded. It's like kind of like like everybody's all euphoric, and then you look at the open and you're like, oh, that wasn't supposed to happen. So I think it's just a classic. They faded the open, and maybe they're getting ready for another move. But silver's also one to keep in mind. I know everybody's trading cryptos right now, and metals are like non-existent, but silver seems to be catching a little bit of a bid. I thought it was kind of interesting, the whole silver squeeze thing. I didn't really get that. But if there is a silver squeeze, I mean, it would make sense that it starts right here, because you are. And this is great, right? We've got this wick. What's going on within this wick today? Pretty much the same thing as what it was Snap. I want to see more volume at the top of the range if that's really a strong wick. This doesn't necessarily give me a ton of confidence into the next couple days. Or sorry, not next couple days, next day or two maybe, because for the most part, there's a lot of shares holding here, should create a base for price. But for the most part, you really want to see volume at the top of the range here. If not, then it's kind of like playing blackjack, right? There's certain hands that you're going to hold or you're going to hit on. Same thing here. If the raindrop isn't showing that, I'm not going to hit as hard as I would if there was a bunch of volume at the top of the range.
All right. Book says hit. Book says stay. If only we had someone we could go to in real life, like a dealer, that would tell us, objectively speaking, what to do. That would be nice.
That's where the back tester comes on TrendSpider. You can back test pretty much any possible thing and get the odds and get the probability. So you're not, blindly going into something. A lot of people have friends who are like, hey, I just found the holy grail signal. Then you go on TrendSpider and you test it out and you're like, hey, this thing has a win rate of like 48%. And not saying that win rates matter. You can have a low win rate, and if you trade it right, it can still be very profitable. But it just allows people to kind of get a better idea of what's really going on using the back tester.
All right, let's just do one more here for Liz Lane. She says it's her first time here. Can we look at ET? This is not a name I am familiar with.
I'm not either. But hey, look at the raindrop though. She's onto something. This is where I would kind of draw this diagonal resistance. I'd probably do another line here, clearly breaking out, clearly buyers having conviction at the top of the range here. This is pretty much what I'd call pretty much perfect balloon breakout. You've got this diagonal resistance that you're breaking through. And notice that I'm drawing more than one trend line, right? If I'm just drawing this one trend line, that's not necessarily a strong trend line. We're only connecting 2 points. But if I make this a zone, what I did was I just copy and pasted this to create a secondary parallel line. Now this is a pretty strong area that we just broke out of. And I'm not sure whose name you just said, but great find there. That's actually one of the stronger setups I've seen today.
That was Liz Lane C. Nice job, Liz Lane C. Nice job.
Liz Lane.
Breakout candidate. There you go.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Jake Wujastik is the co-founder of TrendSpider. I'll put that link up on the screen so you all can know what exactly I'm talking about. There it is.
We always have the 25% coupon when we come on. BZ25. So B is in boy, Z is in zebra, 25. We'll get you 25% off any plan, monthly or annual. And
there it is.
We have a 7-day free trial, so you can check it out before you buy.
BZ25. All right, Jake, thanks a lot. Your charts are always different. I mean, everyone's charts are different, but I like your charts because they really are different in how they display information. Love your analysis. Thanks a lot. We'll talk to you again.
Hey, thank you so much for having me. Everyone have a good day.
All right. 3:30. Let's do pre-market prep at the close. Actually, with just 1 second. Let me hold that thought for just a second. Let me just go over a couple of headlines. I mentioned this on pre-market prep this morning. It is 13F day. I just want to read you. I'm not even going to read it to you. I'm just going to pull it up in Benzinga Pro so you can see what I'm seeing and see for yourself. So there it is. I'll make it bigger so y'all can see what I'm looking at. Just did a very simple 13F search in the Benzinga Pro newsfeed, so you can see a couple of headlines just kind of trickling in through filings, trickling in throughout the day. We'll get a deluge of them at like 4 o'clock and 4:30 and 5, but a handful of filings trickling in from Saudi Arabia's private investment fund, from Tiger Global. So just a handful of filings trickling in. We're seeing a new increased stake from Uber, from Tiger Global. By and large, these individual filings are not going to move stocks unless you see like an insane addition or deletion. Again, this information is old. It's from the fourth quarter. Buffett's filing will likely move stocks, but this is just good information to have, I think. It's good to know what hedge funds are buying and what they are selling. All right, let's bring Joel Elconin on now. Pre-market prep at the close. Joel, how are we doing today?
Doing well, Spencer. Did you say deluge or deluge? Deluge. Okay.
Deluge.
You know what today is in the market?
Mardi Gras.
It's an Uncle Cecil Day.
Uncle Cecil.
Yes.
I don't know if I get that reference. Why? Because we're back to doing nothing.
Because when we used to ask Uncle Cecil a question, he would say, "That's very, very interesting."
Okay.
And I think today is a very, very interesting day in the markets.
Show us your charts, because we're basically just back to scratch.
Yeah, I know. We're back to scratch. And I know everyone likes the rip-roaring action, but let me share my charts here. And the reason I say it's interesting, and I'm not trying to call the top. You guys know I quit doing that a couple years ago.
God forbid we do that.
Yeah. But the way they had this thing juiced up in the pre-market, they had all that time on Sunday, they had all that time on Monday. They kept it up there Monday night. And then the pre-market high, here, let me click this chart. They couldn't even sniff that this morning. That we got up to 39.59 and a quarter. We only got to 39.45. I saw some tweets that there was an iceberg seller at 39.45. I didn't look on the montage to see that. So we didn't hold the gains. We had the Friday high, the Monday follow through, and then now we're just kind of blah. And right now, we might get a close right here in this area at the all-time closing high from Friday, which seems like a long time ago, 39.31. So it looks, I like to see us close in this area, hang in here for another day or two, and then take another poke at that high. But the big discrepancy between the pre-market high and the regular session high just has my antenna up here on the alert. Nothing major, but just something I'm keeping an eye on. Crude having a good day. That's up 74 cents here at 60.21, trading in the after hours. I'm just sitting on a cliff here on this gold. I got a few gold positions, and I'm just sick and tired of them. I'm worried about it taking out the bottom of this range at 1770. Silver flat on the session. You can't get excited about silver until it takes out the Reddit high, just over $30. And Bitcoin, another interesting day in Bitcoin too. You got everybody in over 50K, baby. 50K. This is going to 60K. And you went to 51, just over 51, and you reversed. So you haven't taken out the low for a session. So it's not a key reversal, but I think you still have to respect the overall resistance right there at that psychological 50K level. Spoos just go green here, so they're trying to improve on that all-time closing high. So what would you like to cover, Spencer?
Let's do a couple of things, and then we'll get Kenny Glick on here. Hitthebid.com.
Hey, oh, I forgot about that.
Don't forget about Kenny. He's here.
He's already okay. Let's get him on.
Should we bring him on? Should we bring him on now, or wait for?
No, because then I won't get to say anything for the rest of the show.
Yeah. All right. Joe, I'm sure you saw Palantir today. I'm sure you saw the pod stocks like Tilray today. But I want to talk CCIV. This is just insane. How many halts did CCIV have today? Let's count. Go on to the Benzinga Pro. Let's count how many trading halts it had. 1, 2, 3. Only 3. Oh, okay, only 3 halts. Not that bad. Not that much.
Did they get that deal?
No. There was a report from Reuters that said they are near a deal to.
They still feel like they're still loving this
to buy Lucid Motors, but no confirmation.
Well, everyone, and they think Lucid Motors is going to be one hell of a buy here. You know, folks, I could be 100% honest. I have never lost any money trading SPACs.
You haven't made any money either.
I never made any money either. So I'll leave it to the experts like you guys and Dennis and Mitch and
but like look at this thing, like trading stocks that are in and out of halts is just, if you can do it, great. If you can do it, great. But man, is it hard because you just don't know. You just don't know.
No, I mean, you could play them. I mean, the halts will work you until they work against you. But this one's ripping, and they better get that Lucid Motors, and we'll see what happens there. But I'm don't even know what to say about the chart on this one. We'll bring Kenny in a minute, but I did not properly cover Generac today.
Let's go to GNRC.
We missed this, Spencer, and
no, we didn't.
Yes, you missed it. Because you knew about the weather and you knew what was coming.
I don't pay attention to no. I do not pay attention to the weather.
So disappointed, Spencer. So disappointed in you. Look at this. I don't know if it was meteorologists, your local weatherman, or some savvy investors, but that's probably the biggest 2-day move that you've had in Generac ever.
3-day move. Also, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Didn't they just have earnings too?
I don't remember them having earnings. Did they have earnings too?
I think they did. They had earnings on now. No. Yeah, on the 11th, 5 days ago.
Oh, that's 5 days ago. What did it do on the 11th? It did bupkas on 11th. It didn't even do much on that day. On the 11th, it did do it. It was flat on the 11th.
I'm just saying they had earnings on before the market opened.
But that doesn't mean anything. Look what it did on earnings. On the 11th, well, it did have a move up on earnings, right? But then they caught the weather trade. And that's what I'm looking at. Look at that. The combination of the weather trade. Look at that. The follow through on Friday and then the follow through today. So there were some savvy investors in there picking that up, and we'll see what happens. But selling into the pop today, we'll see what happens. I will say that does weaken my argument a little bit that they had earnings, and they did have a big move on earnings day. When I was looking at this, I was looking at the 277 close and then the bump on Thursday and Friday. So a little too much to my conspiracy theory, but you wanna bring Kenny in?
Let's do it. Hitthebid.com. Let's make sure he's still awake. Kenny, you here?
Sup, homies? Yo! What you guys doing?
What's going on?
Hey, you got the stash going there, or the Fu Manchu?
Oh yeah, this is my UVXY never goes up beard. So I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for UVXY to get to 1250 or I'm not shaving. Last time it took me a while, but I can't grow a beard. I wish I could grow a beard like this guy. I'm the only Jew that can't grow a real beard. I don't know what's wrong with me. I got these patches of stuff that comes on my face, but I'm going to give it a shot. What's up, y'all?
What do you think about I mean, I think you got a little shot here. Let me bring up that beauty chart, UVXY.
I need 3 updates in a row. 3 updates in a row.
Really? Yeah. What do you? I just overall, Kenny, I kind of got a little like spooky feeling here. They really juiced it. You know, we had a strong close on Friday. They juiced it Sunday night. They juiced it Monday. They kept it in that area Monday night, but man, really, since the open, you've had a lot of sellers here. So are we in for a little correction, a little volatility, or is this like down 3 points is nothing to get excited about in the market?
Hey, look, you know, I'm like a resident bear in a world of bullish psychoticness, right? I will never short this market ever again until we start breaking down under massive significant levels, talking about like 5 or 10 day. You know, I use VWAPs exclusively, but it's not about the market anymore. It's about the underlying awesomeness of the market, like CCIV and Tiger and SOS today. I don't even watch the market anymore. I'm almost done with the QQQ trade. It's a great trade. It's gone up for what it's got to be like 12 or 15 years in a row right now. Whether you take those little blips on the chart, significant. They threw a pandemic at the market and we shook it off and it became the greatest bull market of all time. What you're seeing right now is where I get myself in trouble. A pause. Every pause looks like there's a reason to look. You've got psychoticness. You've got penny stocks moving. You got every SPAC in the world playing. You can invent a company now, call it COVID SPAC EV, and the stock will go up 600%. The dash for trash is here. Everything you and I have learned about the stock market doesn't work anymore, my man. The idea of it going down, what you're seeing, I'm with you. But does it go down? It never goes down. So
a pause is it going down, right?
Right. A pause is a moment to refresh, to break the backs of people like me and maybe like you that think we're about to go down, and we'll put a short position on and we'll get annihilated.
Oh,
so
no,
I'm done trying to short the market. I'm all about Tiger, CCIV, SOS. I mean, these are monster breakouts. US Steel today. There's so much going on that you don't even have to care about the market. But for you and I, when we're having this conversation, sure, I think the market's going to go down. But you know what? Tomorrow, when it breaks new highs, that trade will be off.
Wait, I just want to say a hat tip to Jason Raznick, who mentioned Tiger on our show on Friday.
No, wait. I mentioned it.
I
was on the show.
Yeah, okay, you both mentioned it.
All right.
Mentioned it. Okay, I'll give you that. No, you weren't on. No, not last Friday or Thursday.
I've been mentioning Tiger since 750 break. What's up?
Oh man, all right, Kenny. Kenny nailed this one.
FinTech Limited.
It's a Chinese broker.
Let's call it what it is. It's the Robinhood E-Trade Charles Schwab of China. And not only is it that, now it is we gave it a new name today. It's the name. It's something of the Philippines. It's every. You know what? I'm not gonna tell that joke.
Okay, so all right, but no, but Kenny,
you can't tell that joke.
Kenny, but in all seriousness here, like how do you go about taking profits in a market like this, where it's seemingly every day you can just?
I know you can't.
You can't
take profits. So you get to be psychotic like me. Some of the guys that I got into this trade are still in from 850. So when this thing started breaking into the 1720 realm, I'm out. I'm out of the stock. So now I go, okay, how do I enjoy this psychoticness without putting my entire life savings at risk? I buy $20 calls, but then I do a 20-25 call spread, and I get called out at 25 because I think I'm being fancy. Ooh, I can buy a $20 call for $1 and sell a 25 for 30 cents. Ooh, I'm risking 70 cents to make $3. Ooh, and then it goes to 40. So no more call spreads. So what I've been doing is I just sold out the $30 calls.
No more call spreads.
I bought the $30 calls. Those went up. Now I'm in the 35s. And if it goes to 40, I'm selling the 35s. I'll buy the 40s all the way to 200, baby. Woo! Bull market. We never go down.
No, but
saving this for posterity.
Yes, you know what? It's not a bad way to play it, Kenny. I mean, you play with the house's money a little bit, right? And if it turns on you, then your risk doesn't look so bad. But let, let's move on. Let's move on to some other stocks here. The first one I want to talk about is Planeteer.
Wait, I thought there were no other stocks, but all right, Palantir.
Yes, and Kenny, you helped me write an article a while ago. You may not know it, and I didn't follow my own advice. But when this thing took out the IPO high, it was like it gave you 1 day to get in, and it was gone. Right?
Yeah.
What was that? Going back, I can't remember what it was. It was so long ago.
1250-13 range, and then it was off to the races. Yeah.
Exactly. And I saw you were dipping your toe in it this morning in the pre-market. You bought the dip, and I think you rang the register on it. But this is not the reaction that I think there was a lot of people. Oh, Palantir's down $2. I gotta own it. And I just was looking at this chart. I think it has some work to do in the 25 to 27 area.
Yeah.
I'd be interested in it there. What are you thinking? Long term.
I'm with you again. Yeah. Again, I'm not the only thing I have long term right now. I mean, I don't want to talk about, but obviously I love this Tiger stock, but PLTR, again, I like this as a company as much as not a fundamental guy, but I'm totally with you. I'm not a buyer on this thing until about 23.75.
Wait, Kenny, I have a serious question. Can you explain to me in plain English, please, what does Palantir do?
Ooh, to me, as I described to my members, it's the CIA just went public.
They're a spy company.
They are a harvester of information right now. They're listening to our conversation, somehow making money on it. Hello, Palantir. That's what they do. They're spying on us right now, taking our data, going to blackmail us somehow with a robocall, and everything they do is they shouldn't even gone public. They're so secretive. Why would you want to own a part of the CIA? They just went public. So yeah, it got overdone, but at $23, I'm a fan. I don't know what they do. Who cares? Bull market, baby! Woo!
What does Pro say they do? Spencer, did you pull that up?
Yeah, I can read you the description. Here we go.
Okay,
Palantir provides organizations with solutions to manage large, disparate data sets in an attempt to gain insight and drive operational outcomes.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
Exactly.
You could have saved all those words and just put Kenny's in there. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right.
Can you put the word disruptor in there, because then you got to get back in right now. If there was the word disruptor in the title of the company, it'd be fantastic.
I mean, there's more. They focus on government intelligence and defense sectors. Yeah.
Exactly. And they mine Bitcoin. Don't forget about that.
What about Airbnb here? Little bit of a rocky start. Missed
this one.
It did take out the IPO high, but then it came way in. How do you play it that way, Kenny? You had the IPO high. You give it a little bit. Like if you go with the first day, you're thinking, 165, I'm in. And then it goes to 175 and then kaplooey. How do you play something like that where the old undercut and rally of the IPO high? How do you play that?
You know what? I have not looked at this stock, not even once. But I mean, this was one of those. I don't know. I thought it came out during what I thought, again, was a bearish moment that we were flooding the market with all these IPOs and they were coming out at these massive prices. I don't even know the symbol. What's Airbnb?
ABNB.
It's the easiest symbol.
I'm pissed off.
And it's the hardest to type in.
I wanted to buy this one and I never did, and I'm pissed off now. I guess I should.
I would have been a buyer on the double top break at around 175 on the way back up. But speaking of that, we put a spreadsheet together of all the IPOs over the last 18 months. 9 out of 10 of them, when they broke all-time highs, if you bought them, you made 20% in a week.
Yeah, you know what?
Not the way it's supposed to work either. And that's kind of why we're in Tiger. Tiger is a fairly new stock that just broke IPO levels just recently. Tiger was a dead money stock, a disaster, if you will. And then when it finally broke that IPO high, it was fresh money.
What do you do your spreadsheets on? Excel? What do you do them on?
Yeah, Excel spreadsheets. I'm proficient in Excel and Word. Yeah.
Are you a power user?
No, I type things out and I write little notes on scratch pads. Actually, I have like.
Do you know I'm very efficient in Excel too?
I have a composition wide ruled notebook with all my stocks in it.
Do you know why I'm so good in Excel spreadsheet?
Why?
Because whenever I need something done, I call up my daughter Dana and I say, Dana, could you make an Excel spreadsheet for me? And within 2 minutes, she taught me how to do the breaks in the pages, though. She taught me how to do the breaks in the pages.
You got your very own, your very own intern. It's fantastic.
Yes, very. Yeah, she took those high level classes too. That probably you did. She probably did a little bit better than you did, and she probably didn't cheat either. But anyways, let's. There's another IPO here that. Oh, I know you're going to be following this one.
Talk to me.
Bumblebee.
Bumblebee.
I only heard the rumblings in the background. Is this some sort of? It's a dating app, right?
Yeah. All right. I'll fill you in because of the three of us here, I've actually used it. It's just Tinder. The only difference is the girl has to has the ability, their responsibility, whatever, to message first. Guys can't message first. You can match, but once you match, the guy can't send the first message.
Okay.
The onus is on the girl to send the message first.
All of this came a little bit too late for me and Joel. We would have loved to do the swiping thing, right? I was like, oh, we're going to date tonight. This is fantastic.
Hey, listen, it's a numbers game. It's a numbers game.
We used to have to court the ladies. We'd show them permission from their fathers if we could court them.
Well, you used to have, you know how you used to court them? You used to buy them a couple drinks, right?
Oh, okay. I'm bringing it back here. Bringing it back.
Oh, Kenny, is your UVXY hit moving here? We just had a little break here in the S&Ps. Folks, we got 9 minutes to go here. I don't want to go out on a limb here, but I don't think we're going to get a new all-time closing high. In fact, I don't know if the lows for the session here are safe. But Kenny, just want to talk to you. I know this is like boring stuff, but man, the small caps are just kicking the big caps' butt. Is that just a good thing? Is that just a new trend for 6, 8, 10 years? Or do we need the big caps to come back to really get this, to keep this market firing on all cylinders?
I think the question is actually, what are you not liking about this market right now? Again, if you think it's going to sell off, right? There's so much going on. So, let's say the market does pause and the Dow Jones and the S&Ps and the Qs take a moment to themselves and just go sideways. There's so much underneath that you could have. There's plenty of party going on.
Okay.
But the small caps, that where the money is going into is where we trade. So I'm looking at all of these names. Again, anything small cap. That's where we've been living. Most of these SPACs were small cap. Most of these, this Chinese fintech was small cap. Again, let's go back to this idea about this market kind of selling off, right? What's going to confirm our bearishness? And I think it's going to happen either tomorrow or the next day. I think what will confirm the bearishness on the overall market is that if we do gap up again, like we did today, and we sell it off again, that'll be that aha, maybe we are onto a reason to want to sell the overall market. Maybe the dash for trash is real now. Maybe the volatility bump is legitimate. But until tomorrow, I still cannot say.
I agree.
And one of my favorite trades is that playing the sentiment about, again, there are a lot of analysts that want to be a hero because it's, again, everyone's a genius in a bull market. But I like when the analysts actually downgrade a stock because they're always wrong. So I bought Spotify a couple of months ago on a massive downgrade, and it got slammed that day. They were talking about how their venture into the blogs is going to backfire. They're not really making too much money. And I was like, cool. Whatever that guy said, he'll be wrong. Buy the stock. And look at it today. So it's been a great trade to fade guys like me who are trying to make sense. I would love this thing to make sense.
That. Yep.
It doesn't really make too much sense when 50% move is just the beginning of the stock's ascent, because you get a 20% move almost daily now. Like Tyler, go back to the original conversation. Normally, I'm a seller here. How can you sell it as it's ripping into the close, breaking new highs while the market's kind of weak? There's nothing not to like about TIGR right now. But At the same time, the stock was $8 just a heartbeat ago. So it's a really tough market to trade because when you take those profits, you leave so much on the table, but then you get a Tilray that rolls over and drops 50% overnight.
Yep.
And again, you got to be prepared for the worst, but be completely batshit insane bullish. So I keep one toe based in reality right now because it hurts when you buy a stock at 8 and it goes to 40 and not in the original position. But
so it's long-term bullish, medium-term bullish, short-term batshit insane bullish. Is I think what I just got there.
I will change my tune when the UVXY actually has 3 up days in a row and this market shows me that it could go down. We haven't had a 3-day sell-off that's lasted. I've been doing some calculations. This is a joke. It's not really a joke, but this is going to be the 46th day of the year. We've had a total of about an hour and 20 minutes of selling. From like peaks to valleys before we bounce, we get 9-minute sell-offs, 12-minute sell-offs, 15-minute sell-offs. The most we've sold off was the 3rd day of the year where we actually sold off for 45 minutes. That's the longest period of selling the whole year. How do you fight this?
I want to talk to you. I haven't had you on. We haven't spoken since the whole GameStop, AMC shindig, and so is that something that you participated in, or is that just? I know Dennis used GameStop as an indicator. I had a little throwaway long position that was just stupid blind luck, but. Did you feel like you could control the risk in trading something like that, or do you just have your other issues that you like to follow?
Oh, I got issues. We were in the GameStop before it all got started, and I'm not just
Yep.
That's the kind of dead cat stock that I like when they come out of the doldrums. We were in the thing at 5 and 7. When this thing was $17, we were high-fiving like maniacs. We were like, yeah. And then one day it rolled back over and then broke over 17. We thought nothing of it. We were like, hey, let's get back in. This thing might go to 25. 25! Things at 25. We're like, oh, yes, GameStop. All right. And next thing you know, we had that gap and then it ripped up. I was nowhere near that. I was just sitting there waiting for the moment to short. And I blew it, man. I blew it because I finally got short on that Friday. And it just wouldn't break the 250. I wound up losing $8,000. And then the next Monday was when the real descent came. I made my money back, but the AMC was the better play for us because that one made sense. If they stay in business, they may resurrect their company and people will go to the movies again. So that one coming out of 250 and then breaking 5, that one I love. That one we milked really right to the top into the 20s, and then we shorted it on the way down. But I think the whole story is overblown. They needed something to talk about. All right, let's talk about a couple of hedge funds getting annihilated by the small guy. Guess what? The big guys wound up.
Hey, Kenny, do you read the Ringer, the website?
I don't.
You don't? I got an article for you. I'm gonna put it in our chat right now. They have an article today about this guy that basically spent like a decade betting on like 1 cent stocks and like blowing out his account, and then he just bought GameStop like a year ago.
Oh no! Nice.
Kenny, do you have? We only got a minute or two to go here. Do you have any of those bottom feeder fishers? You know that are there any left? That Spencer mentioned there was 2 stocks under $1. I believe that was last week.
No stocks. Yeah, I do have one. You're not going to believe. I was telling Raznik about it last week, and it's a joke. We're not counting on it making any money, but the name of the company is called Nutritional High International Incorporated.com. But wait, the symbol is spliff. SPLIF. How are you not in some spliff in this market? This is where you want to be. Spliff.
Yeah, it's moved.
Kobo Spunka spliffs. Buy some spliff. It's under $4.20. We're looking for $4.20. And I'm not even talking about $4.20. I'm talking about 4 cents.
It did get a spike. Yeah, there's big resistance at 420 in that.
Huge resistance at 420.
That's exactly what I was looking for out of Kenny. Kenny Glick, hitthebid.com. It's been a while since we've had you on. We'll have to get you on the morning show again. I tell Lisa, my wife, there's very few people that just make me laugh and that just crack me up. And we were getting close to getting you out here for a Michigan football game. That was like 2 years ago. Now, hopefully we'll be in the same state soon. But it's always great having you. I love your perspectives on the market. I'll be repeating your jokes to Lisa tonight. You got a great sense of humor and love having you on. And before you go, can you just give me that Abraham? Is the Abraham of assets?
The Abraham of assets, the Barack of bread, the Cain of cash, David of ducats, the Elijah of earnings, the Frank of funds, the Glick of gelt. Oh.
It's good. The Ezekiel of EBITDA. There we go. All right.
Oh, there we go.
Thank you. All right. Thanks a lot, Kenny. He's at Hit the Bid Radio on Twitter. Thanks a lot, Kenny.
I'll see you guys. I want to have you guys on my show on Thursday nights.
I will do it. I owe you. I know you got Dennis's lame tushy on there, so
man.
I owe you. I'll do it.
All right. Call me, guys. Call me.
Thanks a lot, Kenny.
Call me. Call, text, email, or Instagram.
All righty. All right, Joel, that's a wrap. I got to run, too. But what I want to say is...
And get rid of those Stallone tomorrow, okay? If you want those
get
on
rid
the
of
others...
it.
Yeah.
What do you mean get rid of it?
In here? Jesus, man. Come on. Is this just have them up later, but get rid of them for the morning, okay?
What? What do you got against Rocky?
I mean, I feel like I'm on Romper Room or something. I don't know. This is not a professional market show with Rocky in the background like that.
We've got the Benzinga Pro Happy Hour coming on now. After that, at 5 o'clock, we're debuting a new show. It is not live. It is called the First Trade Show. One of our producers, Rohan, is making his very first trade. I'm going to play the trailer for that, and then I'm going to go to the Benzinga Pro Happy Hour.
All right, at this point, we're going to welcome on our first guest in the First Trade Show, Jack Hurley.
I would tell you, and I would caution anyone starting to invest, to treat every business the same. Setting those limits, understanding the revenue numbers, and not overpaying for an asset is probably the top 3 things I would say for somebody just getting into investing.
Yeah. I got an additional gadget to check the RPM.
Yeah.
As I'm going through it, so it's pretty awesome.
Cool.
And it's connected to my Apple Fitness too.
That is some cool stuff. I appreciate
It's really sturdy. I did a ton of research before I bought that.
Nice. That's the way to do it. That is the way to do it. All right, YC, how are we looking?
We are good to go. We are live on YouTube.
All right. Awesome. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the Benzinga Pro Happy Hour in our new time slot. This seems to be the time slot that works best for everybody. We are going to start right when the market closes. This is our first show today, and we got a ton of fun stuff lined up. We are obviously going to talk about STKT today. I want to hear some stories from the community. I know we've got at least one community member who had a great day with it. So we're going to go into all of that. Thank you, Joel and Spencer, for wrapping up the day for us prior. And now the other thing that we're going to introduce in today's show is one of our other teammates here who works in the support department, Christian, is going to be doing a small account challenge. Now, a couple of things, couple of administrative notes just to take care of here at the outset. We're actually waiting for an account to be funded. And one of the things that we're trying to do, because we get asked questions about this all the time, is fund an account that is not subject to the pattern day trader rule. So if you started with a small account, you know about that pattern day trader rule. Chances are you do not like it. I have never met somebody that actually likes it. I don't think it does any good, but that's neither here nor there. So we're still waiting for that account to be live, but we wanted to start dropping some content on how that can actually be traded and used going forward. So Christian, welcome to the happy hour. I know you've joined us before. You've talked about some trades before. Welcome to the official news show. Are you ready to break down your trade today?
Yeah, definitely. Let me go ahead and share my screen.
Great.
All right. Everyone should be able to see that. Yeah?
Yep.
Are you seeing the screen? Great.
Yep, perfect.
Okay, so I'm just going to spend a few minutes breaking down. Let's just pretend the market is it's pre-market, and we're looking at the and we just logged in. So immediately, what I did today, and what I'm going to do every day, is I'm going to go to my movers tool. I'm going to keep it very simple. I'm going to put on gainers, pre-market, market cap 0 to infinity, price 0 to infinity. And obviously, and right away, you see this change percent, and you see the stocks that are moving pre-market. What I'm going to pay attention most to, first and foremost, is I'm going to go ahead and adjust my change percent. Sorry. Adjust my change percent to the leading gappers. The reason why I adjust my change percent to the leading gappers is because these are the stocks that everyone is going to be watching in this, low float space. So as I'm going through, I'm just going to quickly click through. I see VYNE. Automatically, this is not something I'm interested in. Why? Well, one, there's no news, and two, you see a huge gap up. Like, so during the day today, you see that huge gap up and breakdown. For me, this is something that people have lost interest in, and I'm moving on. In addition to that, the volume wasn't any good. You have always looking at volume. So you have an average volume of 7.2 million, and then volume 165K. The next stock I'm going to look at is going to be SCKT. Immediately, without looking at the chart, I'm looking at the volume. I see 871K to 28.9 million. So for me, relative volume is going to be a key factor here. And I see 216% jump. Okay, and there's news. So what I'm going to do immediately is I'm going to add that to my watch list, and I'm going to make a quick note of the average volume, that there's news, and the float. The lower the float, the more it jumps, right? So that's something that we're looking for, and everyone else is looking for. The next stock's going to be WBAI. Once again, there's news on this company, but you see the pattern wasn't holding up. So immediately I know out of these three leading gappers, SCKT is going to be my point of focus. So what I'm going to do here, and I broke it down on the chart, on the 5-minute chart, and on the 1-minute chart, and on the 2-minute chart. So when I trade, I always look at the 5-minute, the 1-minute, and the 2-minute together. The reason why I do that is because you're going to be able to see different patterns. Different patterns show more easily on different minute charts, if that makes sense. So on this chart here, I went ahead and drew some resistance and support lines. I also have an EMA. So when you're trading these kind of stocks, you're going to want to have an EMA, a 9 EMA. And you're going to want to have a VWAP, just a classic VWAP, a 9 EMA. That's all I use, in volume. I don't use RSI or anything like that, because for these kind of stocks, it doesn't really matter. These stocks are more momentum plays for me. So today, as we went into the trading day, there are key levels here that I kind of broke down of where a trade could have happened. So you see around 8:10, you see that pop up around to 11:23. So actually, rewind. So immediately when I go to the chart, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the 1-day chart. And I'm going to try to find the points of resistance and support. You can see here, this stock was only $5.75 yesterday. So that doesn't really help me. So what I'm going to go to now is the 5-minute chart. The reason why I use the daily chart is because you want to look back in time, and you want to see what points did it, like if it jumped up to $10 and dropped back down, jumped up to $12, and on different days, you want to have those points mapped out, because those are potential points of breakdown, or on this case, for example, the break above $5 or whatever was a point of no resistance. It was just free running, especially when you have a small float. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and open this 5-minute chart, make it a little bit larger, easier to see. So there are trades here pre-market. So with the brokerage we're opening, we're able to trade from 7:30 a.m. So pretty much this brings us back down to around this level here. So immediately what I'm seeing here is an island bottom. Only thing what that is you're going to see a level of support around 762, and you're not really going to see it break there. You're going to see, I don't know if I should go into like pads and things like that, but you have three. So you're just going to see it consolidating sideways, essentially, and you're going to see some two highs. So the first trade that I marked off today that I would have taken would have been, I would have put a mark here around 11:10 when it kind of ramped up around 8:23. 11:10 kind of faded off. This is the 9 EMA, kind of goes under. I would have held off because 3 consecutive. So you have a little bit of a bear flag forming here. Then you have it retest 11:20. Okay, so I know 11:20 is a resistance point. So taking the VWAP bounce, which stocks tend to go to the VWAP and bounce and break up or break down. This is a good example of the stock coming to the VWAP, bouncing on the VWAP. You have a 3-minute pullback here. 1, 2, 3. You have the first 1-minute candle to make a new high to break above the EMA. Also, you have a break above the breakdown of the red candle right here. And you're going to see that surge upwards. And in a perfect world, I don't think no one really knows when. So there's I guess just going into this one trade from, let's say you bought in the break above this breakdown candle 11:19, you could have rode this trade up to. So something you want to do with these trades is you want to sell into the bid. You don't want to. Personally, I'm going to sell into the bid. I'm not going to set a limit order just because the nature is very volatile. So what I would have done is I would have held. As soon as I saw this point here of resistance around 1332, you see this tweezer candle. So you see a red, like a large red candle the same size as the green candle. That's a tweezer candle. You see a little. So essentially, you see a pullback here. As soon as I saw the EMA bounce, I may have bought here again and wrote it up, but then I would have kind of waited. And so pretty much the rest of the day, people who trade this, and we'll go over other people that have traded it as well, you'll see here that 1338 was a key point. So we have a key point here, 1124. We have a key point here, 1338 around. And then you see just these huge runs. Yes, I mean that's pretty much it. The reason I have the 1-minute chart up always, I have the 5-minute chart, 5-minute chart up every single time, and then I have the 2-minute chart. So that's kind of like, I guess that's kind of the breakdown of trades. So like a 30-second recap would be, you're gonna want to go to the movers tool. You're gonna want to look at whatever you're trading, pre-market, regular market, doesn't really matter. You're going to want to find the stock, if you're trading long, you're going to want to find the stock that has a good proportion in terms of average volume and current volume. You're going to want to find something that has a nice change percent, preferably something that has news. And if you're going to trade something in this dollar range where you really want it to move, the lower the float, the more it moves. Something that will be helpful as well if you have other things going on is you can go ahead and connect your signals tool to your watch list. So I'm only watching one stock, but I want to know when it halts. Because when it halts, that's a good indication that it's either, making new levels of, highs or new levels of lows. So you can go ahead and connect your watch list actually, which what I did here. And and that kind of made notes. And then on my paper trading account today, I made like maybe $3,400 on it. Just kind of paper traded it. Obviously it's very different from real trading because there's not really any emotion involved. You can pretty much buy and just hold it forever. But my trade was essentially at the market open when you saw that that kind of like spike down and spike up immediately.
So Christian, I got a couple of questions here real quick about that. If you can actually zoom into that box that you have right around 930. So first of all, I'm assuming that you're only doing intraday trades on this small account because you don't want to subject yourself to a potential offering or overnight headline or anything like that, right? You're strictly talking about being cash at the end of the day, correct? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And then, so my second question here is that the bounce off the VWAP is quite clear. Do you use anything to confirm the entry to this trade? Because I know you were talking about the resistance line, that blue resistance line there that you have at 11.19. And then when that breaks, do you use that as like a confirmation? Is that your trigger to entry?
My trigger to entry realistically would probably be the bounce on the VWAP and the break of this red candle right here.
Okay, so as soon as the top of that red candle is broken after a bounce, you're in at minimum to try this for their next run up.
Yeah, and at the same time, I'm also looking at so that's essentially what I'm looking for on the chart. Yeah.
Okay, and then my other question is, how many trades do you are you in, or do you manage? I mean, if you're starting with a small account, are you doing just one at a time? Are you ever looking for more?
No, I'm the thing with the small account challenge is there's the smaller your account, the less margin of error you have.
Right.
Unfortunately, so it's harder to recover. So I need to make each trade count. So I can only focus on one at a time.
Gotcha. That makes a lot of sense. All right. Well, that's awesome. I really appreciate you laying this out for us. I know that we're still waiting. One of the things, again, correct me if I'm wrong here. Again, one of the things that you're trying to fund in a non-US account for is to avoid the pattern day trader, right?
Yeah. So you're gonna avoid the PDT rule, but you're also gonna have to pay sales and commissions, which realistically speaking, it's actually it's a huge win. You're gonna end up paying $295 per trade. So buy is $295, sell is $295. And then you're going to have, with this account, we're going to have a little bit of a margin, which isn't usually offered with brokers in the US with these kind of stocks. So with $836 or whatever, I'll have around, $3,200 of margin. So I'll be able to actually have more buying power in addition to that.
Okay. All right, cool. Well, I appreciate the tips. I'm really looking forward to see how this pans out across over the next couple of months. I know a lot of people do small account challenges. It's really cool to see a small account grow into a much larger account. And I got a lot of respect for you going back and trying to do that. Really, anyone that does that. I started with a small account, just like a lot of other people. Once I grew it to a certain amount, there was no way that I wanted to go back. So props for you for doing that. Double props for you sharing that with us and our community today. Really, really appreciate it and look forward to seeing how you do here.
Thanks, man.
No problem. All right. Now, Jadid, I know that you traded this exact stock today. Is that correct?
I did. I did something similar to what Christian said. I did a scan on the movers in the morning.
Okay.
And I noticed a huge volume and the quick moved up because I did it looking for any stocks that moved up 5%. And then I saw the news because it came out really early in the morning. And as soon as I was able to trade, I bought in at 1020. And I did pretty well today. It was pretty awesome.
Okay, so all right, so a couple of things that I want to talk about there. So first of all, that's awesome. I love that you also did a day trade in an effort to try and avoid any of the overnight exposure, whether it be from a headlines, something like an offering, or something like that can really kind of just jack up whatever you had going on. So what did you use? I know that you said you used movers to find out what was going on. And by the way, I want to circle back and make this point because this is something that I do all of the time. When you're using movers, Christian outlined it very, very well. When you see a disparity like this between average volume and volume, that's something that you should keep your eye on. And in fact, Sandman has talked about this quite a bit. One of his favorite data points is relative volume. So right away here in the pre-market, the stock normally trades 871,000 shares. We're already near 30 million. Right there is your tip-off that something's going on here. So Jadid, to go back to your trade, let me go ahead and actually load that up here in the chart. Now, what was your confirmation to actually take this trade? What was it that said, okay, I need to buy this now?
Well, other than looking at the movers, I looked at the chart and I saw that it was continuously having an uptrend. And then I also tap into social media to see what people are saying. And apart from the news and that's what got me. And then I saw what it did yesterday, the day before. I wasn't looking at any specific indicators on the chart. I was just concerned with how it was moving and why it was moving. And that's when I went ahead and jumped into that trade. And what really got me doing how I do things now is what Christian said last time he was here, which he only does a specific amount during the day. He doesn't do anything overnight. And that's what I started doing.
Awesome. Well, Christian, that's fantastic. Christian's trading style is already helping out other people. I absolutely love to see that. One more quick question here. What was your exit trigger if you had one?
Yes. Well, normally, like Christian said, I was only looking for a 5 or 10% increase, but it was moving crazy. And so I just waited until I'm not exactly sure, because I think Greed took a little part. I took a little play in this. I should have exited sooner, but I didn't. But I'm glad I waited a little longer. I actually wasn't looking at anything because the charts were looking like it was going to the moon. I've never seen anything like this before. I've never been in a trade that moved this fast and with the extension in which this ran. But yeah, I was able to come out around $32, $33.
Awesome. That's really good. Congratulations. Pat yourself on the back. I mean, it looks like you rode this up for most of the day. That's what, almost a triple up?
I did. I looked at it the entire day. I wouldn't take my eyes off it.
Good for you. Good man. Good discipline. Great trade. And I hope you're able to repeat that tomorrow. One more thing that I wanted to cover here, since we were talking about volume confirmation and then also that average volume that we were looking at in movers. If you're going to do stuff like that, I'm a big proponent of volume, especially for day trades, right? If you're trying to get in and out of something, volume is going to, if the liquidity is there, it's going to allow you to do that. I mean, I've talked about it a whole bunch. You're going to hear it a lot about this. This is the actual formation that I'm looking for intraday day trades. I am not someone that trades the open or near the open unless I'm familiar with the name. So for example, if Apple is gapping down on a day where it's like, oh, that news is not, the stock shouldn't be down off this news, and then it actually continues to sell off when the market opens, that's a time when I'll consider entering right around the open. Otherwise, I want to see formations like this, right? This stock, as Christian said, he had VWAP on here. Let's go ahead. I have it on as well. It bounced right off the VWAP and really made this power move up. And because this stock traded so much today, this move is actually really, really big, right? It went from like 960s all the way up to $14. I mean, that's 4.5 points right there. So that's quite a big move for you to capture, especially on a day trade. And there were multiple examples of a day trade where this produced a particular trade today. My favorite one, the one that I would have taken, and now, of course, in hindsight, the one that would have been the most safe would have been a break of this high, right? So we put this high in on crazy volume. We've already discovered that there are people watching it because of the current volume over the average volume. As Jadid mentioned, he took the temperature of social media, saw that other people were trading about it. Our chat room was talking about it. So to me, when all of those stars align, there, you're going to have the makings of a big pop. And what we saw here is we saw a pop out the open. We saw a regression back to that VWAP. We kind of traded sideways for a little bit. And then when the volume stepped in again, this thing made a monster run. You can see here, let me see if I can zoom in and make that a little bit bigger just so it's easier. You can see here, we did start to flag. There's not much movement. This first stick of volume pours in, makes a big run. The next stick is kind of muted, and then the rest of this is history. I mean, it just keeps going. Even some of these pullbacks here are not even that bad. Fairly easy to stomach as they hold in the next time frame. And again, we're using a 1-minute candle here. So this is what we call one of those feed up trades. As soon as you get so much of this profit, is going to be easier and easier for you to hold throughout the rest of the day. And there was a ton of profit on this stock today. So an absolute monster. Did anyone else trade this today? Stefan, I got to think that you traded this today. You trade these puppies all the time.
So I don't really this is out of my realm. I trade for 3% moves, but that's nuts. No. Yeah. So I did trade. I don't want to jump into another stock, but I traded into a high octane stocks the CCIV Lucid Motors thing.
That's perfect. You're reading my mind, because that's the next stock that I have on my list to discuss. So real quickly, no problem. I'm gonna come right back to you here.
Awesome. Yeah. I just I didn't trade this, so I'll talk about it.
No problem. Let me just finish up the discussion here on STKT. If there's anyone else that has traded this or wants to talk about this, I would be happy to go over that. Again, the same formation actually repeats itself, right? We make a high here right around 26. It breaks down, and then once it pushes through that high, you're given another opportunity here. Now, late in the day, as the volume starts to tail off, you can see that this thing starts to give back its gains. This is not a stock that I would want to hold overnight. While we do have a news catalyst here, I'm not sure on how sticky that news catalyst is going to be. So I'm just going to trade this with the momentum during the course of the day. There were a couple of really, really good opportunities here. And so Jadid, I'm glad that you hit this. I hope that anyone that traded this made money. This is just an absolute huge mover. The one last thing that I want to mention about stocks like this happens to me. I don't know if this happens to you folks out there, but when I see a stock that's up so demonstrably over the course of the day, I tend to want to stay away from it, right? Because the common feeling is that it's already made its move, right? This stock's up 400%. I think it was up like 700% at one point in the day. Is the move exhausted? There's two schools of thought on that, and it's going to be tough to tell the difference. Number one, obviously, if the stock has already put in a huge move, you certainly don't want to buy the top and have it pull back. That's why finding different areas of support and resistance and then confirming it with volume is so important. The other thing is that although that stock is up so much, clearly momentum is a factor. Clearly the stock is moving with so violently because of the momentum that's behind it. So it's kind of a balancing act on making sure I don't want to get in too late, the move's already done, versus, wow, this stock has a ton of momentum, there's still some more here to ride. So what I do to try and make that equation a little bit simpler and to not use my emotion when I'm actually figuring that out, I try to confirm it off of support and resistance levels that are put in via the price action, or some other support like a VWAP or even a Fibonacci retracement. And then on top of that, I want to make sure that the volume confirms these moves. And that's exactly what we had here today. So, okay, we've spent enough time on STKT, at least for right now. Let's move over to the other monster today, CCIV. If you recall, we've talked about this quite a bit on the Power Hour show before. This thing, this is actually, I would say, I know the year's young, but of 2021, this is the stock that I regret missing the most. As soon as I saw these commercials, and maybe this is the wrong way to think about trading, but as soon as I saw these commercials, I wanted a piece of this stock, and I never really bought it. I didn't necessarily want to hold overnight. I wasn't really sure about the headline deal with the merger, the Lucid Motors merge with Churchill. I wasn't sure about the headline risk. I talked about this idea with a couple of the other teammates here at Benzinga. We've got people on the bullish and the bearish side here, so that's what makes the market. But today we got the trade. Today we got the big run, and if you were holding options, oh my, you probably had a monster day today. So I didn't trade this. Stefan, I definitely want to hear about your trade. Go ahead and tell me about it, and then we're going to break it down.
Awesome. So I just pulled up the chart, and you gave me like 5 minutes to prepare, basically. So that's awesome. So I can go over it. So my first entry was when it broke. So basically, I didn't really know about this even. I was basically oblivious to this thing starting until like 3 hours ago, 4 hours ago, whenever this occurred. I think it was like 4 hours ago, roughly.
Well, look at the chart. I mean, this thing was pretty mundane and sideways, and then boom, all of a sudden it goes wild.
Yeah, so I started looking at it at the first break of 40. I entered there at the first break of 40, and then I got knocked out as it crossed 39. I got knocked out on something stupid. So I found that a bit aggravating. So I was like, I'm going to continue watching this. So I then heard that it was getting confirmed, or whatever it said on the news feed at Benzinga, that the acquisition was most likely occurring. Now it looks more speculative now. Now I'm not even sure if they're really acquiring Lucid or not, because there's a news story that came out saying otherwise. But
it's
hey,
a he said she said type deal. So
but
yeah,
hey,
no, I'm with you there.
I'm already out, so it doesn't. Oh, look, there's the. Whoa, that was a crazy. See what I'm saying? I'm glad I'm out.
It's happening live while we're doing it. That's great.
That went down to $38 a share. Good thing I wasn't holding. But in short, I bought back right during the halt. I put an order in for 1,000 shares, and I only got filled on 300 of them right at 44 or 45, right before it got halted. And it literally didn't fill me on like 70% of my order. But it popped up, and I started trading something else because I was waiting for the halt. But the halt took longer than 5 minutes, I think. For some reason, it took a little while longer than I was expecting it to. So I got into another trade. So I had 300 shares of this, and it was pretty awesome. But then I got a little shaken out. I got out I sold the first 100 towards the top, but the other ones I didn't do great on compared to what I could have done. But in short, the Benzinga news thing really helped me enter the trade.
We were all over this, and I had actually had my squawk muted for quite a bit of time today, but I had it turned on when Charlie hit this. And I mean, the move was incredible. Twitter blew up. It's just an absolute monster move. Now, a couple of things here. Number one, I want to go back to a chat comment here. Joe said that's exactly why I didn't touch it today, Ryan. I had to join the market late because of all of the power outages here. That's when I was talking about a stock being up so much. You feel like maybe you've already missed this move. Now's not the right time to buy. So a couple of things. First of all, Joe, I hope that you're doing okay. It's good to see that you have power back now. The storms look crazy down there. Hopefully you and all of your loved ones are safe. With all of that formality out of the way, as someone that was born and raised in Chicago, I got to be honest, when we see a foot of snow, we don't panic. That being said, our infrastructure is set up to plow that and get rid of that. So, and we also obviously have power. So Joe, hope that you're doing okay. Hope that your power stays on. Hope that everyone close to you is safe. I'm with you. I'm with you on not wanting to join things. And if I don't have an edge, if I didn't watch what happened, if I wasn't watching SCKT from the beginning, there's just no way I would have even bothered to touch that. I would have looked for another opportunity. And as Stefan just mentioned, we were given another opportunity here off the pop on CCIV, a stock that I was already familiar with and already wanting to get in. So crazy. The other thing that I wanted to point out here is that this type of formation that you're seeing here intraday, this is exactly why the volume expansion trades are so important to me. We see that this high is put in on volume. We see that it comes back, it pulls back in a little bit, totally normal price to action, and then it tries to take that high out again. Now it tries to do it on volume, but again, the volume is not as much as it was previously. We never actually broke above the top of that candle, and look what happened the rest of the day. It went back and forth. It never really went on that crazy run. So when you're trading this formation, we've got a spike, a pullback, and then a grind or even like a staircase back up towards that high. You really, really want to make sure that that high actually falls. And if you can, make sure that it falls on volume before taking that next leg of that trade. Now, if you're like Stefan and you've got your buttons hotkeyed and you're ready to just smash stuff, that's awesome. You had a perfect opportunity to do that here. I know that this moved pretty quickly and then was a halt fest. Halts will definitely scare me away. If I get into a stock and the halt and then it gets halted while I'm in it, and I'm actually still holding it while it's halted for volatility, and then it opens and gaps up, that normally is my cue, if you will, to say, you know what, Ryan, you played with fire, you didn't get burned, take your profits and wait for a better setup. Because if that crazy momentum continues, you might see halts on both sides of this, right? You might see more halts if it keeps moving up. If it makes a big, really fast pullback, you might see a downside halt. So there's a number of different factors in there. If I'm in this stock and then it gets halted, as soon as it gets unhalted, I am probably out on a day trade. So it just a little caveat there, or as an aside. Now, did anyone else trade CCIV today or recently?
I have one question, man.
Yeah.
So with the chart on Benzinga here, it says it fell to 38. I just can get confused sometimes because like it's not recorded on Thinkorswim, but then here it's saying in after hours it just got destroyed briefly. So why does that occur? Because I've never really understood that. I've only been
okay. Okay, so that's a great question. So first of all, so I like to. There might be a technical term for this, but what I like to call this a phantom print. I can't tell you exactly why this dropped, but when you see a drop like that and you don't have crazy high volume, that's probably just an error in the way the candle draws. Now, you had mentioned Thinkorswim, Stefan, and it's interesting because Thinkorswim actually gives you an option to remove bars from your chart. So if you notice that this happens, or a stock puts in has a bar that's got like a gigantic wick and it's skewing everything else you have, you can actually manually correct those bars, or even simply remove them if that's what you want to do. So this is an issue that happens from time to time. I would say don't trade off stuff like that. I know it's easier said than done. If you're someone that trades with hotkeys, or you're sitting there and you got your finger on the mouse and you're ready to click it, all of a sudden you see something like that can lead to panic. Try to keep that controlled. I don't have a more specific answer. It might be an issue with the data feed. It might be.
I called the broker even, and they gave me all similar. And it's just weird because like I see this on SPY sometimes in after hours. I know that's institutions exchanging shares, but like with this, it's so random and it's such a large price difference. But I guess it just kind of is what it is. And
and like I said, this is, see, the way quotes work is basically the exchanges have these quotes and then you buy them. Or when I say you, I would mean a company, right? You get quote data from other providers. So you are at the mercy of that other provider and that quote data to determine what's actually going to happen. Earlier today, we had a very, very short chart issue, and it had nothing to do with Pro as a platform. Our data provider temporarily stopped sending us data, and what happened was it looked like things weren't working. Now, we had it resolved very, very quickly, but again, anytime that you're processing data like this, you're going to be open to anomalies like this. This is not something that I would factor into any trade. This is just way too small a volume, way too huge a candle. It flashed red for a sec and immediately went right back. That tells me, you know what? Let's call it a glitch. I hesitate to use that word, but if you want to use that word, I think it adequately describes the situation that we're in. So I'm assuming today's move is this deal is pretty solid though. Okay, sorry, I was just trying to catch myself up on some of the chat here. So I'm expecting a pullback. So Hector, you said you were expecting a pullback. Are you expecting a pullback on CCIV, SCKT? What are you expecting to pull back here?
I'm expecting for there to be a pullback on CCIV. At some point, I think it already has started to pull back a bit. But I think that this is like a momentum type of news. And so once it's confirmed, then whatever pullback there was before, we're going to end up bringing the price back up higher once the merge is confirmed.
So that's one of the things that I was actually having a discussion with another teammate here internally is this merger actually going to happen? So we kind of touched on it. I think that they announced that there was the piece of news earlier was an announcement with the merger. Then someone else, the other company said that they didn't have terms discussed. I can't remember exactly what the news piece is. Let's see if it's in the actual news story here. Nope, this is just the halts. So I know exactly what you're talking about. That's tough. And that's one of the reasons why trading headline news can be very difficult, right? When you have headlines that are going back and forth on one another, it can be hard to keep track of. Which one do I follow? Is this an exit signal? What's going on here? So I tend to agree with you though on your thesis, Hector. I think that a pullback is healthy. Whenever I see gigantic pops like this, I definitely want to enter on pullbacks. And one of the things that I'll do here is I'll actually just mark off very simple price levels. Sometimes I'll mark off a bunch, really depending on what it is. In this case, these two look pretty good to me. And you know what? Let's go ahead and add one more right where that first halt occurred, right around 45.50. I want to see a pullback. I know, like, if you're on the internet, you see a whole bunch of the different memes, stonks, this and that, everything goes up. Everything doesn't go up. And when everything is going up, that doesn't last forever. Pullbacks are a healthy part of price discovery. They are a healthy part of any market that is functioning properly. So frankly, when I see big impulsive moves like this, I want to see a corrective move, and I don't want to have all of the gains given back. That tells me that price discovery is taking place here, and there might be another potential opportunity to enter. So I prefer to swing stuff, to swing different stocks, especially stocks that I've got like a thesis on. Again, my thesis here is a little weak. It's that I really like the way the car looks. Maybe that is enough. That seemed to be enough with Tesla. Maybe that'll be enough with the Lucid. That's yet to be seen. The only thing that I can do is use proper risk management when actually taking these trades. So let's draw out a hypothetical situation here. We had a nice big pop today. If we take a look at the daily chart, I mean, this is a really good looking chart, right? You've got moves up, you've got corrective moves, another move up, a corrective move. This trend is continuing, and we want this to continue. So Hector, to what you were saying, looking at this, that's exactly what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a pullback here. And as you can see, it might take a couple of days for that pullback to materialize. The first one here, this was kind of a trade sideways. This wasn't even really a pullback, took 3 days. The next one, it moved up here, kind of pulled back for 2 days and then started to grind up. The next time it made a nice big push up here, it pulled back for 1.5 days really before turning around. Last pullback here was for 4 days. But again, it was still kind of mild. Right here on this next candle here, this is gigantic, and I definitely want to pull back here. Now I may not get it right. We may wake up. What's this at now? 51.80. We may see a gap to 55 tomorrow, even maybe a little bit higher. If that's the case, we'll see. Remember, if we're gapping above the top of this, that's definitely bullish, but I want to see that test play out, right? If we gap above, let's actually, you know what, let me edit this because my OCD does not like numbers like 54.99. Let's just call it 55. If we gap above 55, I want to see this level tested on the downside. I don't just want to assume, hey, it's going to continue. Yes, there's momentum. Yes, there's a lot of stuff going on with it, but we want to make sure that we increase our chances of being consistent so that we can stack profits on top of each other. I'm not trying to become a millionaire overnight. If it happens, that's fine, but I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to play with some consistency here. So if we see a gap above 55, I want to see a test of that. If that holds, then I'm in. If I'm going to trade for just a day trade, as long as it holds above 55 or looks strong above 55, I'll take that right on a hold of 55. I'll probably put my stop, you know, if I'm day trading, I'm probably not going to allow more than 50 cents here on a downside stop. If I'm swinging it, I'm going to loosen that up, right? I'm going to decrease my position size. I'm going to loosen up my stop, and I'm going to try and capture a move that instead of just being like this big green candle, I'm going to try and capture a move from like here to here. That's to me where I'm the most comfortable. So that also leads for me being the most consistent in that case. So let me go through the chat here real quick. CCVI used to be Jim Cramer's stock. I don't know if that's good or bad. I'll let you decide. Benika, great points. Thank you very much. Tim, the headline I have is Reuters said the deal is close. So that's what I mean. Until that deal is actually done, it's going to be close, right? It's especially if there's conversation about that. Now, I was looking on Twitter earlier. Granted, Twitter, you know, take it with a grain of salt. There's definitely people on both sides of this, right? There's definitely people that think for sure this is coming, and there's definitely people that are like, this is BS. We're actually having that argument internally here at BZ. So you can guess which side I'm on. So anyway, I hope that helps. This is definitely something that I'm going to look at tomorrow. When I wake up, I'm in the habit of opening up my app and looking at some of my positions or some of the stocks that I'm watching. And I'm thinking, I'm an addict. I'm an addict to the market. I can't help it. I want to start planning right away what it is that I'm going to do. This is going to be one of the first stocks that I check tomorrow. In fact, I'm definitely going to check this before I check SCKT, because to me, it feels like that move was just today and that move is over. So now we're looking for the next one. What site are you using on Twitter? Vincent, I use TweetDeck for my Twitter portal. It allows me to customize what I'm looking at and see more of what's going on. I hope that's the question that you were asking. All right, now I want to go over a couple of the other trades here today. One of the ones that I did take was actually a swing, and this was all thanks to our community. I was actually quite busy today doing a number of different things, and I saw our community call out ITP on a gigantic call sweep, and I took some of those calls, right? So this to me is something that I'm definitely swinging. I bought the March 4 calls. I paid 30 cents for those calls. We're looking at a 30-cent bid, 35-cent ask. I'm hoping for a double on here, right? So my trade plan is very, very simple. I followed some large call sweeps. They're actually repeat sweeps on this name, right? So I followed some call sweeps into this name. I'm going to risk probably all of it for a hope to double up, maybe even let that run a little bit. So if it does double in short order, I will take half off and let the rest run with a trailing stop at that 100% gain. If this trades down in any kind of normal fashion, I will probably just hold through that. I didn't necessarily load up here. This is only about a $900 position. So I don't want to lose all of that, but at the same time, I definitely want to give it time to actually play out here. So this is something that I normally don't take off of just option sweeps, but the community was all over it today. There were actually repeat option sweeps, which is something that I'm definitely paying attention to. And so this was a nice long trade for me today. It's actually trading up in the after hours here. So we'll see. Maybe there's something around the corner here. Somebody knew something. 39,551 contracts traded at that March 4 strike today versus 565 of open interest. So just a massive, massive amount of new contracts trading there. Something is definitely up. I will go along for the ride. Now, Ryan, can you elaborate on how you identified the option sweep call? Okay, so the big option sweep call here actually came from the chat room. And this is one of the reasons why I talk about our community so much. This is one of the reasons why we do this show to begin with. I believe it was Sandman, yet again, who had multiple option sweeps coming through on this. Now, I don't think that we posted that here. Let me actually open up signals. I'm not sure if it came in through here. Let me go ahead and check. I'm going to add a security filter, ITP. Yes, actually we did. We did have some call sweeps here, but these were the 2.5s. Here was the first one. Here was the first one on the March 4 call that I actually took. I think that this was actually the first sweep. I think there was actually a repeat sweep after this. This was about 2,500 contracts. One thing to take note of here, when you see numbers like this, when they're not round lots and they're sweeps, that's someone saying, I want all of it. Give me all of it. I don't want some. I don't want a lot. I want all. And to me, that's really bullish. These are call sweeps near the ask and not necessarily a round lot. So let me go back here. Benika, just to answer your question, while I normally don't trade off of just this headline, the fact that there were multiple of these sweeps and we had community members with eyeballs on this and actively trading it, to me, that tells me if our community's on it, there are probably other communities on it too. That leads to the liquidity that I was talking about at the top of the session here. And that also means that there might be extended interest, right? Maybe there are people that are finding out about this stock today that were unable to participate in today's session that plan on participating tomorrow. Sometimes a swing can just be overnight. I don't have like a timetable on when I absolutely need to get out. I mean, I guess if I bought a contract that expires on March 19th, the longest I could possibly hold it is March 19th. I have no intention of doing that. I'm basically looking for a double here on this option. If it's strong, I may kind of hold for a 200 to 300% gain. We'll see what happens. Again, I want to get in, have the stock move in my direction and then get out. If I didn't know that, or if I didn't know or think that this stock is going to move in the short term, I wouldn't have even bought options. I would have bought stock, especially on this particular name with it only being $1. So I hope that that helps. I hope that that answers your question. This did come up. In fact, some of the 2.5s came up here as well. Those contracts had 17,000. So pretty much all of the available contracts in the March expiry today were being traded quite a bit. The biggest one of those was the 4 contract. That really is what guided my decision.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem. Last chance to get added to the real time. Oh yeah, so that was the other thing. I don't know if how many of you guys saw this last week, guys and gals. Pardon me. We do have the movers real time version. I'm going to go ahead and show that again here real quick. This is going to be the movers tool that you all love, except it's going to be in real time, and it's going to give you some other aggregations. So this will auto refresh every 10 seconds. You can pause the list. You can also add in other variables like volume, for example, or market cap. We have float here. So there's a number of different ways that you can actually use this tool. I'm super excited about this. We are going to be making some additions to this. If you want to test it, please, please, please go ahead. What do they need to do, Andrew? Do they need to email you? You gave the instructions earlier. I just want to repeat the correct instructions.
Yeah, if you do want access to this, feel free to email me at aweiss@benzinga.com. And we will get you set up. Everyone that does have pro access does actually have access to our beta as well. So you can just simply go to probeta.benzinga.com, use your same login credentials, and have access to it. If you do want the real-time movers, it is kind of, you just got to let me know, and then I'll give you access in the back end.
Awesome. I'm really excited about this. Andrew, do you know how long it's going to be till it's available to everyone on beta, everyone that just logs in on beta? Do you have any indication? It's okay if you don't. I'm just looking for any type of timeline if we do have that.
No, typically a week or so would be my estimate, but there's no like specific date that we're pushing it live or anything.
Gotcha. All the more reason to send you an email and sign up for that beta now if we don't have a ballpark on that. So Eric, I may have answered this already, but I'm just kind of checking the chat late just to make sure I answer your question. Hi Ryan, what was your strike price and date of expiry on the option on ITP? Again, I bought the March 4 calls. So those are the $4 calls that expire on March 19th. They are the monthlies. Hope that answers your question. Now, one of the other stocks that I wanted to talk about is one that I talk about all of the time. Over the weekend, we saw a report come out. I believe it was Goldman Sachs, a list that Goldman Sachs procured that said GoGo was like the second highest shorted stock that on this particular Goldman list. Now, when I saw that, I thought to myself, okay, well, first of all, I don't think we're going to have a repeat of the GME AMC short squeeze fiasco. So let me just be very clear about that off the front. I'm not looking for this stock to go from 15 to 400. What I am looking for is, what I have been looking for is a turnaround in the business. It looks like it is going well, and there is a large short interest in this name. So as the business continues to grow and become healthy, I feel like those shorts are going to have to cover because that short interest is so high. That covering process may take time. I'm swinging this. I've been long stock since the low threes. I'm also long the March 15 call on this name. So we definitely had a sale at the open. This is one of those patterns that I actually really enjoy taking advantage of. Now, I'm already levered in this stock with options and stock. So my risk profile tells me that I'm not supposed to add to this. However, if my positions were a little bit less, or if I was new to this would have been a pattern that I would have added on, right? We had a little bit of a gap up. We have an underlying catalyst from a reputable source, in this case, Goldman Sachs. And then we have a sell-off right here at the open, okay? I want to add on the sell-off. I don't necessarily want to peg the dead bottom, but I definitely want to take advantage of this discount. And what you saw the rest of the day is exactly why. The rush to sell happened here in the morning, and then you can see by these volume sticks, it really kind of died off. It looks like whoever was liquidating their position or positions did it in 2 batches. Looks like we had one here right after the open, and then again about 9:42 Eastern time. But that was met with buyers. And you can actually see later in the day, we had a gigantic buyer come in here and push this to the intraday high, which actually broke 16. So this is a stock that I'm definitely hoping for 20. My initial price target when I bought this in the threes was anywhere between 12 and 15. After seeing some of the price action here and also seeing some of the options add up during the course of this big move, I'm going to extend this a little bit. I'm really hoping for 20. if I get that, it's going to be such a big trade for me that if I sell at 20, I won't even be upset if it goes to 30 or 40, because I will have executed my plan. It took over a couple of years for this to materialize. Once I'm out of this and I can move on to the next one, that's great.
Ryan, real fast for me, give me a refresh here on the Pro Beta site.
You mean actually press refresh in the browser?
There you
right?
go. Yep. Let's see if it's there for you.
Uh-oh.
Boom. Advanced news feed.
So we got to show this off now, right? We have got to show this off if you're going to drop it like that. Nice little surprise there, Wes. I'm really impressed with that. Looks like you might have some questions to answer. Looks like I locked up my platform.
Well, good thing it's only for internal users. You can't do anything?
Yeah, look at that. You know what, though? That might have just, nope, it was my excitement probably clicking around too much. All right, so let me go ahead and click on this advanced news feed, and let's see what we're actually working with here. Now, this is part of the issue with doing stuff live, right? This could either go against me. The demonstration could not work all of that well. Looks like it is struggling to load. So Andrew, I'm hoping you know what? It does eventually load, so that might be an issue that's just localized to my machine. But let's take a look here. This is the advanced news feed that everyone has been waiting for. It looks very, very similar. That's by design, right? We don't want you to have to relearn how to use a tool, but we did add some additional features to it. And it looks like those features are in this screener button. So if you wanted, for example, to only see news posts for stocks that were between $1 and $10, all you have to do is come into that screener, load up this particular price in this field, and then go ahead and press done. Now, I can see here it's not loading any results here. No results returned for this expression. So this is what we get for trying to test things that are in alpha live. That's totally fine. This is what's coming. It is going to be awesome. You can see float is also in here. There are a couple of other. I know we want to get relative volume in here. That's coming. We're doing some things in stages. So this is really, really exciting, Weiss. It looks like we do have a couple of more hurdles. Now, is this something that people can email you for too? Do we have any timeline on when we can expect this on the beta branch?
Yeah, I think we need to do a little bit more testing. As you've seen, it really is just very, very new. So we got to do a little bit of more internal testing to make sure it's working as good as the real-time movers is. You can also hover over the Squawk beta real fast as well. Boom.
So we are looking into adding more Squawk channels. In addition to adding Squawk to the mobile app, I know that that's something people have been asked for. We heard you. We're not neglecting you. Believe me, that's happening. We're also looking to create some more Squawk content. And this is probably going to be one of the ways that we do that, right? We're going to have multiple channels for you to get news that's important to you. So Jadid, Andrew, Ryan, I want all those tools. Jadid, they're coming, man. They're coming, my man. Don't worry. This is going to be a really, really exciting year. I know I've kind of said that to quite a bit of people over the past few months. Even though that this isn't fully working right now, I'm very, very glad that you dropped this, so it makes me look like I'm not a liar. That is really, really important to me. So thank you very much, Andrew. The things that were probably asked for the most were advanced newsfeed, real-time movers, and Squawk transcription. We are going to try to deliver all of those for you. As you can see, we have to prioritize some things over others. We are definitely going to try and drop all those features. 2021 is going to be an absolutely massive year for Benzinga Pro. We are really, really happy to have you all here. So Sebastian, I had two stocks today. One I lost 60% on, one I was up 30% on the day. Sebastian, do you want to roll through those here in the closing minutes of our show here today?
Absolutely, my friend. How's everything going?
Everything's going pretty good. Pretty excited, as you can probably tell.
Yeah. So one of them was E-Fang. That's the one that I lost like 60%. And I don't know what happened. I went on the pro and I saw that somebody put out a short seller report.
What was the ticker, Sebastian? I'm sorry.
EH. Hold on, boo-boo. Hold on. Give me a second.
E-Hang Holdings. Gotcha.
Yeah. So that one sucked. Yeah. That one sucked really bad.
Whoa. So this thing got a 50% haircut. So what happened here? Let's take a look at the news here.
They said it was a short report on Twitter.
Oh, yep. Wolfpack Research. Now, okay, so first of all, we're going to get back to the trade, but you bring up something really, really interesting here. After the GameStop fiasco, we had Andrew Luft come out and say that he's not going to issue any more public shorts. Do I believe he's going to stop shorting entirely? No, he's made a lot of money doing that. I expect him to continue to do what works. Not sure he's going to make them public. Obviously, that did not affect Wolfpack Research. They became public with their short. We were able to post that here in the newsfeed, and you can see what happened. Now, Sebastian, if you don't mind going through it, where were you? Why were you in it? And what caused you to exit today? Was it just actually reading that headline?
I'm actually still in it. Because I've been burnt in the past on short sellers, and sometimes they're right, like Nicola and all those, and then sometimes they're wrong. Like I got burnt on Enphase. There was a short report around 40. I sold it, and now I don't even want to talk about it anymore. So
no problem.
Yeah. So so I'm still in it. I was in it at I believe like 75, and it was way up. I was feeling happy, and now it just flat out sucks. But I don't remember where I got it from. I'm in several communities besides the chat on Benzinga Pro, but I liked it. And I liked the case when I first heard it, and I just bought it, and then that was it. I just kind of haven't looked at it since, but it popped up on my radar because I got notifications about it today.
Gotcha. So one of our community members is saying here in the short report that this company has fake numbers and the Chinese government is coming after it. So I think that when you see something like this is an opportunity for you to do some due diligence, right? You want to be very, very certain in your investment. Also, Sebastian, props to you for being able to publicly share your losers. I think that that's what separates good traders from bad traders. When you can admit that you're down on something, or when you took a loss on something, that tells me that there are other trades that you're making money on. If you're willing to share your losses, I have absolutely no question that you're winning on other trades here. So with that,
thank you.
So real quickly, I'm up against the clock here. What is the trade that you made some money on?
So that one actually the Chinese stock too, and that's FUTU. And that one is an online broker. And that one has just been on an absolute run. I bought it at 40, and hopefully things continue to go in that direction.
Okay. Great looking chart here. Awesome that you're in at 40. That's a monster gain. This was actually being talked about by our community too, right? The NASDAQ man was talking about this and a sympathy play. I think it was JRJC. So definitely something to keep your eye on. Sebastian, thank you very much for sharing both of those. We are going to be doing this every day. Be sure to join us tomorrow. Can't wait to have you back. Thanks very much, everybody. And remember, until next time, happy. Weiss, do you have anything to add before we sign off here?
I believe we are going somewhere else live on YouTube, trying to figure it out. We got the first episode of First Trade with Rohan and Michael Murray.
Yes, let's go.
Everyone have a good day. See
All right, at this point, we're going to welcome on our first guest in the First Trade show, Jack Hurley.
I would tell you, and I would caution anyone starting to invest, to treat every business the same. Setting those limits, understanding the revenue numbers, and not overpaying for an asset is probably the top 3 things I would say for somebody just getting into investing.
What's up, Singer Nation? What's going on? So, real quick, we have a new show premiering. You guys just saw the trailer for it. I just wanted to say it's just starting now, probably starting like right now. So if you want to hop over and check out First Trade, we have an awesome guest, Jack Hurley, on there, and we're just discussing kind of the beginnings of investing, how to get into it, and I actually make my first trade on the show. So I just pasted the link in the chat. Make sure to click on it, hop over, and join us there. And with that, that is the full day stream. All right. See you guys.